Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Like many of the stories we've told, this family appeared to be a living example of the American dream, but appearances can be misleading. On the surface, it all started out as a typical night in a peaceful house with a mother putting her daughter to bed. However, by dawn, the same house would be transformed into a crime scene, with the lady and her 7-year-old daughter discovered brutally killed. By brutally, we mean that this wasn't an attempted robbery. This was anger and malice. There was only blood and silence, no shouts in the night, no evidence of forceful entrance. Palmerston North, a little secure city where doors are left unlocked, was rocked to its foundation. Why attack an innocent family, and who may have done this? Suspicions quickly began to surface, due to a late-night trip, an oddly stained clothing, and a computer that was shut off at a certain moment. Suddenly, the story that everyone believed to be true began to change. Because the monster may have been closer than anyone thought in this instance. You will remember the Lundy murders narrative for a long time. They lived in Palmerston North and were a close-knit family consisting of Mark, Christine, and their daughter Amber before everything fell apart. Amber was the only child of Mark and Christine, who had been married for 17 years. She was intelligent, vivacious, and adored by her parents. Together, they operated a kitchen sink sales company. It wasn't particularly glamorous, but it usually covered the expenses. However, behind the scenes, things weren't quite as stable. The business was always in debt, frequently owing its supplier about $100,000, 0 cents. And in 1999, Mark took a risk and went overboard rather than retreating. Dreaming of a vineyard and possibly a new beginning, he purchased 2 pieces of land near Hawke's Bay to cultivate grapes. But such aspirations are not inexpensive. Mark skipped several dates for settlement, according to the landowner's later testimony. Interest rates rose as high as 14% and penalties began to mount. The Lundys were deeply in debt by August 2000, with penalty interest alone amounting to about $140,000, 0 cents. Additionally, the last day to make the payment was August 30th, which was also the day when Christine and Amber were discovered dead. The couple had signed documents to raise their life insurance from $200,000, 0 cents to $500,000, 0 cents just 5 days before to the killings. The page still bears Christine's signature, but the new policy hasn't been processed yet. Bruce Parson, the insurance representative, made it apparent that the increase was not in effect. Christine passed away prior to the paperwork being processed. Tower Insurance did pay $75,000, 0 cents of the Lundy mortgage after the murders, but there was no large payoff or $500,000 check, just sadness and suspicion. Although it appeared to be a family pursuing lofty goals, there were already fissures showing beneath the surface. Let's go back to Tuesday, August 29, 2000, before we go into those cracks. Palmerston North had a cold, unremarkable day, the sort that most people would forget, but by the following morning, the sleepy little town would be completely changed. Mark Lundy got into his car and drove off for Wellington that morning. For him, it was simply another business trip. He made a living selling kitchen sinks and fixtures, so these business trips were nothing out of the ordinary. He might occasionally be gone all day or simply for the night. There were no concerns about that Tuesday. Mark arrived at the Foreshore Motor Lodge in Batone, a quiet Lower Hutt neighborhood, at about 5 o'clock in the evening. The receptionist noticed nothing out of the ordinary. From the outside, everything appeared to be normal after he received his room key and settled in. He seemed to have no motive to return home, and he had an alibi. At 5:30, only half an hour later, his cell phone called. Either his wife Christine or their daughter Amber was calling from home. They spent almost 8 minutes talking. One of them said they were going to McDonald's for dinner, Mark subsequently informed the police. That particular detail was verified. A McDonald's receipt, time-stamped at 5:45 that evening, was later discovered by police in the Lundy residence. An everyday scene captured on grease-stained paper was unequivocal evidence that Christine and Amber were still alive at the time. However, things started to change gradually. Christine took a friend's phone call at about 7 o'clock. She didn't sound panicked or odd, and there was no indication that something wasn't right. Whatever terror lay ahead in that house had not yet materialized. Mark, meantime, continued his evening activities back in Petone. He contacted a business associate at 8:28 to discuss investing in a Hawke's Bay vineyard project. However, a dark force was infiltrating Palmerston North. At 10:52 that evening, the family computer was manually turned off by someone, not disconnected or crashed, marking the end of life in the Lundy residence. Alarms were aroused by that innocuous behavior. Some thought it signaled that the murderer had completed their mission. At 11:30 that evening, Mark called again, but this time he was calling a Petone escort service rather than a business associate. Around 1 in the morning, a woman was allegedly sent to his motel and left. He would later use this detail as a key component of his alibi. How could a man host a guest in his motel room and be complicit in a vicious double murder in a different city? However, the escort's presence wasn't what would completely change the course of this tale. That was Wednesday, August 30, the next day. Glenn Wary, Christine's brother, stopped by the house sometime in the middle of the morning. When he knocked on the front door, no one responded, but he needed to talk to her about a business situation. The ranch slider door was unlocked when he walked around the back. When he entered, he discovered Christine's blood-covered, lifeless body on the bed. She had been hit in the head several times, so badly that pieces of brain and bone had sprayed the bedroom doorway and walls. Amber was discovered on the floor, still wearing her nightgown, face down. She hadn't gotten very far because, like her mother, she had been brutally attacked. The murderer was merciless. This was anger, not simply murder. As soon as the police arrived on the scene, they realized something was wrong. There was blood on the frame of a back window that appeared to have been tampered with, possibly to simulate a break-in. The window belonged to Christine. Only after the murders were completed did it seem as though the murderer had attempted to create the impression that someone had broken in. The scene was deliberate and ruthless. It appeared to be a robbery at first. Investigators wondered if someone had broken in for valuables because a little jewelry box was stolen, but nothing else of value was found. Why merely take a trinket box and abandon everything else? This action wasn't impulsive. It was intimate. Detectives thought the weapon was similar to a tomahawk because of the severity of the injuries. It was small, sharp, easy to swing, and equally easy to dispose of. That raised the most important question of all. Who would carry out this action? Who had the time, the chance, and the reason? At that point, Mark Lundy came into focus. The police thought he was to blame. The surprise is that they couldn't even agree on the alleged date of the incident, depending on which version of the story you follow. According to one account, Mark killed his wife and children after leaving his motel after the business calls, drove more than 150 kilometers back to Palmerston North, and then hurried back to Petone so no one would notice. Another theory made me shiver even more. That version states that the killings did not take place at night. Rather, they asserted that Mark Lundy left his motel covertly after midnight, precisely within the minuscule time frame between calling an escort service and the woman showing up at his room. He had less than an hour to drive back to Palmerston North, kill his wife and daughter in a horrible manner, get clean, and then go back to the motel as if nothing had occurred. Imagine traveling more than 300 kilometers in less than 60 minutes, carrying out a brutal double homicide, and returning with no signs of guilt, blood, or evidence. Police somehow thought he had driven that distance twice in one night, even though no one saw him on the road, no traffic cameras saw his car, no gas receipts, no roadside witnesses, and no motel employees saw him go. A disappearance that would have made for a work of fiction, but was being handled as fact. Then, not in the courtroom but at the gravesite, came the moment that would split a country. Grief is said to affect people differently. Some people cry out to the heavens, some collapse, and some shut down. However, Mark Lundy's sadness didn't just pour out. It burst in front of the cameras when he buried his wife and his only daughter. And it wasn't subdued or silent. Only a few days after Christine and Amber were discovered dead in their house, it was shown. There was a funeral, There were so many mourners in the church. The town as a whole felt shattered. There were still no arrests, despite the fact that 2 innocent lives had been taken in the most brutal manner possible. People came to find serenity, to remember, and to grieve. Then, staggered between pals, came Mark Lundy. He was scarcely able to stand. As he sobbed hysterically, cameras rolled. His face twisted in pain, his screams reverberated. People around him had to hold him up when he fell to the ground and shook uncontrollably. For those who saw, it was too much, but it was the kind of suffering that most people pray they will never go through. There was something wrong with it, and something harmful started to develop gradually. That expression of sorrow turned into a public vote on guilt when it ought to have been a private time of mourning. Did he weep excessively? Was it authentic? Or was there a darker side to the performance? Even the Court of Appeal recognized the scene's influence in 2018, years after. They thought that throughout Mark's trial, jurors were probably subjected to numerous broadcasts of his funeral breakdown. Perhaps during lunch breaks, when the news was blaring in the background, or perhaps on a neighboring screen in the courtroom. In any case, the picture stuck. Mark's own defense attorney, Jonathan Eaton, QC, wasn't sugarcoating it. He claimed that Lundy appeared pitiful and somewhat humorous in the video. At his family's burial, the man who was seen screaming and flailing had evolved into more than simply a distraught spouse. He was now a suspect caught in the public's suspicions. Whether on purpose or not, the day's public spectacle sowed mistrust in the air. And that seed might have developed into something lethal in a case already beset by hazy chronologies and evasive evidence. Because grief that appears excessively large may occasionally seem like a deception in the court of public opinion. As soon as investigators entered the Lundy residence, it became evident that this was not a straightforward break-in gone awry. Downstairs, there was silence, no evidence of a battle. Then there was an eruption of violence upstairs. Bone fragments, blood all over the place. A child's body collapsed in a doorway, and a woman who had been bludgeoned so severely that her skull was broken. Police looked for a motive, a suspect, a weapon, or anything else that would explain what had transpired that night for weeks. Then there was a breakthrough, or at least that's how it appeared. Police discovered a polo shirt hidden inside a zipped-up tool bag inside Mark Lundy's vehicle. It was stained, just enough to raise suspicions but not enough to be seen at a look. The garment was dispatched for examination. Nothing definitive was first discovered, but everything changed when the second set of testing was conducted. After examining the clothing, a laboratory in Texas, yes, Texas, came up with a startling conclusion. According to the Crown, the stains comprised tissue from the central nervous system, specifically from Christine's brain or spinal cord. Somehow, her husband's clothing had come into contact with her brain tissue. It was the type of information that goes beyond implying guilt. It shouts it out. After all, who unintentionally gets their spouse's brain tissue on their clothes? Sharpening like a blade was the prosecution's story. Late that night, they claimed, Lundy had driven all the way from Petone to Palmerston North, entered the house without a sound, and fatally struck his wife and daughter. In order to strengthen his alibi, he then phoned for an escort, washed up, and drove back. They said he later stuffed the clothing, which was soiled with the very evidence that would turn on him, in the car. This is where things go wrong, though. The testing science, known as mRNA analysis, was state-of-the-art, contentious, and in some cases untrustworthy. It had never before been utilized in a criminal trial, not even in New Zealand. In court, experts clashed. The brain tissue, according to one side, was obvious and damning. According to the other, the findings were flawed, prone to contamination, and ought never to have been accepted as proof. The timeline wasn't perfect either. Lundy was first accused by the prosecution of carrying out the killings at approximately 7:00 p.m. The evidence, however, didn't match up. The call to the escort, the McDonald's ticket, and the phone records all pointed to the fact that he was not in the vicinity of Palmerston North at the time. Thus, they modified the theory. They now asserted that the killings took place closer to midnight, within a window of time that was hardly large enough for what he allegedly accomplished. He allegedly drove the 3 hours in disguise at a high speed while it was dark. All of this was done in order to return to his motel before dawn, without any physical weapon ever being found, no witnesses, and no blood in his car. It was ripped apart by the defense. They claimed that the science was unproven, the evidence dubious, and the timeline ridiculous. However, the picture of a man wearing his wife's brain on his shirt had already been planted by that point. A husband, a dad, or a monster. The prosecution's version of events was altered during the retrial. They had earlier claimed that the murders couldn't have occurred, but now they had to occur after 10:52 p.m. It seems desperate. The defense blasted the contradiction, referring to it as trial by timeline gymnastics, because everything else fell apart if Lundy couldn't have made that trip or be in two locations at once. Nevertheless, the Crown maintained that science prevailed over time. There was brain tissue on the shirt. The reason was debt. Anger was the tool. The timeline was described as tight but not impossible. That wasn't a leap, though, for many who were following the case's development. It was a leap into a canyon. Because it was more than just, could he do it? The question shifted to, is it even possible? Almost 15 years after his first conviction, Mark Lundy was facing a second trial in 2015. With new legal arguments, expert testimony, and a thorough rethinking of the time frame that had once deceived him, a revised case was constructed. He had been sentenced to life in prison in the first trial, but the case was reviewed in 2013 after the Court of Appeal declared that his conviction was dangerous because of a mix of contentious science, a shaky timetable, and media influence. Lundy so found himself back in the dock, but this time he had fresh questions, fresh evidence, and a fresh opportunity to prove his innocence. Was it a new beginning, though? The three main pieces of evidence were the same: the strange time frame, the financial motivation, and the brain tissue found on Lundy's shirt. The defense would continue to challenge the forensic evidence's validity. They had to. But what about the motivation, the chronology? Could they present a compelling enough case to overcome the years of rumors, media hysteria, and courtroom drama? The prosecution maintained the brain tissue argument, claiming that Christine's head was the only possible source. However, the defense refused to accept it. They referred to the mRNA analysis as experimental science and discredited the reliability of the forensic results. They questioned if the study, especially when it came from a tainted sample, actually demonstrated anything about the tissue. The timeline followed. The premise of the prosecution's case remained that Lundy could have driven from Petone to Palmerston North, murdered his wife and daughter, and then driven back to Petone in the middle of the night in a manner that defied common sense. This time, however, the defense said that it wasn't only a stretch. There was no way. All of the prosecution's presumptions were questioned by them. What about the motivation, though? Why Lundy would murder his wife and daughter a few days after raising their life insurance payout was a question the defense sought to answer. It didn't add up, even though the prosecution claimed it was all about the debt. When there are simpler alternatives, why kill your family? Given that the insurance coverage had not yet taken effect, why would the indebted businessman go to such lengths? Not to mention the circus of the media. The public had become familiar with Mark Lundy's visage by the time of the retrial. The viewer had already seen enough of the funeral footage to make them sick, and the jurors was still troubled by the idea that he was a grieving father who might be pretending. They said that his dramatic reaction at the funeral was too much grief and had been the subject of lengthy analysis. Was it all an act, or was it real? It seemed to be a fight between perception and truth, as the defense portrayed Lundy as a victim of circumstance. Even if the scientific evidence was questionable, the prosecution held on to it. The defense, on the other hand, attempted to cast doubt on every single premise, including the timeline, the motive, and the forensic evidence, all while presenting a picture of a guy who had been falsely accused. The jury's verdict would ultimately depend on one point, though. Following all the arguments, expert testimony, and scientific disputes, was Mark Lundy indeed responsible for two heinous murders, or had the system failed him? Mark Lundy would be found guilty of killing his wife Christine and daughter Amber at the end of the retrial. This time, he was not saved by the disparities in the timing, the dubious forensic science, or the damaged public image. But the fight for the truth was far from ended. Although an appeal was promised by Lundy's attorneys, the final decision would not be made for years. Paul Peterson, Christine's brother, was the first person to reach the crime site in the hours after the horrific killings of Christine and Amber Lundy. This individual wasn't an investigator or a police officer, and everything about his presence looked out of balance in the icy calm of that moment, as if fate had put him in the middle of a storm that would rock his family's entire universe. Although it began as a typical day in Palmerston North, a peaceful town, Paul would remember that day for reasons that would follow him throughout his life. It started, oddly enough, with his sister calling. Despite Christine's assurance that they would talk about a family issue, Paul felt uneasy when he showed up at the Lundy residence to meet with her. A feeling of dread swept over him as he entered through the open front door. Then he discovered that Christine and Amber Lundy had been brutally robbed of their lives. Paul saw the finding as a moment that would never be able to be undone. There was no turning back once he stepped into that crime scene. He had entered a nightmare that would tear apart his family's fundamental existence. What was most noticeable, though, was the uncanny quiet that seemed to envelop him. Paul Peterson phoned the police right away after discovering the bodies, as anyone would. However, as detectives started piecing together the chronology, something didn't fit. In addition to being the first person to reach the residence, Paul had also found the bodies. The question was raised: was Paul complicit in the killings? Was he a guy gripped by the horror of what he had just discovered? Or was his calm manner in the aftermath an indication of guilt? The emergence of a disturbing pattern was immediately noticed by the police. In addition to being the first to find the dead, Paul's deeds and testimony played a crucial role in determining how the crime was told, but the way he described his discovery was a little unsettling. A cloud of suspicion hovered over Paul every time the pictures of him entering the house quietly, talking to the police, and then testifying at trial were shown back. Paul Peterson came under more scrutiny as the investigation went on. Paul Peterson was the quiet witness to all of this, remaining in the background while Mark Lundy was taken into custody and charged with killing his wife and daughter. However, many were unaware that Paul was starting to draw his own questions as a result of his own anguish. Had Paul remained too composed after the incident? His calm response to discovering the victims and his icy description of the crime scene were later questioned by some, who questioned whether this was the response of the murderers. Was it anything more sinister? Or was his cool-headedness a protection mechanism? Perhaps Paul Peterson knew more about his sister's and niece's deaths than he disclosed? The suspicion around Paul never really went away, even though he was never officially accused or connected to the crime. People in the neighborhood couldn't help but worry whether he had been too close to the crime, and some started to wonder if there was something crucial that the investigators had overlooked, like a detail in Paul's testimony or something he did before phoning the police. Ultimately, despite persistent suspicions, Paul Peterson was never prosecuted with his sister's and niece's deaths. Paul went back to being on the sidelines of the case, while the investigation shifted to heavily focus on Mark Lundy. Mark Lundy was acquitted in 2019, following years of court proceedings, when the Court of Appeal determined that the case against him had been essentially faulty. The brain tissue evidence, which had been one of the most important components of the prosecution's case, was declared untrustworthy by the court, which also decided that there was not enough evidence to warrant his conviction. It was also determined that the trial's timetable was riddled with errors and omissions that called into question the first conviction. The Court of Appeal determined that the conviction was unsafe, after the retrial revealed serious flaws in the case and fresh evidence that pointed to reasonable doubt. Lundy was consequently exonerated of all accusations. One thing is certain: even if the case has reached its legal conclusion, the truth is still elusive and just out of grasp. Is the murderer still among us, lurking in plain sight? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. These 6 women's strangled bodies were found in remote locations in Kansas City, Missouri, between 1977 and 1993. This is a whole distinct case, though, before you start assuming that it has to do with Anthony Sowell, the strangler from Cleveland, or Henry Wallace, the strangler from Charlotte, which we have already discussed. The truth was finally revealed by DNA research, but unlike the others, this murderer eluded justice for decades and continued to maintain his innocence despite being intimately connected to his victims. The story of seemingly innocuous individuals who turn out to be cold-blooded serial killers is one that we have heard repeatedly. One thing emerges from covering so many cases: the majority of these murderers preyed on women who were at risk. Why? Because they were aware of the grim reality even then. The police would not be concerned if a woman disappeared. And this instance is a terrifying illustration of just that. It all began with 17-year-old Stacey L. Swafford, who had fled her home and was attempting to make ends meet on the streets of Kansas City. On April 17, 1977, her body was discovered face down in an empty lot. Her strangulation was confirmed by an autopsy. Georgine Swafford, her mother, never really healed from the loss and died of alcohol poisoning, clinging to the hope that she would finally see her daughter again in heaven. Then followed Gwendolyn Kazine, who was only 15 years old and the youngest victim. On January 23, 1980, her body was discovered with wire wrapped around her wrists and neck, left behind in a building. Although he hadn't seen her in more than a week, her father had reported her missing just the day before. She had been working as a prostitute. Like the others, she died from strangulation. Another 17-year-old girl, Margaret J. Miller, was discovered in an open field on May 9, 1982, by a teenage guy who was on his way to his grandmother's home. When police discovered her, some of her possessions were gone, and she'd been working on Troost Avenue. The death was caused by strangling. Catherine M. Berry was not like the others. She was battling mental illness following the birth of her third child, not a sex worker. She took rides from random people while living on the streets. Her body was found in an abandoned structure on March 14, 1986, with a nylon stocking around her neck and covered in leaves. She had been strangled as well. 23-year-old single mother Naomi M. Kelly was attempting to change her life. She had been raising 2 kids and studying business when she was discovered in a dilapidated park on August 16, 1986, with a towel tied around her face and neck. Strangulation was verified by her autopsy. With the exception of her pink socks, Deborah Sue Blevins, 32, was discovered nude. She became addicted to drugs, and on November 27, 1986, her body was discarded in front of a church. She left behind a daughter who was 9 years old. The death was caused by strangling. On April 17, 1987, Ann Barnes was 36 years old when her body was found close to downtown Kansas City, precisely 10 years after the discovery of Stacey L. Swafford. In addition to prostitution, she had worked as an exotic dancer and housekeeper. She had been strangled like the rest. On June 9, 1987, Kelly A. Ford was discovered in Roanoke Park at the age of just 20. After graduating from high school, she had relocated to Kansas City in the hopes of a better life, but she was also strangled and abandoned. On September 12, 1987, 19-year-old Angela Mayhew was found face down on the side of the road. Police eventually discovered hairs on her sweater that linked her murder to the others, proving that she had been strangled. On November 3, 1987, 36-year-old Sheila Ingold was discovered inside a van outside an auto repair shop. Her rings were gone, and strangling was once again the cause of death. On December 19, 1987, 30-year-old Carmeline Renee Hibbs was discovered in a parking lot. Like so many others, she had been strangled and abandoned. On January 11, 1993, 29-year-old Connie Lean Luther was discovered laying on a snowdrift. She had a shoelace around her neck. She had been reared by a single mother who had died the previous year, along with 5 other children. Women were showing up one by one, being beaten, strangled, and abandoned. No one was able to piece together the patterns that were screaming at the police. You have no idea how many more victims there were, if you believe that to be the worst of it. The aspect that will really enrage you, though, is that the offender was arrested for assault several times and was always released. These ladies may still be alive today if the system had performed its function, but it failed. And the man responsible for this nightmare, the trash collector Trangler, Lorenzo Gilliard. Gilliard. What's more frightening is that Lorenzo Gilliard wasn't some eerie figure who lurked in the darkness. A diligent garbage truck driver who worked his way up to management, a man with a good job, a cheerful smile, and coworkers who vowed he was one of the nicest people around, he was, in fact, the last person you would suspect. And that's the scary thing, since history has repeatedly shown that the most dangerous killers aren't the ones who lurk in the shadow. The ones that are hiding in plain sight are them. Lorenzo was one of 5 kids born and reared in Kansas City, Missouri. His violent personality was evident at school, even as a young child. He participated in sports with his brothers, but he wasn't limited to using his strength on the field. His size made him terrifying. He was known for harassing younger children. He dropped out of school before he even made it to the 10th grade because of his lack of self-discipline, subpar grades, and frequent absences. He met Rena Hill, a young woman in the middle of the 1960s, and they soon became a pair. When Rena became pregnant, their relationship took a serious turn, and they were married on November 20, 1968. However, getting married didn't make Lorenzo any less vicious. Rather, he became more involved in criminal activity and started acting in ways that were unsettling to women. He was arrested for assaulting and inappropriately molesting a girl he knew in January 1969. He was freed, nevertheless, following what the police referred to as a reconciliation arrangement, in which Lorenzo apologized and the victim withdrew her allegation. However, an apology would not prevent him from hurting additional women. His family history was equally unsettling, which only added to the horror. Lorenzo Gilliard Sr., his own father, was found guilty of rape in 1970. 2 years later, Lorenzo Jr. got into problems once more, this time for assaulting and sexually abusing a lady. Claiming he had choked her unconscious, she courageously recognized him in a police lineup. However, the authorities withdrew the accusations after determining that her testimony was insufficient. Letting him go was the one choice that proved to be disastrous. In 1973, Lorenzo's violent tendencies were ruining his own house in addition to frightening visitors. He was arrested that year for the physical and sexual abuse of his wife, who courageously told the authorities that he had been mistreating her throughout their marriage. However, justice was nowhere to be found when a black woman was the victim. As was to be expected, Lorenzo left with a fine and a divorce, rather than actual repercussions, such as jail time or a permanent sentence. Then he was free to repeat the entire process. This individual was absolutely disgusting. He not only mistreated his wife, but he also acted aggressively against other women in public. To make matters worse, the cops did nothing at all. He was then taken into custody once more in February 1974, this time for assaulting a 25-year-old exotic dancer. She recognized him in a lineup, but like before, a purported reconciliation deal miraculously dismissed the accusations. 5 months later, he repeated the action. He targeted a 13-year-old girl this time, a youngster. He attacked her close to the Missouri River. She was a friend's daughter. However, the accusations were dismissed once more after the girl made a revision to her story. Let it sink in. A 13-year-old was hurt by a fully grown guy, and he was still allowed to go free. But this time, if you can call it that, he received a small amount of punishment. He received a 9-month jail sentence after being found guilty of engaging in an illegal behavior with a child. Less than a year, 9 months, not even long enough for his name to be forgotten. In some way, he remarried after all of this. Naturally, though, that was short-lived. He was violent, abusive, and dangerous, and his second wife left him for the same reasons as his first. He then got married a third time in the late 1970s. Is it not unbelievable? Despite his bad deeds, he was still able to persuade another woman that he was worthy of marriage. He resumed his work in 1979. He assaulted a young couple this time, threatening to kill the woman's fiancé. He was recognized by both victims as their assailant. Nevertheless, a jury acquitted him at his trial in September 1980 for lack of evidence. He was arrested for serious abuse against his third wife a few months later. And you know what? A fee and another divorce is just another absurd punishment. That's all. Once more, he wandered freely. Then, in 1981, the situation reached a completely new and terrifying level. He assaulted his former spouse twice. He knocked out her front teeth the first time. He used an ice pick to stab her in the hand the second time. They must have finally locked him up at this point, correct? False. He was released on probation after being charged with third-degree assault. Then, in 1991, he was jailed again, this time for stealing, but he was released the following spring after posting $3,500, 0 cents bail. He was ultimately sentenced to 4 years in prison for breaking his probation, not for his violent past offenses, his mistreatment of women, or his assault of a kid. Imagine that. Despite all the women he harmed and the lives he shattered, it was only a probation violation, not the blood on his hands or the years of trauma he caused, that ultimately led to his imprisonment. Another twist in this terrifying tale is that Patricia Dixon, his sister, was as lethal. She was given an 11-year prison sentence in 1983 after being found guilty of killing a client while working as a prostitute. Following his release from prison on January 10, 1983, Lorenzo was arrested for making bomb threats in Wyandotte County, Kansas, and was subsequently sent back in jail. However, like with all other instances, his incarceration was brief. He was back on the streets by the end of 1985, free to carry on with his life as usual. He was hired as a garbage man at Deffenbaugh Disposal Service in January 1986, where his father was employed in the maintenance division. He appeared to be a typical man with a typical job leading a typical life. However, Lorenzo's past was not forgotten at all. He was taken into custody and questioned on December 23, 1987, as a possible suspect in the murder of Sheila Ingold, age 36. As before, there was insufficient proof to keep him in jail, so he was released after the police collected a sample of his blood in the hopes that it might link him to the crime. Even after his fourth marriage in 1991, he was still able to persuade ladies that he was a good man. In addition, he was elevated to the position of supervisor, which allowed him to oversee several waste disposal crews in various Kansas City locations. However, even for people who believe they are untouchable, karma has a way of catching up with them. Lorenzo was accused of sexual harassment by a neighbor who went to the police in July 1996. According to her, the harassment began in September 1995 and lasted for about a year. However, no charges were filed against him, even after she came forward. As a result, she was forced to depart. When law enforcement declined to assist her, she was forced to relocate and uproot her life. When justice fails, victims have no choice but to save themselves. That is the truth of the world we live in. Then, however, an odd thing occurred. Lorenzo appeared to become silent. Since 1993, his name has not been associated with any documented crimes. People who knew him started talking about him favorably, as though his history had been cleared out in some way. That is, until 2001, when the Kansas City Police Department was awarded a federal grant worth millions of dollars to use modern DNA technology to re-examine cold cases. The truth eventually came to light at that point. When Lorenzo's blood sample from 1987 was analyzed again, there was no getting away with it this time. Sheila Ingold, whom Lorenzo Gilliard had been suspected of killing years before, was one of 6 women whose killings he was definitively connected to. That wasn't all, though. He was implicated in 6 further killings based on circumstantial evidence, making a minimum of 12 victims. The ladies he killed, all between the ages of 15 and 36, had been strangled with wire, shoelaces, or nylon stockings. Their remains were thrown out like garbage in parking lots, fields, vans, abandoned buildings, landfills, and snowdrifts. Nevertheless, no one had hurried to resolve their cases, in spite of the pattern and the astronomical number of victims. The fact that a serial killer was pursuing women in Kansas City had gone unnoticed. Why? Due to the fact that the majority of his victims were sex workers, women whose society had already rejected them. The news hardly mentioned their deaths. Their cases were dismissed. No national media attention, no public outcry, simply another woman discovered dead in a dump, hardly more than a historical footnote. There were more women whose lives ended in the same ruthless manner, abandoned as though they had no significance. In addition to the ladies we already know Lorenzo Gilliard killed, more victims were suspected by investigators, but not all of their identities were revealed. Then, on June 23, 2006, a breakthrough occurred. Gilliard was connected to another murder by DNA research. 26-year-old Austrian immigrant Helga Kruger came to America in search of a better life. Rather, she met a horrible and brutal end in February 1989. It was found that she had strangled herself with a towel. The uncanny parallels between her death and the others created a terrifying image, almost like a ritual. The true tragedy, however, is that no one made the connection for years. Because they were viewed as expendable, these women were forgotten. They weren't well known, they weren't rich, and many of them didn't have relatives who were actively looking for them. A few were not even listed as missing. For a man such as Lorenzo Gilliard, these ladies were ideal prey because they were social outcasts. And Gilliard's luck didn't run out until January 2007. Prosecutors made an agreement with his lawyer. The death sentence would no longer be an option if he consented to give up his right to a jury trial. Although it was a last-ditch effort, it gave him the best opportunity of escaping the worst punishment possible. The prosecution's case was based on DNA evidence that connected Gilliard to the murders, and the trial started on March 5th. There was no denying the evidence. He was at the scene of the killings since his DNA was discovered on several women. He never broke, though. All of the victims shared the trait of being discovered in remote areas. All of them were strangled. They all appeared to be having difficulty. Nearly all of them had experienced sexual assault, and they were all missing their shoes. It was a signature, a distinct pattern, and it led directly to Gilliard. Even when presented with forensic evidence, he continued to deny any wrongdoing. "I never met the victims," he insisted. However, how can you maintain your innocence when all of the prostitutes you have slept with die and your DNA is discovered on their bodies just before they are killed? Its haughtiness is astounding. Perhaps he believed that, like he had done for decades, he could talk his way out of it. Perhaps he believed that these women would be let down by the legal system one final time. His lies, however, were insufficient this time. At last, his luck had run out. On March 17, 2007, 12 days later, Lorenzo Gilliard was found guilty of 6 murders and given a life sentence without the chance of release. He was convicted of the murders of Carmeline Hibbs, Sheila Ingold, Ann Barnes, Kelly Ford, Catherine Berry, and Naomi M. Kelly. Even though there was evidence that connected him to other killings, he was not found guilty in some of them because they could not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. But everyone understood the truth. Whether or not the courts acknowledged it, more than 6 ladies had been murdered by this man. Despite being one of Missouri's most prolific serial murders, almost anyone ever mentions him. Then, in a televised jail interview in 2018, British journalist Piers Morgan challenged Gilliard, bringing him back into the public eye. Morgan wasted no time chit-chatting. He asked him directly if he believed that people were foolish enough to accept his denials. Gilliard's calm was broken by the inquiry, and rather than respond, he tore off his microphone and hurried away. Despite receiving several life terms and being in his 70s, he still denies what he did. He continues to hold on to the falsehoods that gave him the opportunity to kill for so long. This story serves as a harsh reminder of the ease with which certain victims are disregarded. Because these women were forgotten in death and abandoned in life, it is crucial to remember them, to mention their names, and to keep their tales alive. Because if we don't, murderers like Lorenzo Gilliard will have what they desire. Victims who have been erased, issues that remain unanswered, and the satisfaction that no one cared enough to pursue justice. I'd like to know what you think about this now. Do you believe that the police were careless in repeatedly allowing Gilliard to walk free? Should they have apprehended him earlier? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Some people never woke up from the nightmare that was Los Angeles, even though it was the city of dreams. Black women disappeared in South Central's forgotten areas, only to be discovered abandoned like rubbish in alleyways. The news hardly hit the front page. The killer was slow, strategic, moving undetected and in plain sight while the cops paused. Then, suddenly, the murders ceased. The streets fell silent once more, for more than 10 years. No more headlines, no more bodies. The predator seemed to have just vanished. Monsters, however, don't simply quit, do they? Because he returned years after everyone had given up searching. In South Los Angeles, the bodies continued coming up, stabbed, strangled, and dumped like yesterday's garbage. As headlines focused on the rich victims of Richard Ramirez, commonly known as the Night Stalker, who had haunted California for nearly a year, the authorities ignored the fact that something was amiss, that someone was out there targeting women. South Central women were forgotten. No task force was organized overnight, and there was no citywide fear. These were low-income black women who were either drug addicts or sex workers. Their fate had already been determined by society. The killings persisted, despite demonstrations calling for action outside LAPD headquarters. There were too many victims and too many killers, and the case had become confused by 1986. The investigations soon faded into silence as the so-called Southside Slayer Task Force started to dwindle. The city went on. For years, a nameless predator that the city hardly acknowledged was held responsible for the killings in South Los Angeles. However, detectives started to grasp the unthinkable as they tried to make sense of the dead that were accumulating. One individual did not do this alone. Too many victims, too many patterns. It was terrible. The story of the Southside Slayer was a convenient way to describe an issue that no one wanted to deal with. In actuality, however, there were other murderers who preyed on the same forgotten women while hiding in the same hunting areas. Some vanished into the background, while others were captured. A sea of indifference drowned out their deeds. And one of them was hiding right in front of everyone. He was a father, a husband, and a former city worker. He helped fix automobiles on his block, joked around at backyard barbecues, and shared beers with his neighbors. He was just Lonnie to those who knew him. However, underneath the exterior was a man who concealed his horror behind a facade of normalcy. And you know what those who are consumed by an insatiable desire for power do? They prey on the weak and the most vulnerable members of society. He had always been dark. For decades it had been present. When Franklin and two other service members were stationed in Stuttgart, West Germany in 1974, they deceived a 17-year-old girl into getting into their vehicle. She believed she was doing them a favor. Rather, they transported her to a far-off place and made her endure a terrible experience that she would never forget. She was attacked by them for hours, but Franklin erred in judgment. Thinking fast, the girl asked for his phone number while seeming as though she was interested in him. Overconfident and haughty, Franklin handed it to her. His arrest resulted from that one mistake. He served time for the offense and was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army in 1975, but he continued where he left off, back in South Central Los Angeles. Arrests for theft, assault, and battery ensued. He was incarcerated, but not long enough. Each time, he reintegrated into society as if nothing had occurred. Furthermore, Lonnie Franklin Jr. had opportunity outside of a jail cell, which was even more perilous than freedom. Los Angeles was rife with crime, addiction, and citizen neglect by the 1,980 SCAs. Many women were left vulnerable, particularly those who were already dealing with poverty or substance abuse, and entire communities were suffering. A few vanished. Later, some were discovered dumped in vacant areas and alleys. Many, however, were just never seen again. Authorities paid little attention even then. There were no pressing alerts or unrelenting inquiries. For them, these were merely regrettable figures in a city already rife with bloodshed. However, Franklin took note, and he made the most of it under the shadow of a chaotic city. He lived a normal life during the day and gave in to his deepest desires at night, continuing to be the monster he was for years. He was an amiable neighbor, a mechanic, a husband, and a father. Nobody had any suspicions. However, the world would finally learn the truth about Lonnie Franklin Jr., and they would be appalled. Fear had descended like a dense, oppressive fog over south-central Los Angeles by the mid-1000s, 9000 ADS. Black women, underprivileged women, and women who seemed to be uncared for were all going extinct. Later, their lives were forgotten without even making the news, and their bodies were discovered in abandoned lots, alleys, and dumpsters. The streets were filled with whispers. One of them was a murderer. A faceless predator known to the authorities as the South Side Slayer is thought to have committed at least 13 murders between 1983 and 1985. Women who had fallen between the cracks of society were the victims. Many were struggling with addiction, and many were compelled to engage in sex work in order to make ends meet. The crimes were referred to in the newspapers as the Strawberry Murders, after the colloquial phrase for women who traded drugs for sex. However, until September 1985, the LAPD strategy lacked urgency, citywide warnings, and a focused task force. The LAPD eventually acknowledged what the community had known for years, that someone was chasing women in South Central. During a press conference at that point, they begged for assistance. They said they will look into it. However, it was too little too late for many. Margaret Prescott was the most irate person. Week after week, she and other activists gathered outside police headquarters to call for action. They criticized the department for not alerting the public sooner. They drew attention to the blatantly unfair distinction between this case and the one involving Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, that was widely reported. Everything was involved in that investigation: manhunts, news conferences, and an abundance of resources. The police went to great lengths to find Ramirez, who was terrorizing affluent white areas. However, the victims in South Central were not wealthy, they weren't Caucasian. And it meant they didn't matter, based on what Prescott said, and rightly so, about the authorities. By January 1986, there were 15 bodies. Pressure mounted on the LAPD. The case was given to more detectives. The agency established what they named the South Side Slayer Task Force, presently collaborating with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Agency, LASD. It sounded good. It sounded grave. However, no arrests were made, and no significant progress was made. As a result, Prescott and her team decided to take action. The Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders was the new name they adopted to formally represent their work. They compelled the Los Angeles City Council to double the reward for information from $10,000, 0 cents, to $25,000, 0 cents in March 1986. They didn't let up. They had no intention of forgetting these women. Then, however, something altered. There was conflicting evidence. It took more than one individual to come up with the designs and techniques. One serial killer had been pursued by the police for years. They now understood how much awful the truth was. In South Central, there were multiple predators. 4, possibly even more. Suddenly, the LAPD faced a more serious issue. All of a sudden, a network of serial killers overlapped, using the same hunting grounds and preying on the same vulnerable people. The South Side Slayer Task Force began to disintegrate by the end of 1986. Millions were being spent by the city on an investigation that had no conclusive results. Additionally, the task force was reduced by the next year. The stream of hints had slowed. Leads were not moving. One of the task force commanders, Lieutenant John Zorn, acknowledged it. At this stage, the flow of clues is virtually non-existent. In other words, the cops were given up. The murderers were still at large. And he was watching Lonnie Franklin Jr., the worst of all. He waited. And that monstrosity was only beginning. The killings in South Central had been ignored for years. There were no answers, no cold cases, and no victims. The quiet of law enforcement was deafening, even when the streets of Los Angeles were still screaming with rage. But a breakthrough broke the hush in May 2007. A few years later, Janisha Peters, a 25-year-old woman, was discovered dead. A startling revelation was found by detectives after running the DNA evidence. At least 11 additional unsolved homicides from 1985 shared a DNA profile with her perpetrator. This was a single man, but the Southside Slayer was a group of people. A covert task force known as the 800 Task Force was established by the LAPD in the same year. The robbery homicide unit's 6 investigators worked in quiet. Not only were they looking into a serial killer, but they were also looking into a ghost, someone who was invisible but whose evil was still plaguing the people of Los Angeles. Because this predator had remained undiscovered for more than 20 years, they believed that he was no longer killing. The murderer had disappeared, only to resurface 22 years later. 4 months later, the secret was revealed. The story was exposed by LA Weekly investigative writer Christine Pellicek. She revealed the existence of the task force, the link between the new murder and the old one found in the DNA, and, most damning of all, the silence. Police Chief William Braden and Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa had remained silent. There was no public warning, no news announcement, and no admission that a serial killer had been prowling their neighborhoods for more than 20 years. Additionally, some families learned the facts for the first time from the LA Weekly piece. Their daughters had not simply vanished. Years earlier, they had been brutally slain. The pressure was increasing by September 2008. At last, representatives from Los Angeles came forward with a $500,000 0 reward for information on the murderer. The public still didn't know much, though. There was mystery in the case. The case was then highlighted on America's Most Wanted on November 1, 2008. Now there were more eyes on the case, increased pressure, more inquiries. At last, Chief Bratton gave a press conference in February 2009. He named the murderer the Grim Sleeper, a moniker LA Weekly came up with. Why? Because the majority of serial killers don't do what this murderer did. At least it appeared that he had stopped. Between 1988 and 2002, there were no known homicides, no bodies connected to his DNA, and no hints. He was gone. Then he struck once more in 2002. That wasn't all, though. A 911 call from the 1980s was also made public by Bratton. Police had been contacted by a witness who said he had saw a man disposing of a body. He described everything in great detail, including the van's license plate number, which was associated with the now-closed Cosmopolitan Church. The Grim Sleeper was still at large despite the proof being there for decades. Pellicek then managed to interview the sole survivor. In March 2009, Inetra Washington was her name. She characterized him as a nice, tidy, somewhat geeky black man in his early 30s. He was dressed in khaki pants and a black polo shirt. He did not appear to be a monster. She had seen his face, though. She had survived the ordeal of being in his vehicle. The LAPD was finally getting close after decades of silence. At last, the Grim Sleeper's history was coming up with him, and he would not vanish this time. The fact that the police already knew his name was the scariest aspect. They simply were unaware of it. Franklin was convicted of a felony in 2003 and given a 3-year supervised probationary period, which would have been an ideal time to get his DNA, but it never happened. A year later, California approved Proposition 69, which significantly expanded the state's database by mandating DNA samples from all criminals and those arrested for specific felonies. Franklin's was not one of the thousands of samples that were gathered. Probation staff neglected to get DNA samples from individuals on unsupervised probation between November 2004 and August 2005. They were overburdened with both labor and resources. And the Grim Sleeper remained buried in that small gap. The LAPD had DNA from several crime locations by 2010. Their killer's genetic fingerprint was known to them. However, there was no match when they ran it through the system. However, they later experimented with family DNA analysis. They sought for relatives, someone in the database who shared enough genetic markers to be closely linked to the murderer, rather than a perfect match. They discovered Christopher Franklin at that point. In 2008, Christopher, the son of Lonnie Franklin, was found guilty of a felony firearms offense. The DNA was near enough to identify his father, even though he was too young to be the murderer. They now required evidence. Franklin was dining at a restaurant when an undercover policeman was dispatched there. His task was to obtain the DNA of the murderer. He pretended to be a server, and surreptitiously gathered up everything Franklin came into contact with, including plates, cutlery, and a pizza crust. They conducted the tests back at the lab, and this time there was no question. It was him. The murderer was Lonnie Franklin. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was taken into custody on July 7, 2010. He was accused of 10 murders, 1 attempted murder, and a special circumstance allegation for numerous homicides by the Office of the Los Angeles County District Attorney. However, the misery didn't end there, since investigators discovered something much worse than they had anticipated when they searched his house. Police discovered 180 pictures of women in Franklin's home, some of them smiling, some of them terrified, and some of them unconscious. And that was only the start. There were hundreds of hours of video and more than 1,000 photos of women of all ages, including teenagers, middle-aged women, and even older ladies. Many of them were naked, poised, and vulnerable, and the majority were black. A few of them vanished from view. Whether they were survivors or victims was unknown to the LAPD. Chief Charlie Beck then said something horrifying. "We know this, but we don't even know if they are victims. There were nearly a dozen verified murder victims during Lonnie Franklin's more than 2-decade reign of evil. We must conduct additional research." Desperate to identify the women before it was too late, the authorities made the photos public. Then, in November 2011, there was yet another shocking discovery. After going over hundreds of old case files, detectives came to a sobering conclusion. They thought Franklin was behind at least 6 more killings. In 2005, the bodies of 2 missing ladies had never been located. 2 more had been killed during that enigmatic 14-year period between 1988 and 2002, when everyone believed the grim sleeper had gone dormant. And 2 more had been found, in the 1,980. He'd never stopped, though, so there was no question now. He had recently improved his concealment skills. On February 16, 2016, Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s trial finally got underway after years of postponements. The families of the victims would now finally hear the facts presented in court, after a protracted quest for justice. The prosecution made their case for about 3 months. The concluding arguments then started on May 2. The jury began deliberating 2 days later. They didn't take long. They were found guilty on all counts on May 5, which was only a day and a half later. Prosecutors made yet another shocking revelation during the sentencing hearing a week later. They thought there were 4 more women, even more victims. Franklin was now suspected of killing Rolina Morris, Georgia Mae Thomas, Inez Warren, and Sharon Alicia Dismuke. On January 15, 1984, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was discovered dead in South Park, Los Angeles, at the age of just 21. Nobody at the time connected the grim sleeper to her murder. Investigators didn't notice the strange parallels until decades after Franklin's arrest. The manner in which she was murdered and the manner in which her body was abandoned. Everything was in line with his signature. Inez Elizabeth Warren came next. On August 15, 1988, she was shot while she was 28 years old. When first responders discovered her in an alley in Gramercy Park, Los Angeles, she was still alive, but it was already too late when she got to the hospital. She was first not seen as a grim sleeper victim, just like Sharon. After Franklin was apprehended, investigators took another look, which changed everything. Alicia Monique Alexander was only 18 years old. Her entire life was still to come. However, that future was taken on September 11, 1988. Another young life was brutally taken when her body was discovered discarded in an alley close to 43rd Avenue and Western Avenue in Vermont Square, Los Angeles. Georgia Mae Thomas was unique. Years later, when the grim sleeper was purportedly asleep and inactive, she was murdered. She was shot and left for dead in South Park, Los Angeles, on December 28, 2000. And until Franklin's trial compelled investigators to re-examine her death, her case remained unresolved, just like the others. There was Rolinea Adele Morris after that. On September 10, 2005, Jane disappeared at the age of 31. Her last sighting was close to the 9000 block of Southwestern Avenue in Los Angeles. Franklin possessed her Nevada driver's license, but she was never located. Even more unsettling are two sexual pictures of her that are hidden in his garage, among hundreds of other pictures. It was the last piece of proof linking his decades-long reign of terror to her disappearance. These women were more than a collection of names. They were friends, sisters, and daughters. Additionally, their cases were disregarded for much too long. Too many years passed before their killer was apprehended. However, there was no more hiding after the truth. Only after his arrest had investigators pieced together their ties to him, but their cases were not presented during the trial. Prosecutors were concerned that including them would make the proceedings take even longer. The jury's verdict was rendered on June 6, 2016. Lonnie Franklin Jr. received a death sentence. On August 10, 2 months later, the judge formally announced his conviction by reading out the names of all the victims he had been found guilty of killing. Franklin suddenly met an untimely end just as it appeared that justice had been done. He was discovered dead in his cell on March 28, 2020, with no visible injuries. The public was not given an official reason of death. The grim sleeper vanished in an instant, carrying with him whatever secrets he had kept in his bosom while he awaited his demise. It's difficult to pinpoint Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s exact murderous beginnings. According to the prosecution, Sharon Alicia DeSmoke was his first victim in January 1984. However, Deborah Jackson's murder in August 1985 was the first murder they could verify. Like she never existed, she was shot and left to lie on the streets. After that, nothing existed for years. No dead, no reports, no trace. It was as though the murderer had disappeared. Was he simply becoming more adept at concealing his crimes, or did he actually stop? For decades, investigators would be plagued by that question. In actuality, though, he never slept at all. Simply put, they hadn't yet located everyone. 2007 saw the death of his final known victim. By that time, a horrifying trend had become apparent. Nearly all of them were black women, many of whom worked as prostitutes. They were easy pickings, women who were already disregarded by society. Franklin was aware of that. Additionally, he exploited it. In the vicinity of downtown Los Angeles, the bodies were consistently discovered outdoors, discarded in alleys, and allowed to decay. And the same weapon, a .25 caliber handgun, was used each and every time. What was the actual number of women killed by the grim sleeper? We might never be able to adequately answer that question. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how one choice, one accident, and all you knew and loved can suddenly turn life into a nightmare? I'll tell you about a day that began normally but ended in a way that nobody could have foreseen. Consider this. At 3 in the morning, the doorbell rings. You expect to see a neighbor or perhaps a courier who has the wrong address, but instead you see the man you believed was forever gone from your life. The air in the room is suddenly heavy, his hands are clenched into fists, and his eyes are filled with anger. What are you doing? Will you freeze, knowing that this is your final error, or will you scream and flee? Alina Shiket's journey started when she came to the conclusion that love shouldn't be painful. She moved on from everything, but when he returned, everyone who knew her was shocked by what transpired. In 1997, Alina Shiket was born in Russia. When she was 7 years old, she and her family relocated to Pennsylvania in the United States. She was a lively and curious youngster from birth. She picked up English fast and developed an interest in science and the arts in school. She was regarded as a gifted and driven young woman who consistently pursued her objectives. Her responsiveness and friendliness were her defining traits. She frequently assisted her peers and took part in charitable activities. Alina enrolled in the University of Pittsburgh to study biology after graduating from high school. She was motivated to work hard and study because she wanted to become a doctor. Alina was well liked by her classmates and numerous friends, who characterized her as a cheerful individual who was always willing to offer guidance and support. She stood out from her friends because of her kindness and quest for fairness. Alina's pride and support came from her family, particularly from her parents, Ian and Ellie. She was the focal point of their lives as an only child. They had a close relationship and frequently spent time together, traveling and helping her with everything. The Shakettes had never experienced such worry as they did in October 2017. 20-year-old Alina's parents, Ian and Ellie, had become used to her incessant texts and phone calls. Their kid was always in contact, particularly when they shared plans. However, the quiet that's surrounding their house on this particular day took on a new, ominous color. Even the morning before they were to be brought together for a significant occasion, the annual charity marathon in which they took part, Alina had just vanished from view. They were passionate about the breast cancer campaign, and Alina was constantly at the center of these gatherings. She had a genuine and profound compassion for people. She seemed to find power in helping others, as though she were attempting to shield her family from the dangers of the outside world. But she didn't arrive that morning. There were no missed calls or messages. Every minute seemed like an unending torment. Unable to control the mounting worry that was coursing through her body, Ellie was always scrolling through her phone. The automobile seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, and Jan, who was seated behind the wheel, tried to maintain composure, but his quivering hands and fixated gaze revealed his growing concern. They were on their way to Alina's apartment rental on the University of Pittsburgh campus. Long hours of waiting for something unthinkably awful grew out of what should have been a 30-minute drive. Without even looking back at her husband and their dog, who were silently staying in the car, Ellie hurried to the home. As though it were trying to escape, her heart thumped in her chest. She pressed the doorbell quickly, her hands shaking. The few seconds of waiting seemed to drag on forever. The house was so quiet that it seemed as though the walls were closing in on you. When Ellie and Jan arrived at their daughter's house, the usual warmth and noises of life were vanished, leaving behind the icy silence of unsolved problems. Even the air seemed to have become heavier, as if the whole world had frozen in expectation of something terrible. To make one final call to Alina, Ellie took out her phone once more. The lengthy rings rang in her heart, each one piercing it more deeply like shattered strands of hope. Nobody could have predicted that a seemingly normal morning would become the Shikette family's greatest nightmare. Ellie had been frantically attempting to contact her daughter just 30 minutes prior. She was now standing in front of Alina's locked door. The dull sound of her fists hitting the wood echoed throughout the house, but there was only quiet in answer. Her voice wavered and erupted into a cry as she called her daughter's name once more, but she received no answer at that very moment. Something inside her broke. Realizing that things had gotten out of hand, they panicked. Ellie called out for Jan. Fear gave him the strength to act, and he rushed into the house. He was aware that time was running out, an excruciating length of empty minutes every second. The sensation of approaching doom intensified with each blow to the door. The door finally gave way, opening with a jarring noise that allowed them to enter a scene they were neither ready for. Alina's neighbor, Zach, had been observing from the stairwell. All of a sudden, he felt alienated from this tragedy that was developing. The only reason he took the automatic step back was to protect himself from the horror that was suddenly leaking out of the still room. Ellie and Jan were met with a quiet that was no longer able to conceal what had transpired as soon as the door opened. Like a scene from a nightmare, the room was covered in dark stains. The walls and floor were marked by something unimaginable, as though the blackness had engulfed the light itself. At first glance, parents were unable to recognize their own daughter because of the horrifying sight of Alina's face. Ellie's voice broke the stillness and echoed through the home, causing the walls to vibrate as she yelled. Unable to comprehend the horror before him, Jan stood next to her, motionless. Nothing seemed to be able to return the world to normal at that point. It looked to have stopped. The dog added to the pandemonium that had taken over the house by barking hysterically when it sensed its owner's worry. It was as if an unbreakable darkness had engulfed the entire area. Jan eventually moved forward, but his legs were trembling as Ellie continued to scream. He was at a loss for what to do. The terror that had infiltrated their home left no one knowing how to handle it. When Zach heard the cries, he summoned up the bravery to go into the room. He hesitated to go through the doorway, knowing that what had transpired would permanently alter the course of this family's life. Alina lay on the floor in front of him. Her body was stretched out as though she had struggled for her life and defended herself until the end. as like something or someone had stolen not just her life but also her identity. Half of her face was utterly deformed. With a start, Zach reached for his phone and dialed 911. His fingers were shaking as though the air had grown heavy and thick. The silence of the Saturday morning was soon broken by the sound of sirens. The fictitious quiet of the neighborhood was broken by the sound of sirens that were getting louder in the distance and filling the now empty streets. The paramedics, solemn and determined, hurried to the door as the ambulance screamed to a stop in front of the house. Every second felt hostile as their footsteps reverberated through the strange and chilly house. Ellie, who was still motionless at the entrance, welcomed the paramedics with a face that immediately made them realize that this woman would never be the same. She could hardly guide her trembling hands toward the room. As they passed the paramedics entering the darkened room, Jan, still mute and overcome, watched from the door. The gloomy scene is made even more intense by the draperies, which hardly let any light in. They dropped to their knees next to Elena's body. Everything moved swiftly, almost robotically, as they looked at each other and checked for a pulse. Time seemed to slow down for Jan and Ellie, even if it only took a few seconds. Their entire world fell apart as one of the paramedics shook his head. Ellie lost it, as though attempting to go back in time and bring her daughter back. She collapsed to her knees and let out a scream. Shock nearly paralyzed Jan. He did what he could. Even though he no longer felt like he had a firm foundation beneath him, he tried to keep his wife on the ground by embracing her. For a little while longer, the paramedics stayed in the room, getting ready to declare the death formally. However, that revelation felt like a sentence to Ellie and Jan, a blow from which they would never fully recover. Neighbors turned to watch as the roadway was illuminated by blue and red police lights. A group of people started to assemble, some of them muttering, some looking around anxiously, and some taking out their phones to take pictures. Alina Shiket's home was already surrounded by barriers and cop cars, and curious bystanders gazed at it, as if to protect the world from the terrible reality that awaited them inside the doors of that house. Officers with gloomy expressions were erecting barricades and gradually separating the crime scene from the rest of the city. The investigation was personally led by Police Chief Scott Schubert. He and a group of investigators carefully inspected the scene, taking pictures of me, a broken mirror, an overturned table, and every inch of the room. The haphazardly dispersed victims on the floor all indicated a frantic struggle. Alina died from multiple hits from a blunt object, the medical examiner's report stated. Every detail of this heinous act of aggression shouted rage, terror, and despair. It was not a calm crime of passion. Outside, rumors were circulating quickly. The throng was still expanding and the conversation was getting louder. While some had heard about her lover and others were aware of the tumultuous nature of their relationship, nobody could have foreseen how horribly it would end. A crime that would soon dominate conversations around the area had upended the customary tranquility of this suburban neighborhood. Matthew Darby, a young and talented basketball player and Alina's ex-boyfriend, was already a prime suspect in the police's eyes. Matthew's attractiveness with women was as well known as his performances on the collegiate court. He was always surrounded by prosperous, self-assured, and charming people, but beyond that polished facade, particularly with regard to Alina, were deeper, harmful impulses. Beginning at a Greensburg University, their friendship swiftly developed into a passionate romance, but jealousy and control gradually replaced the pleasure. After she moved to a different university, things began to shift. Alina made an effort to put her education first, make a fresh start, and break free from the toxic attachment. She ended the relationship, but Matthew was unable to cope. When Alina was gone from his life, his confidence collapsed, and his fury became overwhelming. On September 20, 2017, he began calling her non-stop and finally went too far. Hands shaking, Alina reported it to the police. Like a scene from a horror film, Matthew had climbed through a second-story window to break into her house. Even in her worst dreams, she couldn't have guessed that it was him. Yet she had heard someone scaling the drainpipe. With rage in his eyes, he stormed into her room and accused her of betraying him, ignoring his calls and leaving him. Roughly pushing her into the bed, his hands clamped down on her shoulders and squeezed her wrists until the bruises lasted for days. Feeling both relieved and afraid, she submitted the report, thinking she could finally stop him and that justice was on her side. She went to court with Jan and Ellie. Although the restraining order against Matthew seemed like a positive move, the courtroom tranquility was all too short. As the judge ordered his arrest, Jan and Ellie clutched her hands tightly. Alina's family believed that the horror that had plagued their daughter in recent months would come to an end when he was arrested for unlawful entry, but their dreams were quickly dashed. Alina was forced to confront her anxieties alone after Darby was released on $10,000 0 bail, a negligible amount in the legal system. Ellie and Jen were unaware that this would be the sign of impending doom. The house where they had sought solace became the scene of a tragedy a few days later. The oppressive feeling of dread that had pervaded the atmosphere for so long came to pass in the most terrible manner. Every action the detectives performed that day was tinged with the knowledge that crucial opportunities had been lost, and that Alina had not received the proper protection. Ellie had stopped crying as she stood behind the police tape. A mask of shock and disbelief froze her face. Jan held her hand as he stood by her. Alina's world never really left Matthew Darby. Every step she took was obscured by his shadow, which seemed to follow her. Zach, Alina's neighbor, subsequently acknowledged that he frequently witnessed Darby loitering outside her home. He felt like he belonged there. Zach recalled that he had been watching the catastrophe unfold without comprehending it, but he realized it too late. As if stalking Alina, he had witnessed Darby lurking in the shadows for hours on end, silently observing through the windows, never letting her leave his gaze. She blocked his number and changed passwords in an attempt to get away from him, but he always managed to get into her life. Once more, Matthew's jealousy was unquenchable, tearing apart anything that didn't comply with his demands like a ferocious animal. Zach once saw Darby yelling at Alina outside her windows in the middle of the night. There was mad jealousy and anger in his words. Every altercation seemed planned, and he became more vicious with each blow. Darby had taken over Alina's virtual world a month before to the catastrophe, hacking her accounts and removing likes she had given to other guys. The virtual world had to be exclusively his. Alina made an effort to establish limits with Virtue, but it wasn't enough, Matthew. Nobody was aware of what was going on behind closed doors on the evening of September 20. A weird sound, as if something had snapped, reached Zach's ears. He didn't give it much thought. In old houses, things break all the time. But then, there was a scream and a smashing bang. It was a terrified, despairing cry that broke through the night's silence. Zach was unsure of what to do. Hoping for a response, he posted a message to the house's group chat, but nothing came up. It felt as though time had stopped. Zach wouldn't find out until much later that Matthew Darby had already broken into the house and started attacking Alina while the neighbors were asleep. Alina's phone records, which had vanished from her residence following the crime, were being examined by police. The data showed that she had been frantically attempting to save herself by phoning for assistance between 4:15 and 4:55 a.m. Alina's phone was traced to Route 76 close to the village of Irwin, and the most recent contact was placed from Darby's number. It was an unanswered last call for assistance. Police received a statement from a cab driver who became involved in this gruesome case. Around 4:21 a.m., he claimed to have driven Darby to Oakland's Seal Street and Ward Street crossroads. Darby begged him to wait for a few minutes, but that quickly increased to 10, and then 10 more. The driver started to feel nervous, and he continued to experience fear. He eventually departed without his travel companion. Something was horribly off. The police kept reviewing the security footage in the meantime. They discovered video from a camera close to Alina's house that showed a man who looked like Matthew Darby strolling down the street while toting big black suitcases. Like a predator, he looked around warily, looking for a place to cover his tracks. The moment he came to a stop at a manhole cover was caught on camera. As though attempting to get rid of not only the evidence but also a piece of himself, his harshness and guilt, Darby carefully lowered the bags inside after lifting the lid. The case's main detective, Edward Fair, sent his team to the scene right away. There was no room for error on the part of the forensic investigator. After gently removing the manhole cover, they discovered a hammer and 2 knives within, all of which were smeared with dried blood. There were fragments of skin and hair on the hammer. Everyone working on the investigation was profoundly impacted by this revelation, which served as a silent testimonial to the ruthless and untamed aggression. The identification of the material would confirm the worst, and now everything depended on the forensic analysis. The system, which ought to have shielded Alina, failed her with every new fact. Only a trail of agony and misery remained after Matthew Darby had disappeared, as if vanishing into thin air. The police had enough proof to take action, even though they knew they wouldn't have much time to apprehend him. It was impossible to dispute the evidence gathered at the crime scene. Everything suggested Darby was the culprit, including surveillance footage, traces found at the scene, and the objects dumped in the manhole. An arrest warrant was issued right away, but Darby had already left Pennsylvania and vanished into the wide United States by the time the police began their thorough hunt. The search for Darby became a national manhunt. Although the search was conducted with unwavering resolve, the sense of urgency increased with every hour that went by. In the small South Carolina town of Myrtle Beach, Darby's luck finally ran out after a few days. A bystander alerted the police right away after spotting a suspicious individual trying to enter a property through a window. A man whose look matched the description given by witnesses was discovered by officers as soon as they got on the scene. Darby attempted to flee, his fear showing in every step, but the officers outran him. He provided false identification after being caught, which only made matters worse. His identification was verified by security footage and witness statements after his attempt to pose as a fugitive failed. Darby was charged with giving false information to the police, which added another charge in South Carolina and further compounded his case. He tried to persuade the judge of his innocence, but his request for bail was turned down. Fearing that he would try to escape again, the judge decided to keep him in detention and delayed his request for extradition so that he could speak with his lawyer. Another drama involving Alina's memory and the suffering of her loved ones was taking place in Pennsylvania while Darby was still being held. In Pittsburgh, Alina's friends and classmates organized a protest. To show support for her parents and to promote awareness, hundreds of people gathered outside the courthouse, knowledge of an issue that had been neglected for too long. Signs with the words, "Say no to domestic aggression," and "Love shouldn't kill," in strong letters, were held by people. Many participants donned purple shirts, which are symbolic of the fight against domestic abuse, and the words, "Our Russian Princess," which Alina's friends had given her, were printed on the back. This was a painful and unifying gesture that conveyed their rage at a system that had let their friend get hurt. Along with the demonstration, campaigners and Alina's family worked to have a new bill passed. Domestic abusers would be subject to electronic monitoring under Alina's law. In addition to paying tribute to their daughter, they did this in an effort to stop future tragedies of this kind. Already on the table for consideration, the bill became a symbol of hope that no one else would have to deal with such a harsh reality. Prosecutors were now providing more thorough evidence in the courtroom, all of which pointed to Darby's deliberate acts. Duquesne University security camera footage from the night before the crime was one of the most important pieces of evidence. It was evident from the video that Darby was trembling as he walked across campus and looked over his shoulder. According to a policeman on patrol that evening, Darby appeared anxious, probably even a little drunk. Using the excuse that he needed to charge his phone, he tried to enter the student union building. However, there was something concerning about his actions. The officer had a strong suspicion that Darby was hiding something, since he kept looking around as though he was frightened someone was following him. With each new piece of evidence and every videotaped moment, the court was getting closer to its inevitable conclusion. The name Matthew Darby had come to represent suffering, unfairness, and the pursuit of truth. The time a picture of him in a beer-lagered striped shirt on the campus elevator was revealed in court. His doom was all but certain. When he was arrested, the same clothing was discovered with him. There was not much space for doubt because of the prosecutors. Around 4 in the morning, Darby got a cab and left the university campus to go to Alina's neighborhood. The evidence left at the crime scene, the spooky traces of a fight, and the late-night break-in all made sense. The defenders, however, refused to give up. David Sri, Darby's attorney, attempted to refute every piece of evidence. He maintained that someone else might have called the cab using Darby's account, and that the security camera footage was insufficient to prove his identity. Is there any chance that this will result in an acquittal? Not likely. Soon after, Darby was apprehended while trying to break into a house near Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. His use of phony identification simply served to bolster the evidence against him and further expose his flight. Darby decided to continue fighting in spite of everything. He went back to court with a new attorney, Joseph Haddock, a year after the conviction. Darby claimed that at his prior trial he had not been given adequate legal representation. According to Haddock, Darby was not completely aware of the trial's possible hazards and consequences. This was a new attempt to overturn the conviction on the grounds that Darby was not given a fair trial because of the lawyer's mistakes. In a prompt response to Darby's appeal, the Allegheny District Attorney's Office asserted that all of Darby's rights had been completely upheld. The concept of coordinating jurisdiction, which basically states that judges from one district shouldn't reverse the rulings of another without good reason, was debated. Nevertheless, the matter might still be reopened for a new hearing in the courtroom. The process might be slowed down but not completely stopped by this procedure. Despite the fact that his life sentence already appeared certain, Darby persisted in fighting for his freedom. His attorney put forth a lot of effort, gathering fresh information and looking for any way to overturn the verdict. Like a dying man clutching at straws, Darby clung to each attempt as if it were another lifeline. The problem is that this story isn't over yet, even though you're undoubtedly eager for the conclusion. Matthew Darby received a life sentence without the chance of release. Although it seemed that justice had been done, a new chapter had begun. He appealed, saying his last attorney had not done everything he could to protect him. Years after the initial sentence, Darby is currently battling for his freedom once more. Any chance to contest the case is being seized by his legal team. Despite her untimely death, Alina left behind more than just memories. She became a source of motivation for reforming a system that had for too long kept women at risk. Her friends and family have taken every possible action. Make sure it wasn't a pointless death. I would like to take a moment to speak to each and every one of you who is listening to this tale. How do we stop disasters like this from happening again? How can we ensure that Alina's parents' experience doesn't happen to any other family? We can't keep quiet. Thousands of women worldwide must deal with the realities of domestic violence. Every aspect of the issue needs to be addressed, from raising family awareness to taking legislative action. We must all realize that love should never be hurtful, and that caring should never become dominating. Together, let's help those who are in need. If we work together, we can make this world a safer place. And even though Alina is no longer with us, her influence endures because of the people she touched. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Two close women in his life were taken from him by criminals, and he will always be grieving for them. It's said that lightning never strikes the same spot twice, but our hero has had the opposite experience due to a horrible turn of events. Jim Larson lost two ladies he loved 7 years apart to petty thieves. Twice, men who only ever show up in people's worst nightmares tear his life apart. His sister Sonia Larson, who wanted to be a teacher, started it all. Her first year at the University of Florida had just begun. She and her roommate Christina Powell went to Walmart one August evening in 1990 to get some necessities. The two young women were observed and followed home by Danny Rowling, a vagabond who claimed to be possessed and acting under the direction of a demon. They were dozing off in their beds when he broke into the dorm. He repeatedly stabbed them. 5 Florida college students were killed and disfigured by Gainesville felon Danny Rowling, shocking both the victims' families and the nation at large. There were more fatalities, but in our scenario, people forget the victims and only remember the serial killer's name. Her family was deeply hurt by the death of a sister and a daughter, and Sonia Larson's terrible passing never stopped plaguing them. The Larson family could never have predicted that the terrible, violent death in their family would recur, causing them to relive the trauma in their own nightmares. Carla Larson left her kid at daycare on the morning of June 10, 1997, and went to work as a project engineer at Centex Rooney. The day at the Florida construction site was swelteringly hot. Carla informed Cindy Harris, a coworker, just before lunch that she would be running a little behind schedule because she was going to the grocery shop to get some food and beverages for a meeting that afternoon. She left work at midday and went to the new supermarket on International Drive, which is close to Osceola. Carla Larson didn't come back to work for a few hours. She never showed up for an important meeting that she was scheduled to be at. Her coworkers became alarmed and started looking for Carla on their own, following her path back to the grocery she had intended to visit. They continued to hope that she might have been delayed in returning because of a little incident, her phone dying or her car breaking down. However, the search was unsuccessful. Around 4 p.m., Carla, her car, and her presence were nowhere to be seen. Cindy called Jim Larson, Carla's husband, to inform him that Carla had not been at work since noon and had not returned from the store. Jim reported his wife missing to the Orange County Sheriff's Office over the phone. When they were both in college 8 years ago, they started dating. Jim was enthralled by Carla's beauty and charm when he was studying graphic design. He was very fortunate to have found someone as considerate, kind, and caring as she was. They eventually got married because they felt the same way. They moved into a modest house on Orlando's Stone Court. After Jim's sister passed away tragically, Carla helped him regain his desire to life by pulling him back from the brink. She comforted him and gave him encouragement to keep going and find happiness once more. After Carla earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of Florida, they went to Atlanta and then back to Florida to look for work and start a family. Jim was hesitant to have a kid with her because he didn't want to introduce a new life into a society where people like Danny Rowling preyed on the defenseless. Jim finally found some peace of mind after undergoing a lot of counseling and receiving constant support from his wife. Jessica, the Larsons' long-awaited daughter, arrived soon after. They purchased a modest home in Orlando on a peaceful cul-de-sac. They put in a home security system and sturdy locks. To ensure that his family was completely safe both inside and outside their house, Jim even purchased a guard dog. Jim accepted a position at a nearby business, and Carla was sent to work on a new amusement park project in Orlando. They found happiness in the little things in life. Jim and Carla managed their parental duties without sacrificing their significant and taxing careers. However, on a typical summer day, Jim's idyllic life, which he had fought so hard to build, took a sad turn when Carla vanished. When Jim reported the disappearance of Carla Larson, Tom Woodard was on duty and got a radio call. At first, Tom, a seasoned officer, didn't take it too seriously because he thought it was just another domestic dispute. He nevertheless made the decision to investigate the matter. The sheriff sensed anything strange while speaking with Jim. Jim appeared terribly worried and unnecessarily agitated. The sheriff was certain that it was a normal missing persons case, unlike others he had met in similar circumstances. He assumed that Carla had either left Jim because of a disagreement or taken some time to collect her thoughts. But there had been no family problems, no conflicts. Everything was content and stable. Tom Woodard was unaware at the time that Jim was under a great lot of stress due to his fear of losing his wife, especially after the event in Gainesville and his ongoing struggles with the pain of losing his sister. He was afraid that a cherished woman would be lost as a result of this disappearance once more. They started looking for Carla. Given that Mrs. Larson had a 1-year-old kid and a solid marriage, family members emphasized that it was extremely unlikely that she would have left her family. Jim Larson, 37, stated under interrogation that he had been employed at Home Depot until 3 p.m. that day. Someone at his wife's place of employment called him at around 4 p.m. to inform him that she hadn't been seen since midday. However, how could a young woman, like the lead character in Sandra Bullock's film The Vanishing, disappear from a supermarket parking lot in the middle of the day? The missing woman was last seen going toward a grocery store close to the construction site, according to eyewitness accounts. She was confirmed to have arrived at the store and bought the things she intended to buy by a signed receipt. What transpired after Carla left the supermarket was still a mystery. She might have run into someone. Since the woman's white-gray Ford Explorer with the license plate TGX99V was also missing, investigators were attempting to ascertain the time and place of her disappearance. In the afternoon, witnesses also claimed to have seen a white Ford Explorer traveling carelessly on a gravel road close to a forested area. A Caucasian male with dark hair and a deep tan was the driver's description. The accused kidnapper was depicted in a composite sketch. Since the car might be a crime scene, a search team was dispatched to the area to look into it. Such incidents don't frequently occur in Orlando. The hunt for Carla attracted a large number of volunteers. The city's citizens, particularly those in College Park, were frightened when word spread that the young woman had vanished from the grocery parking lot. The volunteers posted leaflets at bus stops and grocery stores. The area around the store was searched by search teams. The search radius increased with every hour. Over the course of the 2-day search, a helicopter was brought in to survey additional ground. Even though there was less and less chance of finding Carla alive every minute, the homicide department and her co-workers persisted. After 36 hours of searching the same spot again, 2 of Carla's co-workers finally found something early on June 12. A woman's mangled body was lying in a marsh covered in a towel. One of the men described how, following the gory finding, he and his companion had exited the vehicle to explore when they smelled something odd but were unable to identify its source. From the little flash of his lighter, Jack lit a cigarette. The aroma was brought toward them by a modest breeze. After roughly 70 feet of leisurely walking, they located the woman at 3:39 p.m. She was half covered in sand, lying behind a shrub in the swampy region. It took the men a long moment to understand that what they had discovered was, indeed, Carla Larson, who had vanished 2 days before. She was naked, with a blue towel over her head and her long blonde hair flowing down her back. Her wedding band was the only piece of jewelry left. When Jim Larson and his family noticed the patrol cars, they began searching the area on their own. Jim was told about the discovery in the woods by a police chaplain. He felt nothing when the cops discovered her partially covered in sand. But nobody realized that the man was already burned up and overcome with emotional pain. In order to ascertain whether Mr. Larson was responsible for her death, the police were so perplexed by his actions that they put him through a polygraph test. Locals who had been keeping tabs on the COVID hunt, Carla even said that Larson appeared too aloof throughout the probe, but they failed to realize that he was just exhausted. Jim was shocked that he had experienced this twice. He stopped sleeping and eating. He had black circles under his eyes and had lost a lot of weight. The police brought detectives to what they thought might be the scene of a crime, roped off the area, and summoned the medical examiner. Investigators thought that there had been an attack after first examining the scene of the body, since the woman was found naked and all of her jewelry, aside from her wedding ring, was gone. So was it a robbery or an assault? In addition to stealing items, the robber also killed a woman. But first they had to be sure the body was indeed that of Carla Larson. Florida's extreme heat and humidity had taken their toll. The rain, animal activity, and insects had made it very difficult to identify the remains. The forensic team was concerned about the DNA evidence they could gather because the body had started to degrade, changing its chemical composition. There was not much time left. However, given Mrs. Larson's car had been last seen in the vicinity, authorities were almost positive that the severely decomposed body belonged to her. Jim Larson identified the towel found on the body and verified that it was the same towel that had been in his wife's car. Her handbag and regular clothes were gone. The investigators were greatly distressed by the autopsy findings. All traces and evidence that could have identified the offender had been obliterated by decomposition. The purported assault was not verified, and the investigation determined that strangulation was the cause of death. Could a car and a few pieces of jewelry really have cost a lady her life? Finding the car was the next objective, because the corpse did not lead them to the offender. It might hold the answers and hints that the public and the family were sorely looking for. It was determined that the white Ford Explorer bearing the license plate TGX 909V was missing. The press and television broadcast information about the car. The police were waiting for 2 weeks when they got an important call. 11:23 p.m. on June 26, 1997. A black truck was on fire in a Cocoa Beach vacant lot, according to a call. As the car burnt, it became evident that the black was not the car's natural color and was neither soot nor ash. Following the fire, white paint was visible in several parts of the body. Excessive spray on the tires showed that a cheap can of spray paint had been used to apply the black paint in an amateurish manner. After being taken to the police garage, the car was examined by forensic specialists. It was discovered during the inquiry that the torched truck, which was 62 miles from Orlando, was in fact white and belonged to Jim's victim. The car had been fitted with a radar detector, experts discovered. Detectives were able to locate the mount where the detector had been in spite of the fire damage, proving that the vehicle belonged to the Larsons. Finding the radar detector was the police's main priority. Before an unforeseen love triangle helped solve the case and identify her criminal in Central Florida, The inquiries stagnated. There are hundreds of cars that are similar to hers, but one woman's phone call caught the detective's attention in particular because of the strange tale she told. Angel Huggins and her family had arrived in Orlando on the day Carla Larson vanished. Despite having traveled to Orlando together, Angel clarified that she left the city without her spouse. Angel informed Orange County investigators John Linner and Cameron Wire that infidelity, violence, and drug usage had made their family vacation a complete bust. At a motel close to Disneyland on June 9, their family vacation came to an end the same evening it started. According to Angel Huggins, she was almost strangled to death by her husband, John Huggins, since she had refused to have an intimate relationship with him. He left the motel on West Highway 192 early the following morning and didn't come back until midday. John Huggins drove a white truck that was identical to the victim's car when he arrived at Angel's mother's home in Melbourne. In the midst of their divorce proceedings, Angel was enraged with John for his adultery. John had become engaged with Angel's sister when they were in Melbourne. Tammy also informed the cops that Huggins had been given permission to park the white SUV at John's friend Kevin Smith's residence for a few days. The investigators went to Kevin's house to ask him some questions because they were so intrigued by this narrative. However, his girlfriend answered the door as Kevin wasn't home. For a few days, Kim virtually proved that a white Ford Explorer had been parked in their driveway. It had been parked in her space, and she was unhappy since she had once lost control of her little vehicle while driving and collided with the Ford Explorer, denting it. The Explorer's white paint was still visible on her pickup. To determine whether the small paint sample belonged to Carla's automobile, collision specialists sent it to the lab. Since the paint from Mrs. Larson's automobile had been discovered on Kim's, this was required to demonstrate Kevin Smith's role in Carla's car's disappearance. The police had questions for Kevin Smith before they could prove his whole involvement, but they were almost certain that Carla's Ford Explorer had been parked at his residence. The person who had been operating the SUV had to be identified. Despite matching the sketch of the man who was observed driving Carla's car that day, Kevin Smith would not identify the driver. He added that he had been asked to temporarily park the automobile by his friend John Huggins. Upon inspecting the truck, Kevin discovered a radar detector inside. He tore it from the automobile and held onto it for a while, but he concealed it in the yard out of concern that he could be caught. Smith said that his friend John Huggins had driven the automobile to the parking space and that he had nothing to do with it. Kevin didn't want to betray his friend, but he was afraid the automobile might have been stolen. He was keen to demonstrate that he was telling the truth and had nothing to do with the woman's disappearance. Kevin voluntarily turned over the radar detector after he had a conversation with the cops. After more questioning by the authorities, Kevin finally confessed to locating the radar detector, erasing all fingerprints, and tossing it into the bushes close to his home. By tracking down the serial number, the authorities were able to collect the detector and verify that it belonged to the victim. The first concrete evidence that Carla's automobile had been parked at Kevin's and that John Huggins had driven it there came when detectives verified that it had been fitted in her vehicle. Investigators now had the radar detector, a paint match, and the car, but the crucial question was still unsolved. John Huggins was the top suspect right away. John Huggins has a lengthy criminal background, according to a thorough investigation of his past. He was a noted bank thief with a history of armed robberies. As it turned out, John was known to carry guns and had outstanding arrest warrants for robberies in Florida. Because John Huggins had a lengthy criminal history, victims of his past offenses recognized him when his face aired on television. Although he had conducted armed attacks, robbed banks, and looted convenience stores, the police wanted to be sure they had enough evidence against him before making an arrest, particularly because Carla's jewelry was still missing. To summarize, the victim had been found in possession of a pendant, a chain, a garnet ring, and diamond earrings. But the hunt for the jewelry was about to linger on until detectives got another lucky break in a phone call. According to Angel Huggins, she had uncovered a startling finding that might terminate the inquiry and result in Carla's criminal being imprisoned. She clarified that she had located one of Carla's missing pieces of jewelry after she and her mother had investigated the house. The police searched Angel's mother's home and the shed on the property twice after Angel called, but they were unable to locate any evidence that would implicate Angel. But the woman saw a screwdriver on top of a box in the shed when she was searching for insect repellent. She impulsively opened a shed electrical box and discovered the victim's jewels concealed within. The jewelry, the electrical box, and its cover did not have any fingerprints on them. Looking at the last piece of the puzzle, we see John driving a stolen vehicle. The attempt to strangle his wife at the hotel was picked up by the radar detector. The dates of their stay coincided with the day Carla vanished, on May 28, 1998, and the hotel room they occupied was right across from the supermarket. John Huggins was accused of robbery, kidnapping, and auto theft in addition to the murder of Carla Larson. After being indicted by an Orange County grand jury, John Huggins was taken into custody in Maryland. Huggins requested that his case be transferred, and the trial court granted his request, moving it to Duval County. However, those who haven't lost two loved ones don't see the world through Jim Larson's eyes. On January 25, 1999, Larson sat in his tidy living room in a peaceful, tree-lined Orlando suburb, the kind of home that most middle-class Americans consider safe, feeling a deep void and an unrelenting, numbing pain. Because he still has a daughter to raise, he still yearns for them and perceives danger in everything. Mr. Larson now finds motivation to continue through his daughter Jessica. Since lightning has already hit him twice and won't do so again, he fervently hopes and believes that the young girl didn't fully comprehend the atrocities that took her mother and aunt. He also prays that she won't ever feel terror or dread again. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 3 identical luggage were discovered strewn around Virginia's Chesapeake Bay in May 2004. On Sunday, the third and most recent suitcase containing human remains was brought ashore. A recreational boat alerted police to its presence in the sea close to the second island of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. The second one was then discovered on Fisherman's Island last Tuesday by a student researcher. What's within? As awful as you might imagine, a heavy trash bag or something was placed over the contents. It was obvious what was inside of it. A pair of human legs, that is. It turned out to be 39-year-old Bill McGuire inside the baggage. The disturbing question reverberated. Who was Bill, and what secrets would have made him a prime candidate for such a horrific demise in the Woodbridge Township area of central New Jersey? It has a distinct charm because of the smooth blending of many cultures. Woodbridge is not merely a place. It's a cozy home where stories about safety are shared. With a low crime rate, Woodbridge Township is a typically safe place to live. There is peace and security in the community. In addition to offering beautiful splendor, the parks and waterfront are places where people of all ages can relax without worrying about anything. But beyond this amiable facade is a terrifying story that rocked the community. In the tale of Bill McGuire, a terrible incident occurred in an ostensibly tranquil community. It serves as a reminder that surprises can be concealed even in the most commonplace locations. Bill, whose real name is William Theodore McGuire, was born in Bloomfield, New Jersey on September 21, 1964. Ruth Theodora Sal McGuire and William Christopher McGuire were his parents. After graduating from Bloomfield High School in 1982, Bill grew up in Bloomfield. After that, he continued his education at Rutgers University, where he earned his degree in computer science in 1986. Bill worked as a computer programmer for several different companies after graduating from college. In his spare time, his coworkers held him in high regard because he worked hard. Bill loved spending time with his family, fishing, and playing golf. Bill was a good-hearted, giving man who was always ready to lend a hand. He was a humorous and gregarious person. In 1986, he married Marcy Pohl. However, their marriage was brief, and they divorced in 1994. In 1986, the couple relocated to Virginia Beach, where Bill was employed by the Navy as an electronics specialist. Marcy, a native of Vernon, New Jersey, accompanied him on this move. Bill and Marcy moved back to the Atlantic City region in 1990. However, Bill's behavior underwent a significant transformation in this new environment. He developed a serious addiction to binge drinking and gambling. At this point, Marcy saw that their relationship had drastically deteriorated. When Marcy filed for a restraining order against Bill in 1995 after he threw pebbles through her window, the situation became more heated and they eventually got divorced. Then, in 1998, Bill met Melanie Lynn Slade in a Woodbridge, New Jersey restaurant where she was working part-time while pursuing her nursing degree. Melanie Lynn McGuire, formerly Melanie Lynn Slate, was born in America on October 8, 1972, and grew up in Ridgewood, Middletown Township, New Jersey, where she attended Middletown High School. South continued her education at Rutgers University, where she majored in both math and psychology. She graduated in 1994, placing second in her class. The Charles E. Gregory School of Nursing, which is now Raritan Bay Medical Center, is where she received her nursing degree. When he first met Melanie in 1997, she was the ideal match for his disposition. They fell in love right away, and the following year they were married. Soon after, in 1999, the couple welcomed 2 kids into their household. They welcomed their first child, a son, in 2000. Their second child, a son, was born in 2002, 2 years later. Their marriage appeared to be picture perfect, full of laughter and love. But fissures were starting to show beneath the surface. The couple started to feel the effects of financial difficulties. Bill, a computer programmer, had always been financially stable and prudent, but as debt mounted and their relationship became more strained, his gambling addiction had a negative impact on their finances. Melanie, a nurse, put in a lot of overtime to provide for the family, but it was getting harder and harder to make ends meet. Bill's gambling addiction caused them to experience mental distress in addition to financial difficulties. He would frequently go missing for days at a time, leaving Melanie to take care of the kids and run the house by herself. Their marriage's foundation of trust started to crumble, giving way to mistrust and animosity. Melanie stayed dedicated to her marriage in the hopes that things would ultimately get better, even if the tensions were getting worse. Their relationship grew more strained as she attempted to assist Bill in kicking his addiction. The McGuires intended to relocate to a bigger house in Warren County, New Jersey in 2004. On April 28, 2004, they closed on a new home, but the unimaginable occurred before they could move in. Bill disappeared from his seemingly normal existence on April 29, 2004, leaving a family in distress and a trail of unsolved questions in his wake. Bill went where? What would have caused him to vanish so abruptly? Bill had been nowhere to be seen for weeks. His loving wife and kids were left with a huge hole in their hearts after he was gone. However, they had no idea that Bill's destiny was far more remarkable than they had ever thought. 3 fishermen, Chris, Don, and their kids, went fishing from Virginia Beach in the direction of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel early on May 5, 2004. They came upon an unexpected catch while they were traveling north, parallel to the tunnel, a dark green suitcase floating in the water. They stopped in their boat, intrigued by the enigmatic object. They discovered something terrifying when they opened the bag, which was very hefty. There was a pair of legs inside a black sack. The fishermen were horrified by their discovery and called the police right away. They pondered whether further suitcases, each containing a different fragment of a human body, were concealed in the depth of the Chesapeake Bay. The remaining missing parts of this unsettling puzzle were soon the focus of police attention. A student researching Fisherman's Island's nature reserve made another terrifying discovery just days after the first suitcase was discovered. On May 10, 2004, a second suitcase that looked exactly like the first one was discovered on the beach. But this time it was a human torso, complete with head and arms. As the hunt for the missing body parts grew more intense, the wait for answers dragged on. On May 15, 2004, a fisherman made the last horrifying discovery 5 days after the second suitcase was discovered. A third bag, which was once more identical to the first 2, was discovered floating in the Chesapeake Bay. The victim's legs and pelvis were inside, and the search area was difficult due to the size of the Chesapeake Bay. Investigators made the decision to ask for assistance from the public. In the hopes that someone might recognize him, they made the victim's sketch public. Amazingly, the sketch produced results in a matter of days. Bill's close friends Susan and John Rice, who hadn't seen him in weeks, were crucial in identifying his body. On May 21, 2004, they watched a sketch of the victim on television, and Sue recognized her friend's unique features right away. Although initially dubious, Her husband John concurred that the drawing looked very like Bill, identifying their friend's features. They alerted the authorities right away. Additionally, the couple gave the inquiry vital information. They remembered that Bill had just rushed out of their house after getting into a nasty fight with his wife, Melanie McGuire. They believed that he had rashly run away to Atlantic City and distracted himself by going on a gambling binge. However, Bill didn't communicate for weeks, which worried his friends and family. As soon as Bill's identification was established, detectives started analyzing his fingerprints. Luckily, Bill's fingerprints were already on file, so a match was made right away. A terrible crime had now claimed the life of the man who had gone missing. Rumors of domestic violence, gambling addiction, and even a restraining order surrounded Bill's mysterious history. Marcy Pollock, Bill's ex-wife, had also come forward to talk about the physical and emotional abuse she experienced during their marriage. Following their wedding, she had said that their relationship quickly soured, leading to a restraining order in 1995 after Bill threw a rock at her window. In addition to making it challenging to identify the offender, these accusations presented a concerning image of Bill's personality. The challenge now for investigators was to piece together what happened before Bill McGuire died and find the person responsible. The question still stands: who was the murderer indeed? Consider the possibility of a loved one becoming missing, even for a single day. You'd be terrified and anxious, and you'd do your hardest to locate them. You would still call the police to report them missing even if you and the person had a disagreement. But in this instance, Melanie didn't report any missing persons to the police after Bill vanished. Rather than reporting him missing right away after being gone for over a month, she sought legal advice from a divorce lawyer. She additionally stated that she felt frightened in his presence when she filed for a restraining order against him on April 30, 2004. Since they had located the person in the sketch through Bill's pals, the police were taken aback that Bill's wife hadn't filed a missing persons report. When the police began to investigate Melanie McGuire, they discovered something really strange. 2 days after Sarah and Bill got into a heated argument, on April 30, 2004, she did something that would raise most people's eyebrows. Melanie was going to go out to Atlantic City and look for his car since she thought he might be there gambling. However, it's fascinating to note how people responded to her in a way that didn't make sense. They said he had physically abused her, but she went on to damage the car with a man she says she doesn't want to be near. Melanie's phone conversations were being tracked by the police as they started to keep an eye on her actions. One of these intercepted conversations had an important piece of evidence that the police found in the middle of seemingly routine chats. After a period of disconnection, Melanie spoke with Jim Finn, a former nursing school acquaintance who had a crush on her. In February 2004, they got back in touch, with Melanie contacting him when she needed something. Conscious of Jim's passion with guns, wouldn't you tell me that Jim, who was still in love with Melanie, advised getting a pistol for self-defense after she talked to him about Bill's actions prior to his disappearance? But after hearing their chats, investigators came to the conclusion that Jim was unaware of any murderous preparations. When authorities questioned Jim, he was shocked to hear that Melanie had bought a pistol and didn't know she was involved in any wrongdoing. On April 26, 2004, she then bought a .38 caliber handgun from a shop in Easton, Pennsylvania. Bill went missing 2 days prior to this. Melanie maintained her innocence and denied any involvement, in spite of ongoing observation and examination. 5 days after her husband's disappearance, she took another mysterious road trip, this time to Delaware. Investigators believe that Melanie's journey to Delaware for furniture was a cover-up, notwithstanding Melanie's claim to Dr. Miller that she was truly shopping for furniture in the early hours of May 4, 2004. In contrast to the regular route along the New Jersey Turnpike toward the Delaware Memorial Bridge on Route 13, which heads south to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, the route she chose would normally lead to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. According to Patty Precioso, Melanie drove Bill's remains to Virginia the night before she departed New Jersey. Naturally, though, Melanie finds this theory absurd. This theory was ludicrous, she said, because Virginia Beach was. Considering the significant distance, an extra 450 miles from Delaware, it was not feasible to cover such a large area in such a short period of time. Did Melanie McGuire really act by herself? Or was there someone who was complicit? It might have been Jim Flynn. However, Why would someone go to such extent for a female with whom he had a romantic interest years before? But think about it. It might be a covert affair, someone nearby, or someone else. Maybe it was someone who would kill for her if necessary. Dr. Brad Miller was the voice you heard. Melanie was one of his nurses, and he was a partner at RMA Associates. At least for both of them, the romance started when Melanie was 8 months along with her second kid. Melanie and Dr. Miller had a serious relationship after she got back from maternity leave. Despite their married status and little children, it seemed as though they were becoming profoundly in love. Growing evidence that Melanie McGuire was involved in her husband's death was discovered by investigators. 2 syringes and a bottle of the tranquilizer chloral hydrate were found in Bill's automobile. Bradley Miller had written the prescription in Melanie's handwriting, according to Miller. Jennifer Seymour, a state police computer specialist, examined the McGuire's computers and portable electronics during the investigation, including a desktop computer in their apartment. Her analysis showed that a number of troubling subjects were looked for online between April 11 and April 26, 2004. The searches included questions on gun laws, toxic insulin levels, how to buy guns illegally, how to commit murder, and undetectable poisons. The gun, the online search, or the affair, among other pieces of evidence. One specific detail confused folks. It was the acquisition of a $500,000 home just prior to his disappearance. They were scheduled to close on the house at 2:00 p.m. on April 28, 2004. Throughout, Melanie maintained communication with Dr. Miller, who begged her not to move forward with the house purchase. He said he wanted to be with her and create a future with her. Melanie promised to take care of it. They were very excited when they got back to their rented townhouse after closing on the house and called John Rice, who was apparently very happy. Dr. Miller and Melanie had their last talk that evening. After drinking some red wine, I told him that Bill was dozing off on the couch and that they had closed on the house. When Bill woke up, Melanie intended to talk to him about the situation and ask for a divorce. According to Melanie's account, the incident involved a major quarrel between her and Bill, which happened early in the morning at approximately 3 or 4 o'clock. It all began with Melanie expressing that she had made a compromise on the house they were buying together. Bill reacted quickly and strongly, saying that it wasn't what he wanted and that he was unhappy. A furious argument ensued after he expressed his desire for a less expensive home in Virginia, which Melanie rejected. Melanie went on to explain how the fight became violent, mentioning that Bill shoved a dryer sheet into her mouth, demonstrating his obsession with them at these times. He then told her that he was going out and would never be coming back, and he even gave her instructions to tell their kids why they would not have a father. As he packed and made multiple trips up and down the stairs, he expressed this via the bathroom door, constantly critiquing her last words to him, which were an entreaty to stop. The police had finally found the luggage and were about to bring Bill to justice. The cops were actively looking for one important piece of evidence. There was still a longing for evidence that Melanie was responsible for the dismemberment. They searched her house meticulously, but they couldn't find any bullets, blood, or anything else. She was not directly connected to the murder by any tangible evidence. Melanie McGuire was arrested while dropping off her children at a daycare center more than a year after Bill McGuire was murdered, on June 5, 2005. In the case that became known as the suitcase killer, she was charged with first-degree murder. In 2005, Melanie entered a not guilty plea and was freed on $750,000 bail. Her bond was increased to $2.1 million after a grand jury indicted her on 4 counts. Once more, she was let free. She was later charged in another indictment with writing letters that impeded the inquiry. Melanie's trial started in 2007, 3 years after the crime. She killed her spouse in 2004 to begin a new life with her partner, according to the prosecution. According to lead investigator Precioso's testimony, the evidence suggests a murder that was well planned. Melanie insisted on her innocence, claiming her husband was an obsessive gambler who had started acting strangely. Her description was challenged by a representative for the New Jersey Division of Criminal Justice, who claimed that there was no proof Mr. McGuire was anything more than a casual gambler. Melanie's defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to prove that the murder and dismemberment took place in the Woodbridge apartment. They emphasized that there was no DNA or blood tissue in the apartment, nor were there any signs from a bullet or saw. Furthermore, neighbors did not report hearing gunshots or the sound of a power saw. Melanie McGuire, 34, was found guilty 3 years later on April 23, 2007, of killing William T. McGuire, dismembering his body, placing the pieces in 3 suitcases, and then throwing them into the Chesapeake Bay. She received a sentence of 63 years and 9 months in jail with no chance of release. In addition, she was given a 5-year sentence for perjury and a 10-year sentence for desecrating human remains for lying to a family court judge about her husband's location after he disappeared in 2004. On April 28, 2004, the 2 sons of William and Melanie McGuire, whose names are kept secret for their safety and privacy, were last spotted with their father. As usual, Melanie dropped the 2- and 4-year-old boys off at their daycare. The boys expected to see their father when they got home from their routine at 8:20 a.m., but he was not there. Bill's older sister, Cindy LaGoche, a realtor at the Weichert firm in Franklin Lakes, was given custody of William and Melanie's sons. Cindy and her husband, Bill LaGoche, a pharmacist from Bucha of Wyckoff, New Jersey, were judged to be able to give the boys a caring and loving home. When the custody issue came up, they were seasoned parents who already had 2 grown children of their own, Laura LaGoche and Max LaGoche. Given that Cindy and Bill were already a close-knit family, the 2 boys were sent to live with them. Melanie's family unsuccessfully fought Cindy for custody when she was found guilty of killing her husband. Consequently, the only family that William and Melanie's sons have ever known, their aunt, uncle, and cousins, continued to live in New Jersey. Cindy provided proof that her sister-in-law's 2 children, who were 5 and 7 years old at the time, had been diagnosed with autism during Melanie's 2007 murder trial. After seeing their conduct, Cindy became worried about their welfare and, in order to safeguard their identity, got them examined. There is no additional information known on their present situation. It is known, meanwhile, that the boys haven't spoken to their mother since before her conviction. Given her background as a nurse and her kind and vivacious personality, it's difficult to even imagine how someone like Melanie could have committed such a horrible act. The case's high visibility generated a variety of reactions from viewers. Even if she had the motive, she doesn't seem to be capable of murder, which is one of the numerous holes in the story that many people think exist. How could this little woman do everything by herself? Was there anyone to help her? Was the charge against her unjustified? Was the charge completely false, or did the jury miss someone? You're not alone if these questions are on your mind. Melanie McGuire's guilt is questioned by many, including criminology experts Amy Schlossberg and Megan Sachs. Since Melanie doesn't fit the usual description of a murderer, they throw doubt on her conviction in their podcast, Direct Appeal. According to the prosecution's key witness, a forensic ballistics specialist, the bullets discovered in Bill's case were determined to be .38 caliber lead cutter rounds. No one entered my gun's serial number into a website to determine its specs. It seems that every rifle creates lands and grooves. Lands and grooves are rifling features that are machine-pressed into a gun's barrel. The bullet will effectively have the same amount of lands and grooves stamped on it as it goes through the barrel. According to the website of the company, my firearm created 5 lanes and grooves. However, my husband's bullets produced 6 lanes and grooves. They later discovered a mistake on the website of the weapons maker. The material on the website was changed following the tragic event of Bill McGuire's murder, which is confusing. They also talk about the trash bags that were discovered at the McGuire home and one bill that was discovered in. These lines are visible here. Is this type of smooth line a straight line? Additionally, there are 2 other lines that are nearly identical in location. This suggests that these 2 bags were produced in a very short period of time at the same plant, on the same line. The investigator emphasizes that these features show that the 2 bags were manufactured in a very short amount of time, at the same location, and on the same production line. Additionally, they affirm that the bags were made in the same run and express confidence in their finding based on tests that were performed and results that were observed. Stacks also highlights the lack of a credible crime scene and the physical difficulties of dismembering a person. They ran 2 tests in a video demonstration. The first test was a suitcase weight test to see if Melanie, who weighs 118 pounds, could have thrown a suitcase that weighed about 80 pounds over a bridge with a 40-inch guardrail. Their results indicated that 40 pounds, or roughly half of Melanie's weight, was a manageable weight to lift. Another important thing that you believe the jury should have heard more about was discovered within those suitcases. Animal hair, brown hair, black hair, and white hair can all be seen on page after page of the lab reports. I believe that's a sign that there was animal hair where Bill's body was dismembered. Melanie is still behind bars despite the release of a movie about her case, and she maintains that she didn't kill her husband or dispose of his body parts in suitcases. She also questions why she drove all the way down to Chesapeake with the body parts in the car, thinking, "I'm not going to get stopped. I'm not going to break down." What a chance that is. You can't stop on a bridge and open a window and throw out 3 suitcases. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The date was March 24, 1961. It was cold in Keystone Islands, North Miami. Frances DeMari, 32, called the Miami-Dade police just after 3 in the morning. She said that 2 unidentified attackers had murdered her husband, 52-year-old Joseph DeMari. Who were the attackers who murdered Joseph? Was this a random act of violence, or was it part of a planned hit? Today, we're examining Joseph DeMari's complex cold case, which was finally solved in 2023 and dates back 62 years. So, let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Northeast Miami-Dade County, Florida, is home to the city and suburb of North Miami. There are a little over 60,000 people living there. North Miami saw a significant increase in organized crime in the 1950s and 1960s, including several mafia families. During this time, the DeMaris were also thriving in North Miami, and the mafia, also known as La Cosa Nostra, had a big impact on the city's underground. Joseph J. DeMare was born in 1910 and raised in Boston with his younger brothers, Joseph and Dominic. He had a strong relationship with his brothers that lasted into adulthood. The 3 brothers opened a fresh vegetable sales company in 1928. After beginning with a pushcart, they eventually set up shop in Boston. As a result of their increasing sales, they relocated to Quincy Market in 1930. By 1939, their company had grown all over the country. To satisfy the demands of grocery chains, the DeMare brothers partnered with tomato producers in other states, including Florida, Texas, and California. In order to guarantee a year-round supply for their clients, they were also the first in New England to import tomatoes straight from Cuba. The brothers made the decision to engage in farming as their firm prospered. In Florida and then California, they began growing tomatoes in open packing operations. They spread to other places, such as South Carolina. Joseph married Josephine, who was only 2 years his junior, in 1937. Joseph, Josephine, and their 3 children, Richard, James, and Joseph Jr., migrated from Boston to North Miami in the early 1940s. Joseph and his brothers had established a living selling fresh produce there. Before relocating to Keystone Island in North Miami in 1953, Joseph DeMare resided in Miami Beach. Linda, Joseph's only child, was born. Sadly, his cherished wife Josephine died shortly after, in 1956, from breast cancer. Joseph DeMare married Frances, a woman who was 20 years his junior, 3 years later in 1959. To combat frost, winter farmers in the late 1950s would light kerosene lights and place them in between tomato plant rows. To make sure their crops didn't freeze, Richard recalled his father awakening them and then guiding them to the fields. Before the tomato plants were delivered to be processed, Joseph and his 3 boys would drive into farms and tend to them. The 21-year-old Richard went to Ohio in March 1961 to revise his 52-year-old father's will and meet with his siblings and business associates to discuss the prospect of a divorce between Joseph and Frances. At the time, Frances, his stepmother, did not reside with them. Joseph DeMare frequently traveled throughout the United States and Latin America while managing several facets of the company from Miami. His kids lived on the family's Bradenton farm, while he and his new wife Frances and Joseph's daughter resided at the Keystone Point House in 1961. However, none of them could have ever anticipated what was going to happen. On March 24, 1961, a chilly winter night in Bradenton, Richard and his 2 brothers were sound asleep on their father's farm around 3 in the morning. At the same moment, however, Frances Demare called the police in a panic and told them a terrifying story. She reported that she had left her home in Keystone Point to go out to dinner with Joseph. As they headed out for dinner, Joseph sat beside Frances, who had taken the wheel of their Cadillac Fleetwood. They came to a stop at a junction slightly west of the Broad Causeway, close to Keystone Point's south exit. Anarchy ensued, as two men abruptly leapt into their vehicle. Frances was forced to drive to an empty lot in Sans Souci Estates when one of the men firmly placed a gun against the back of her head. When Joseph turned to look, the pistol slammed into his face. Frances yelled and was struck as well. Frances was struck by the rifle and rendered unconscious. Joseph was dead in the seat next to her when she woke up, and the murderers had left. In a hurry, she dashed to a Phillips 66 service station nearby, racing through the shrubs and brambles. She called the police from that location. The first officer on the scene was Patrolman Van Scola of the North Miami Police Department. At the petrol station, he watched Frances, and she didn't look too hurt. She had scratches on her face and her dress had some bloodstains on it. She appeared to have scratched her face with her hands, as if she did it herself. Frances told him she couldn't see the shooting because she was knocked out or rendered unconscious. Shell casings were found in the Cadillac's rear seat during the investigation. Upon closer inspection of the photos, it was discovered that the rear seat also had at least 2 unused rounds. Police records show that Norman Logan, a gas station employee, claimed that Frances never spoke of her husband being shot until the police arrived. According to 2 local fishermen, they heard nothing during the incident. Frances told the police that the attackers stole $400.00 in cash from her husband and $5.00 worth of jewelry from her. A day after the murder and heist, however, a gold ring and diamond cufflinks were still discovered on her husband's body. Frances claimed that the gunman had taken her valuables with force, according to the Miami Herald. She disregarded the bandits' orders not to look back, and one of them hit her with his revolver, knocking her out. She did, however, tell the police that her spouse had turned around earlier. According to the article, when Frances regained consciousness a few minutes later, she found her husband slumped against the car door, blood streaming from his head, and the attackers had run away. Panicked, she hurried to a neighboring Phillips 66 fuel station, where she contacted the police for help, navigating the brambles, thorns, and jagged pebbles. In a follow-up interview with the Miami Herald following the killing, Frances said that the attacker called her husband Frank rather than Joe. She guessed that they might have thought Joe was someone else for some reason. Additionally, when the police spoke with her about the murder, she did not provide them with this information. According to other news accounts from the time, Frances described how the shooter tried to grab her jewels, and when she became emotional, he hit her brutally with the revolver. She lost consciousness as a result, and when she regained consciousness, she found her husband shot. Once more, the cops did not bring up the hysterical aspect of this during their interrogation with Frances. Frances arrived to the petrol station and told the owner's son, Norman Logan, that the 2 men had gotten into the car, one in the front and one in the back, according to another Herald piece. On the night of the murder, however, Norman had made it plain to the police that Frances had not brought up the murder until they got to the gas station. Frances's explanation of the shootout at the murder scene contained numerous inconsistencies. Was this because, during all of this, she was under pressure from someone? There was no mention of Joseph's brothers. Were they concealing something? The DeMare firm would only be split between the 2 surviving brothers after Joseph's death, which was a motivation the police extensively examined at the time. However, Frances wasn't finished yet. That same week, she gave the Herald another exclusive interview in which she repeated the events. This time, she clarified 2 males abruptly got into the back seat of the vehicle as they got closer to the Causeway Bay Shore intersection. There was no other traffic on the causeway, but a car was following. With Frances behind the wheel, one of the men pressed a pistol to the back of her head and instructed her to do as they said. They told her to keep going directly in the direction of Sans Souci Estates. They told her to turn right off of Bayshore Drive after she had driven about a block. Joe, her husband, became curious and asked the men what they wanted. In response, one of the attackers declared that they wanted to take his money. Frances and Joe were instructed to keep their heads forward, but Joe kept turning back in an effort to defy them. At one point, he turned and was struck hard in the face. She noticed that he was bleeding when he turned to face Francis. He turned around shortly afterward, and they hit him again. Francis started to shout in return. She was then struck twice on the head by the assailants. She was resting on the gravel outside the automobile when she came to conscious again. Her attackers had stolen all of her valuables, which was worth about $5,000.00. At the time, Joe had about $400.00 in cash, which she later found had also been stolen. The men, Francis was convinced, were no amateurs. Despite not having a clear view of them, their calm and meticulous manner persuaded her of their experience. Their speech patterns did not fit the stereotype of a hoodlum. The fact that the men called her husband Frank rather than Joe left Francis with the unshakable impression that a grave error had been committed. She claimed that she thought they had misidentified Joe for someone else, or that maybe robbery was their main motivation for some reason. She thought they had no intention of hurting anyone. Francis rationally addressed every item in this conversation that did not align with the assertions she made to the police and to press. However, why was she defending her claims? It was clear that she would not recall every detail of what happened if she had suffered a concussion from the hits to her head. More intriguingly, though, she was also justifying the attackers by claiming that they might have thought Joseph was someone else and that their main goal was robbery rather than murder. This prompted the authorities to speculate that the murderer might have been a close friend or relative of Joseph and Francis. The authorities were unable to collect any DNA samples or even fingerprints that would have allowed them to identify the murderers because technology was not very advanced back then. Since no one saw the murderers and they left before Francis regained consciousness, there were no more hints, and the case slowly faded into obscurity. However, Joseph's son Richard recalled that before to Joseph's murder, there was some friction between him and Francis. Richard actually met with the other members of the family to talk about the divorce from Francis and his father's bequest. Additionally, Francis had moved to Ohio and was not living with Joseph at the time of the murder. After learning that Joseph had altered his will, she had returned. His will now states that if Francis remained with Joseph during their marriage, she would only be entitled to a portion of the wealth. Richard said that Francis did not even cry on the day of Joseph's funeral. As straight-laced as they come, she was. Although she claimed to have been hit by the pistol's butt on her forehead, there were no visible wounds there, and she was more concerned with getting her hair done for the funeral than the actual event. Following the funeral, Francis got $250,000 from Joseph's bequest and gave all of Joseph's children a 24-hour notice to vacate. Additionally, Francis was married again a few weeks after Joseph's funeral. Unexpectedly, this was the lawyer who would represent Francis in her divorce case. In the 1980s, some 20 years later, Richard resumed his investigation into the case with the assistance of volunteer and lawyer Paul Novak. Novak had first-hand knowledge of crimes that occurred in and around Miami. Following careful deliberation, Novak suggested that Richard forward the case to a forensic scientist, given that Joseph was a prosperous businessman and that organized crime had been rampant in Miami throughout the 1960s, and that numerous crimes were connected to one another. Novak and Richard believed this might be a mafia hit. Nearly 30 years after Joseph's passing, in 1991, Richard DeMare saw the case from a different angle. For a second opinion, he contacted John Thornton, a professor of forensic science at the University of California, Berkeley. Following his investigation of the case, Thornton expressed his skepticism over Francis's assertions in a letter to the Miami-Dade police. The bullet wounds appeared to have been fired from two distinct angles, and he doubted that they were consistent with the circumstances she stated. Thornton further noted that Francis's claims about the duration of the incident did not match the quantity of blood found at the crime scene, but since there was no proof, the police were unable to take it into consideration. Francis could have been suspected during the initial investigation, according to another police officer at the time. However, a high-ranking official had instructed the police not to investigate Francis because she was a victim and a widowed woman in grief. As a result, the police did not follow up on the Francis angle or question her again. Then, in the 2000s, 40 years later, Richard was presented with a list of suspects by several officers. Joseph's murder was one of the older crimes the police department was investigating. Richard's own investigations had already produced a list of these suspects, but Francis was not one of them. Frances DeMarais passed away in 2006. She was 82. Including her marriage to Joseph DeMarais, she had 4 previous marriages. Around 2019, Paul Novak and the homicide team at the Miami-Dade Police Department's Cold Case Squad began going over the Joseph DeMarais cold case file once more, nearly 60 years after the murder and 20 years after Frances's passing. They discovered numerous hints about the probe in the old police reports. First, Richard had provided the police with some shell casings following the murder of his father. These round casings were from an Italian auto pistol, a .25 caliber SATA, which Joseph possessed but was constantly with Frances. Richard had recovered the ammunition casings after firing a few bullets into the swimming pool at their property. Richard gave the police these casings, but why? Because the shot casings discovered in Joseph's car's back seat at the time of his murder resembled these casings. The police inquiry revealed that 2 empty bullets were still laying there when the deceased was discovered. Joseph was wounded by 4 gunshots. 2 bullets went straight into his mouth from the front. The 2 additional shots struck the region in front of and behind his left ear from the left side. Because these shots were fired so close together, there were gunpowder remnants near the wounds. This indicated that the person who killed Joseph was really close to him in terms of closeness. Since the wounds were on his mouth and around his left ear, it was also evident that the person who shot him did so from Joseph's left side before also shooting through his mouth to confirm that he had died. This indicated that the attackers were not seated in the back seat. Joseph had 9 cuts or bruises on his skull in addition to the gunshot wounds. Additionally, Joseph exhibited injuries on his right index finger and left arm, indicating that he was either dragged after being shot or that he struggled before to being shot. Blood was discovered on the outside of the vehicle, on the front and rear seats, and inside the vehicle. The blood leaked out from the bottom of the door and ran down the glass. It was confirmed during a follow-up examination in late 2019 that there was no blood found on the driver's door, steering wheel, or seat. Additionally, no blood splatter was discovered outside the front seat's center. This implied that Frances, the person occupying the driver's seat, was completely unharmed. Blood trails were seen traveling backward on the outside of the automobile. The volume of blood revealed how severe the injuries were and how long it took for the bleeding to start following the shooting. This indicated that Joseph was shot while the car was moving, and it continued to move while he was bleeding. This, too, went against Frances's statement. The automobile could not have continued to move after she passed out, as she had claimed to have done while behind the wheel. Joseph's jaw was somewhat red, but there was no blood found in his lungs. According to medical professionals, these results might indicate that Joseph's airway was blocked when he was shot, because someone had their arm around his neck. On the other hand, it can indicate that the lethal bullet instantly stopped breathing. Frances said it was a heist, but when Joseph was found in the car, his diamond cufflinks and gold ring were still on him. There were no gunshots, indications of a struggle, or even a bullet being fired, according to 2 men fishing nearby. Frances's feet were uncut, and her shoes were discovered next to the car in a way that indicated they had been placed there on purpose rather than strewn about. A female officer suffered many cuts and bruises to her feet as she walked the same route Frances claimed to have gone, barefoot, from the automobile to the gas station. Norman Logan, the first person Frances spoke to at the petrol station, said she never brought up her husband's shooting. However, when the police and Novak conducted ballistic tests, the greatest hits were still to come. They discovered that only if the bullet was shot from the driver's end could the trajectory of the bullets at the crime scene be satisfied. It did not follow the path of the bullets Frances had described in her initial remarks. Furthermore, it was established that the round casings Richard provided to the police matched the shells of the bullets that killed Joseph, indicating that a .25 caliber SAT also killed Joseph. The day Joseph walked out for the final time with Frances, the identical gun had vanished from the DeMarais home. The most shocking aspect of the case files, however, was the discovery of a blood trail from Joseph's garage that led to the location of his Cadillac. This made it quite evident that Joseph had actually been shot in his garage while he and Frances were at home before they even left for supper. The homicide squad investigators and Novak were aware that Frances could only inherit Joseph's debt if she remained with him during their marriage, and that is exactly what transpired. Frances received the $250,000 0 because she remained with Joseph till his death. The authorities came to the conclusion that Frances killed Joseph in order to obtain the money from him because of the divorce angle and Joseph's alteration of the will. The police concluded that Frances DeMare was the only individual who would carry out all of this, based on this and all the other clear indicators. The Miami-Dade Homicide and Cold Case Squad conducted a press conference on May 10, 2023, nearly 3 years after the Joseph DeMare cold case was reopened. They declared that they had sufficient grounds to suspect Frances DeMare of Joseph DeMare's murder. The upcoming divorce and Joseph's alteration of the will served as the motivation for her murder. In order to do this, she shot Joseph in the garage of their home, drove the car 3 or 4 miles away, went barefoot to the gas station, and called the police while leaving Joseph's body in the car. The murder weapon was never located because the police thought Frances had thrown the .25 caliber STA pistol beneath an underbridge. Richard, aged 82, expressed relief after this announcement, although he was not pleased at all. He was aware that the murderer was his stepmother. Richard further disclosed that he had instructed the police to look into Frances and her murder in 1961, but they had refused. Since Frances died in 2006, she was unable to face consequences for her crime. She had never been held responsible for her acts in her entire life. According to Novak, this case exemplifies how politics can trump justice. It is still unclear whose senior official gave the order for the police to leave Frances alone. Since then, the DeMare business has expanded greatly, going global. They state on their websites that the DeMare firms still adhere to the principles of excellence, honesty, and hard work that the brothers created. They think that the next generation of the DeMare family and their hard-working staff will carry on their tenacity and resolve. Even though his stepmother would never receive justice, Richard, who was also affected by same ideals, might find some comfort in the knowledge that she pursued justice for his father. Why, in your opinion, wasn't Frances given more attention during the preliminary inquiries? Do you believe that a more extensive plot was concealed? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A worrying call was made to Spanish police in May 2023 from a peaceful Malaga suburb. They found a young woman's body with several stab wounds in one of the units. Hours after leaving the area, the suspect was caught at a nearby cafe. But this catastrophe was just the start of a chain of events that brought detectives to an unresolved case from 9 years earlier. Even the most seasoned forensic specialists were taken aback by what they discovered beyond the wall of another flat. Sibora Gagani and her lover Marco resided in Spain's Laurel area, close to Torremolinos beaches, in 2011. Their existence appeared stable on the surface. Marco was a chef and Sibora was a waitress at a nearby restaurant. Sibora frequently called her mother Elisabetta to reassure her that everything was good at their tiny rental home. But beneath this seeming consistency were significant issues that were more apparent every month. Elisabetta felt the strained atmosphere in the home right away when she traveled to Spain to see her daughter. Even in her presence, Sibora and Marco began to argue. Elisabetta witnessed her daughter's attempt to rationalize Marco's outbursts of anxiety and jealousy by attributing them to transient problems. But Elisabetta was certain that the issues extended well beyond daily hardships. It was difficult to accept that Sibora had been someone entirely different just 2 years prior. Born in Tirana, Albania, on September 14, 1991, she has a reputation for being vivacious and upbeat from an early age. Following the split of her parents, Elisabetta, her mother, relocated to Italy with her kids, establishing a new life in Rome. People around Sibora took to her right away. Because of her enthusiasm and amiability, her classmates dubbed her Sibby. Sibora wanted to help her family even though she was struggling financially. She began working as a waitress in a nearby cafe at an early age, yet she never lost up on her goals. Her slender build, inherent beauty, and victory in a local beauty pageant gave her access to modeling prospects. Despite this, Sibora's greatest ambition was to become a teacher because she truly enjoyed working with kids. When Sibora turned 18, things started to shift. She met 31-year-old Marco at a cafe, and she was immediately drawn to his confidence and charm. She didn't know anything about him at the time. He had a sister, was divorced, and appeared to be looking to move on with his life. But there was a tangled past hidden behind this facade. Marco had already drawn the notice of the authorities on several times due to his aggressive demeanor and issues with controlled narcotics. Captivated by his charm, Sibora decided to ignore these red flags. After a year of dating, Marco proposed that Sibora and he go to Spain, saying that the country offered better employment prospects than Italy. Sibora persisted that she thought this relocation would usher in a new era when she and Marco could create a happy life together, despite Elisabetta's attempts to encourage her daughter to stop questioning Marco's motives. Spain initially appeared to be a promising country. Marco secured a job as a pizza cook, while Sibora soon secured employment as a waitress. Sibora seemed upbeat as she told her mother about her plans after they rented a comfortable house. Their stability did not last long, though. Marco blamed his bosses for his failures and started losing jobs one after another. He became increasingly irritable and jealous, and his violent outbursts turned from small altercations into major confrontations. Elisabetta was taken aback by what she discovered when she went to Spain to check on her daughter. Once vivacious and self-assured, Sibora now seems reserved and quiet. Marco made no effort to conceal his annoyance in Elisabetta's presence. Their confrontations became more heated, but Sibora persisted in standing up for Marco, telling her mother that things will get better. Those close to Sibora were perplexed as to why she chose to ignore these warning signs. Maybe she looked to Marco for the stability and support she had not experienced during her formative years. After relocating from Albania to Italy, her family had experienced hardship. Elisabetta put in a lot of effort to give her kids a better life, but Sibora had to take on responsibilities at a young age. She may have tried to fill that gap with her connection with Marco, but it just made things worse. For Sibora, life in Spain was getting more and more difficult. Her childhood dreams slowly turned into far-off recollections. Sibora Gargiani abruptly vanished in July 2014, leaving her family in distress. Her last known communication was a July 7 text message to her ex-partner Marco. Her social media accounts became silent, and she shut off her phone. This was not how she usually behaved. Before that, Sibora had told her mother that she felt free, had finally moved into a new apartment, and had broken up with Marco. According to her, it felt like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. But everyone was startled by her abrupt quiet. The situation became even more bizarre when Marco showed up to Elisabetta's house in Italy out of the blue. He made an effort to come across as a man who was deeply troubled by what had transpired and remorseful. He told Elisabetta over coffee that he didn't know where Sibora might have gone. Marco claims that just before she disappeared, they had a disagreement and she left all of her possessions behind. Marco later claimed that Sibora had been spotted leaving with 2 luggage by a security guard at their apartment building. Concerns and suspicions were only increased by these contradictory remarks. Elisabetta remembered that Sibora had announced her intention to permanently break up with him only a month before. She had left Marco's apartment and was reconstructing her life after 3 years of attempting to save it. She made an effort to keep her distance from him throughout that time, but it didn't appear to have much of an impact on his interest in her life. Marco kept getting involved, displaying a disturbing tenacity. He abruptly called Elisabetta at the beginning of July to inquire as to whether Sibora had returned to Italy. Elisabetta found the question strange, especially considering how recently they had broken up. In 2013, Sibora had tried several times to break off contact with Marco. She even went back to her mother's house in Italy, intending to abandon everything. She acknowledged at the time that she didn't see their relationship going forward, but Marco wouldn't let it go. Presenting himself at their Italian home, he begged Sibora to change. He even asked her to marry him. Sibora fell into his promises because she was exhausted from the never-ending battle, but the cycle quickly started up again. Her sense of calm was once more destroyed by aggressive conduct, jealousy, and control. She once told her mother that she might have to entirely vanish if she ever made the decision to leave Marco permanently, because she thought he wouldn't leave her alone. Sibora visited Italy often in the months that followed, most likely due to the expiration of her Spanish residency permit. According to some stories, she traveled with a fake Italian ID. Elisabetta saw that her daughter was becoming more and more afraid. although Sabora seldom ever talked about it. She merely stated that she was trying to find a way out of her challenging circumstance. Sabora attempted to start over by moving into a new apartment by June 2014. She informed her mother that she had no plans to visit Marco again. She briefly appeared to be free again, but worries about her safety persisted after Marco said she had departed and left all of her possessions behind. Her family saw right away that something was amiss. Sabora would never have cut off communication with her mother, and brothers in particular. The family could only wait and hope that Sabora had really chosen to go into hiding in order to avoid Marco's control, but her contradictory statements and total lack of communication only made matters worse. Despite the efforts of Sabora Gagani's family and law enforcement, the inquiry into her abduction had not advanced much by 2015. Her mother, Elisabetta, had been the impetus behind formally reporting the incident to the police. Since Marco Zaboris was the last person to have seen her before she disappeared, she continued to believe that he was somehow connected to the incident. His actions during the probe, however, only served to heighten suspicions. Marco repeated his version of events while being questioned. After an altercation, he said Sabora had fled their house with only a few items. It was odd, though, since a lot of her personal belongings, such as clothes and identification papers, were still in the flat. Marco never called the police to report her missing, despite his claims. Rather, he claimed to have printed and distributed leaflets across their area in an attempt to find Sabora on his own. Additionally, he presented contradictory speculations regarding her location, at one time speculating that she may have visited Argentina or that she had been spotted with an unidentified male with whom she allegedly had an altercation. These claims lacked coherence and empirical backing. Because she didn't trust Marco, Elisabetta started looking for her daughter on her own. She contacted the media as well as a specialized group that assists in raising awareness of missing person instances. News outlets in Spain and Italy started to publish images of Sabora and appeals for help. No fresh leads were found, in spite of these attempts. Marco seemed to have a fairly normal life while Sabora's family persisted in their quest for answers. In an apparent attempt to avoid drawing attention to himself, he modified his look by shaving his head and growing a beard. He started 2 new relationships during this period, but both terminated with the ladies complaining about his violent conduct. Nevertheless, Marco continued to live in Spain, regularly going to the gym and joining a shooting club, which worried many who knew about his past. The family of Sabora persisted. Elisabetta begged the police to step up their inquiry on several occasions. Law enforcement started going through the case files in the interim, looking for any information that might have been missed. They examined Marco's allegations, which had seemed contradictory from the start. He claimed that Sabora had walked out with nothing, but he also claimed that she had departed with suitcases. There were also inquiries as to why he had not called the police right away after she vanished. The public's interest in Sabora's case gradually waned. Despite the tenacious efforts of her family still residing in Spain, Marco managed to adapt to life after her disappearance. To his neighbors, he seemed like a gregarious person who was interested in socializing and staying active. His reputation was still questioned, nevertheless, given his previous relationship with Sabora and the grievances from new partners. The investigation came to a halt as Sabora's family held out hope for any updates. With the help of worldwide missing persons databases, authorities increased their efforts, but to no avail. The uncertainty surrounding Sabora's fate continued to be an intolerable agony for those closest to her. Marco seemed to have changed his ways by 2023. On the surface, he was living with Paula, his new girlfriend, and the 2 of them had a child. But beyond the surface of this ostensibly new beginning were the same problems that had beset Marco for years. His and Paula's relationship was everything but steady. She told her closest friends and co-workers that Marco had physically abused her. Marco, however, found it difficult to maintain a reliable employment, which made their financial difficulties even worse. Marco and Paula were offered positions by Victor Molina, the restaurant owner, whom Marco had met while working at a pizzeria. In an effort to alleviate the couple's financial strain, Victor also rented them a modest flat. Paula gained respect and trust at work more rapidly than Marco did. In addition to being Paula's employers, Victor and his sister Victoria, who also worked at the restaurant, also provided her with emotional support. Victoria became more aware of Paula and Marco's relationship problems over time. Following a specific event, she started advising Paula to call the police. Victoria claims that Marco was unhelpful at home in addition to being combative at work. Victoria reached a breaking point after an incident at the restaurant. It was discovered that the staff restroom door was smashed. Paula informed Victoria that Marco had broken it, claiming that she had used the area to meet with colleagues. Victor then moved Marco to a new location while maintaining strict monitoring over him. Paula tried hard to keep her life looking regular, but she was unable to conceal the difficulties she was facing. She opened out more as her confidence in Victoria grew. Paula disclosed that the only reason she was remaining with Marco was to reclaim custody of her children, who had been taken away from her when police found illegal drugs in their home. Marco owned the drugs, but the whole family had to deal with the fallout. Paula's main objective was to save enough money to leave Marco and fight for custody back, because this was a very personal tragedy for her. Marco's circumstances, however, kept becoming worse. He often grumbled to Victor about his financial difficulties, saying he worked just to support his family. However, his demeanor and actions conveyed a different message. Victor questioned if it was worth the trouble to retain him on staff because of his aggressive behavior and lack of interpersonal skills. Victoria, who was aware of how serious Paula's circumstances were, persisted in urging her to stop putting up with the abuse. Paula, however, refrained from engaging in any combative behavior out of concern for her safety. She acknowledged to Victoria that she had once been kicked and hit 4 times by Marco, but she played down the severity of the incident for Victor and Victoria. This was unmistakable proof that Paula's condition needed immediate attention. Paula spent her day off on Tuesday, May 16, 2023, feeling upbeat and eager to relax. She told her coworkers that she planned to have a productive and restful evening. Victoria, Paula's co-worker and close friend, was curious about her evening on May 17, the next day. However, at roughly 11:30 a.m. that morning, the day took a gloomy and unexpected turn. Although Paula and Marco frequently argued, the shouting that came from their apartment this time sounded much more furious. Paula's voice was clearly calling for assistance. Victor, Paula's employer and landlord, who happened to be nearby, could hear the disturbance so loudly that they were obviously worried. He and another restaurant staff hurried toward the residence. The 2 men arrived at the door and started yelling and knocking in an attempt to figure out what was going on. They heard mild sobbing coming from inside, but it quickly stopped. Marco opened the door a few moments later, his calm manner reassuring them that everything was well and that Paula had just gone to bed to sleep. But Victor felt really uneasy because Paula's voice was no longer audible. Recent occurrences added to the situation's alarming nature. Victor had dismissed Marco from the restaurant a few days prior after a string of concerning events, including the mysterious disappearance of a kitchen knife. Victor wanted to prevent more issues because he had become more and more suspicious of Marco. Marco was now at the epicenter of another worrying incident. While the other employee phoned the police, Victor went to get an extra key to the apartment. Marco acted unexpectedly and without explanation, but he seemed to be aware that the situation was getting worse. He walked out of the building and out of the flat. The flat was locked when the police got there. The mystery grew by the fact that everything inside looked as if the occupants had just departed. Victor, meanwhile, came back with the extra key and went inside the flat. They found Paula's body lying on the floor with several stab wounds. To ascertain what had transpired inside one of the apartments, it was clear that she had died a few hours before, and her clothing was covered with blood. Marco had already left when the police guarded the area, called in forensic experts to gather evidence, and began searching for him. While detectives searched for the culprit, Paula's body was sent for an autopsy to determine the precise cause of death. A few hours later, Marco was found in a nearby cafe, sitting peacefully at a table. During his arrest, he acted as if nothing had happened and did not resist. Marco showed up in court on May 20, 2023, 3 days after Paula's untimely death. He was accused of engaging in gender-based hostility as a felony with aggravating circumstances. A mental assessment and controlled substance testing were also mandated by the court. Marco was held during the hearing after being refused bail. Marco merely spoke in response to his lawyer's questioning, exercising his right to silence. Sibora Gagani, whose disappearance he had earlier hinted to, was not mentioned. But on May 17, the day of Paula's passing, Cibora's name returned to the public front a few days following his detention. During his interrogation at the station, Marco revealed something surprising. He said he killed Cibora Gagani during a 2014 argument and hid her body in the apartment they shared. Marco even volunteered to show investigators where her remains were found. Despite his admission, authorities decided to put Paula's death investigation first and postponed for a while checking Marco's claims regarding Cibora. Elisabetta, Cibora's mother, was devastated to learn of Marco's imprisonment and his revelation about her daughter. She had been fighting to restart the case for 9 years because she thought Marco was connected to Cibora's disappearance. After Marco's confession, Cibora Gagani's case was formally reopened and investigators set out to confirm his allegations. By early June 2023, they had inspected the flat where the pair had resided in 2014. The layout of the building where Cibora and Marco had previously lived was thoroughly examined by Spanish investigators working on her case. An extensive examination of the apartment turned up nothing noteworthy. Nevertheless, differences between the apartment's designs and actual layout were discovered. After making this discovery, the investigators turned their focus to a nearby apartment on the same level that had a nearly comparable design. One specific detail caught my attention. In the apartment under inquiry, there was a sizable area that, according on the design drawings, should have been a bedroom but wasn't there. On June 6, investigators gained authorization to enter the adjacent flat and breached the wall behind it. They found a big wooden box with lime in it. Police discovered the first piece of evidence, a plastic bag with personal belongings thought to be Cibora's, and a knife smeared with dried blood inside the box. One among the things was a bunch of withered flowers resting on top of a few garbage bags. A camping sleeping bag containing human remains was found inside one of the bags. To ascertain the identity and cause of death, the remains were sent for forensic examination. Investigators found tattoos on the body that matched descriptions in Cibora Gagani's missing persons complaint. But Spanish authorities asked Cibora's relatives in Italy for DNA samples to definitively confirm the identity. To get a sample of Cibora's mother, Elisabetta's saliva, cops showed up at her house on June 10. The remains were identified as belonging to Cibora Gagani by the DNA results. New information regarding Marco's behavior surfaced during interrogations in Spain in the week after the discovery. He claimed to have tried to dispose of the body by using acid, but this claim was not supported by evidence. The reopening of Cibora's case was triggered by Marco's confessions after his arrest for Paula's death, and investigators observed that he constantly changed his testimonies. Authorities kept looking into the circumstances surrounding her death in the interim. The news that Cibora's remains had been confirmed was a crushing blow to Elisabetta. She had lost hope after 9 years of uncertainty, but she had never given up on finding out what had happened to her daughter. Her life had drastically changed over the years. Cibora's father never found out the truth about his daughter and had died of illness. The birth of her grandchild had been Elisabetta's only source of comfort. Elisabetta thought back on her years of campaigning, pleading with the police to reopen her daughter's case after the remains were formally identified. Although she had at last received answers as a result of her efforts, she also felt a feeling of bittersweet closure. The evidence retrieved from the location where Cibora's bones were discovered was still being examined by forensic specialists. Forensic testing was done on the knife found in the plastic bag in order to find any biological evidence that could connect it to Marco. In the meantime, Spanish detectives worked with their Italian counterparts to add to the Cibora missing case information. Despite the evidence in Marco's own admission of his role in Cibora's killing, including disclosing the location of her remains, the inquiry into Paula's death was still underway, and Marco was already the main suspect. Marco eventually withdrew his confession. Marco's lawyer contended that his remarks should not be used in court because they were made under duress. Nonetheless, investigators insisted that there were solid grounds for additional charges based on the evidence, which included Cibora's personal things that was discovered in the hidden box. Cibora Gagani's family was able to finally bury her in January 2024, a few months after her bones were found. Her remains were given back to her loved ones for burial once all forensic analyses were finished. Friends and family came together to say their final goodbyes at the service, which was held in Italy. In remembrance, balloons bearing sincere words that represented hope and goodbye were released into the sky. The continuous judicial processes against Marco, who was charged with Paula's death, received the majority of attention at the time. In a 17-page handwritten letter that he submitted during a hearing on January 30, 2024, Marco acknowledged his guilt for her death but made several disclaimers. According to him, the dispute started because of a series of discussions over his adultery and a debt of €50. Marco claims that the catastrophe occurred because he defended himself too fiercely during the confrontation, but when investigators saw that Paula's injuries were on her back, they seriously questioned his claim of self-defense. Marco acknowledged his guilt over Paula, but he would not elaborate on Cibora's situation. He did attest to the fact that he had covered her body with flowers, wrapped it in plastic, and put it in a wooden box, sealed it within a wall after layering it with lime. He tried to defend his actions by claiming that they were a response to his anxiety of the situation, but he denied any responsibility for her death. Marco presented a completely different story of Cibora's death during the trial, changing it abruptly. He said her death was caused by the Albanian mafia, with which he claimed to have been associated because of debts. Marco claims that he was unable to pay back the €25,000 he borrowed to start a brothel because the money was stolen. He claimed that 4 men showed up at his house, and one of them killed Cibora during a fight. Marco said that in order to prevent more repercussions, he was then compelled to dispose of her body while facing danger to his own life. Given that Marco had previously altered his claims several times during the investigation, this account of events caused serious skepticism among investigators. Marco's arrest in May 2023 following Paula's death was the first indication that he had lied to authorities. During the investigation, no proof was found to corroborate his allegations of mafia involvement. An examination revealed that Cibora had suffered many knife wounds, which, even in light of the state of her remains, amply demonstrated a violent crime. Years after Cibora was reported missing, her family was eventually able to get confirmation of her whereabouts. Although Cibora's father had died without ever finding out the truth, her mother Elisabetta disclosed that she had spent the previous 9 years holding out hope for answers. The trial for Paula's case was still going on by May 2024. In order to handle the counts of homicide and domestic violence, the court opted to hold a jury trial. Even though it had been reopened, Cibora Gagani's case had not yet gone to trial. More court proceedings were expected as investigators proceeded to examine Marco's assertions, particularly his suspicions of mafia participation. As seen by the experiences of Cibora Gagani and Paula, aggressive and manipulative relationships can have disastrous outcomes. The same individual betrayed Paula, who was trying to take back control of her life, and Cibora, who had hoped for a bright future. Their tragic outcomes serve as a sobering reminder of how critical it is to spot abusive conduct early and take action to stop future catastrophes. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Around 6 p.m. on September 27, 2020, a guy dialed 911. The man said that a neighbor woman ran up to his house and screamed for help, and Lamontine County dispatchers captured the incident on tape. She said she had just been attacked in the house by her husband and was running from him. The woman was crying uncontrollably, but because she was carrying a gun, she did not appear to be a victim at all. When police got on the scene, they discovered the husband's assailant still alive in the bedroom, having been shot twice, once in the chest and once in the leg. The right arm was also lightly wounded by the bullet. 4 round casings from a .45 caliber pistol were discovered next to the wounded victim, along with 2 additional bullets in the wall. After being transported to a nearby hospital, the man passed away from his wounds. An hour later, police investigators interrogated the woman and conducted a comprehensive investigation of the tragedy scene, but she chose not to alert the authorities. Detectives started looking into her claim of self-defense after she was not taken into custody that evening. Ashley Benefield was the woman who was hurt, and her husband, Douglas Benefield, was the one who was killed. Let's examine the actual circumstances of that day, though. and if Ashley might have rescued herself by shooting her husband alone. In August 2016, our story starts in sunny Florida. Douglas Benefield and Ashley Byers first crossed paths at a Palm Beach Republican fundraising event. After supper that same evening, the man was so enamored with the young girl that he requested for her phone number. This was the beginning of their loving correspondence. Ashley Byers, 24, was employed at Donald Trump's Sarasota campaign office. She was responsible for organizing demonstrations and urging evangelicals to vote. Ashley was involved in politics, but she was also a model and dancer who occasionally performed with the Maryland Youth Ballet. But Ashley wanted to launch her own ballet company and become a well-known ballerina. Ashley was 30 years younger than Douglas Benefield. He was a successful consultant who worked with defense contractors and technology companies, a former Navy pilot, and a native of Charleston. In addition, he worked in restaurants and real estate. Douglas raised his 15-year-old daughter Eva alone after becoming a widower approximately a year ago. Despite their vast age differences, the little girl and the older man were drawn together by their shared love of weapons and conservative ideals. They were married in just 13 days. Douglas's hometown of Charleston hosted a little celebration. Only Douglas's buddy Trip Cormany, who was then an ordained Episcopal minister, was invited. Because Douglas was very devout and wanted to marry Ashley before he became sexual with her in front of the rest of the couple's family and friends, Trip consented to perform the wedding, even though he wasn't happy and disliked what he saw as too little time for them to have known one another. It was a surprise wedding. Douglas didn't even extend an invitation to his daughter's wedding. At the age of 15, Ava Benefield was still dealing with the shock of losing her mother. Ava found her mother, Renee, dead 9 months ago when she returned home from school. She had passed away from an unidentified cardiac disease. Ava was taken aback by her father's unexpected union with a girl who was just 9 years her senior. The relationship between Ashley and Ava did not work out after Ashley moved into Douglas's house in Charleston, and this led to many arguments and scandals in the family. Douglas's new wife significantly harmed the close father-daughter bond. Ashley didn't want to be her husband's daughter's friend or stepmother. In contrast, Ava believed that she was just losing her father. Douglas pledged to fulfill his wife's dream of starting a ballet company that would feature dancers of diverse physiques and nationalities, as envisioned by Ashley Benefield. He held his young wife in high regard. Douglas told Ashley she was the most beautiful, tall, slim, and graceful, and he often planned romantic dates and surprises for her. He also gave her flowers. Ashley, like a swan, truly enchanted everyone in her vicinity. Her long brown hair, like a bird's plumage, gave beauty and splendor, and her blue eyes emanated friendliness. Douglas was prepared to go to any lengths for his Ashley since he saw only spiritual purity in her. Her desire came true so quickly. Douglas's commercial acumen and Ashley's love of ballet led to the founding of the American National Ballet in Charleston, where they recruited ballet performers from across the nation. The objective was to operate a for-profit school and a non-profit ballet company. Ashley and Douglas started holding the initial auditions in the summer of 2017. Ashley, however, was contemplating a pregnancy and dreamed of becoming a mother in addition to launching a ballet company. Approximately 40 dancers from all over the world started traveling to Charleston to practice with Ashley during the late summer of 2017 while the ballet company was being formed, but she never returned for another audition. Douglas was left to do all the job. Douglas hired ballet master Michael Wise to train the dancers, but Ashley was the one that many dancers were waiting for. She wasn't planning on doing ballet anytime soon, citing a serious condition from her pregnancy. Despite the growing tension between Ashley and Eva, Douglas continued to support his wife in her dream to start a ballet company in Charleston with a unique mission. The man, who was not very involved in ballet, tried to run the company on his own with the help of hired managers and choreographers, but the company soon ran into legal issues after being sued by dancers and choreographers who accused the couple of breach of contract, claiming they were fired just weeks after being hired. After Ashley left, Douglas brought in new managers in the hopes of getting the ballet up and running, but they made drastic changes, and Ashley's original vision of dancers from all ethnicities didn't work. Douglas failed to see the growing tension between Ashley and Ava because he was too focused on the ballet. Douglas lost his temper and shot their home ceiling one day after he and Ashley got into a fight over Ava. According to many who knew him, it was unusual for the composed and non-aggressive Douglas to return to Florida in late August, alleging a challenging pregnancy, while Douglas was still attempting to establish the ballet's work in Charleston. A number of dancers were summoned to a meeting on October 23, 2017, instructed to sign non-disclosure agreements, and then fired online. Ashley voiced her disapproval of Douglas and the rest of the company. "Everything we've worked so hard to achieve has been ruined by the current management, and I cannot support them or their behavior." According to her, A&B was founded to distinguish out from other dance companies and ought to have established new guidelines for how it handles its dancers. The way it was handled should make everyone embarrassed. A brilliant concept appeared to have vanished like smoke. The American National Ballet was permanently completed a few months later. Douglas had lost more than $100,000, 0 cents, by the end of the dance case. His ballet nightmare was finished. Douglas, who had long collaborated with numerous dancers, arranged a farewell party for A&B. But instead of his expectant wife waiting for him when he got home, there was a farewell note. Ashley outlined all of Douglas's flaws in her 4-page letter, labeling his behavior toward her possessive and domineering. She said that his heart was crushed and that she had to leave him because she was afraid for her life and the safety of her pregnant child after he shot a gun into the ceiling. Ashley's note, however, was just the start. As it turned out, Douglas had to deal with a blow from the man he loved, making the months that followed much more challenging. Still holding out hope for a reconciliation, Douglas sent Ashley a birthday gift in late November 2017. He was aware of his wife's passion for tea. He purchased a specialty tea for expectant mothers, as well as a lovely teapot, cups, and saucers. Ashley was not going to tolerate the present, even though she accepted it. Rather, she accused Douglas of a number of offenses. Poisoning her with her tea was one of them. Investigations into her claims revealed nothing to support such serious charges. Ashley, however, didn't stop there. In order to find out if she had been poisoned, she sent her hair to a different facility for investigation. According to the report, her hair had higher than usual concentrations of zinc, aluminum, and other elements. Ashley went to the hospital 3 weeks before to giving birth, without telling Douglas. Tampa General Hospital was where she was. The woman was quite terrified and said that her husband had poisoned her, exposing the unborn child to heavy metals through the womb. Ashley continued to blame Douglas of unsubstantiated physical abuse. Additionally, she said that he imprisoned her in his house in Charleston and that he stalked her everywhere, beginning in Florida, despite Douglas being hundreds of miles away. Since there was no way of knowing whether Ashley's statements to hospital workers were accurate, management took safety measures and renamed her Christina. A C-section was done by doctors 3 days later. Ashley was still concerned that her daughter had been poisoned, even though the newborn girl was healthy, but Douglas wasn't prepared to give up. He begged Ashley to reconsider in a series of texts. He still had a family, which he had assumed would be faithful, happy, and ideal, but it had disintegrated in the most dubious manner. Ashley didn't feel like going back, much less forgiving Douglas. She made the decision to approach the police and bring fresh charges against her spouse. She sent in Florida Child Protective Services to investigate after learning of Douglas's abuse of his eldest daughter, Eva. Ashley detailed the day Douglas discharged a gun inside the house and informed the police that he struggled with anger management. Following Eva's interview with investigators, Douglas was also questioned. The gun incident was looked into, but Douglas was ultimately found not guilty. A psychologist who conducted a thorough psychiatric test on him concluded that Douglas was completely well and not a threat. Ashley wrote a lengthy letter to Douglas again because she couldn't believe it. He was warned in the final paragraphs not to approach her or attempt to stalk her, or else the police will be called in once more. She didn't appear to be prepared to start dating again. Ashley Douglas received yet another harsh note that made it clear how she felt. When Ashley and Douglas reunited in a Bradenton courtroom in the summer of 2018, the poisoning accusations reached a boiling point. Ashley requested a restraining order, and Douglas wanted to see his newborn baby, but the judge was not persuaded, despite Ashley's 2 days of testimony and the results of her lab tests. According to Judge Diane Moreland, There was not even the most plausible indication that Miss Benefield had ever been poisoned or experienced any poison illnesses. Douglas was able to visit his daughter at last, thanks to this decision. To allow the father to meet the child, he and Ashley met outside the sheriff's office a few days later. Ashley became surprisingly cooperative, much to the astonishment of people around them. She then went straight to Douglas and gave him the baby with great courtesy. She even volunteered to spend the majority of the following year with the three of them. Ashley seems content with their daughter. In order to stay near Ashley and without disturbing her peace, Douglas even moved into a nearby apartment in Florida. However, he was shocked to discover his wife wearing an engagement ring when he met Ashley in August 2019 to pick up his kid. To discover out what was happening, he engaged a private investigator. Douglas was notified by the private investigator that Ashley was seeing another guy, who filed for divorce in November 2019. Ashley soon started complaining about Douglas Benefield once more. Ashley said that he had behaved inappropriately toward his small daughter. She made several horrible accusations against him. Authorities accepted the lack of proof despite Douglas's strong denial that he had harmed his daughter. Then, in March 2020, Douglas accused Ashley of having a dual personality in an email to the sheriff's office. However, a few months later, Douglas made the startling announcement that he and Ashley were moving to Maryland in an attempt to reunite as a family. Despite holding their breath, friends believed that her parents' miraculous reunion was imminent for the benefit of their small daughter. Douglas Benefield was getting ready to start a new life on September 27, 2020. He was relocating from Florida to Maryland with Ashley, their little daughter, and Ashley's mother, Alicia. Let's imagine that it is Sunday evening. Ashley meets with Douglas at around 5:30 p.m. to begin packing for the relocation. Ashley and Douglas are contentedly packing at Alicia's house. Alicia chooses to walk to a neighboring park with the infant. Douglas and Ashley are left alone. As they converse, Ashley abruptly declares that they will be moving without him. In a fit of rage, Douglas shouted that they would move in as a family and begin a new life. Furious, the man started shifting filled boxes. Douglas allegedly grabbed Ashley Benefield's left arm, dragged her back, and asked her where she was going when she attempted to leave the residence. He used his index finger as a kind of menace. A mischievous child who said, "You can't leave me." However, it was plenty to make Ashley fear for her life. Ashley Benefield rushed into her bedroom once more and retrieved her lawfully held firearm. She commanded Douglas to leave the house and leave her alone while pointing the gun at him. In an attempt to soothe Ashley, Douglas didn't pause and kept moving in her direction. She started shooting as he moved closer to her. Ashley witnessed Douglas's fall as his feet slipped out from beneath him and he abruptly collapsed, lifting his legs into the air. Screaming for assistance, the woman rushed to the neighbor's house. She was seen crying and shouting while running outdoors with a rifle by two neighbors who were out for a dog walk. Ashley hasn't spoken up though, so only she truly knows what transpired in the house that evening. Ashley was taken into custody and charged with second-degree murder 5 weeks after the incident. She entered a not guilty plea. After around 2 weeks in jail, she was freed on bail. On November 4, 2020, Ashley went into cooperation with the government. She was officially taken into custody at that point and accused with second-degree murder. She is being kept without bond until February 2023, when she is scheduled to appear in court. Ashley Benefield shot her husband in self-defense, according to the defense, which filed a request to dismiss the case. Her version of events leading up to the deadly shooting is presented in the 105-page motion. Neil Taylor, Ashley Benefield's lawyer, stated that the motion is partly an effort to clarify her version of events. Ashley Benefield's lawyers included supporting documentation, photographs, and other evidence in their move to dismiss. In addition to images displaying Douglas Benefield's flawless form and power, there are also pictures of Ashley Benefield with a black eye and a cut on her side that was allegedly caused by a moving box that Douglas was carrying toward her. According to the defense, the images of her wounds were captured on the day of the shooting. In addition to their long-standing admission that Douglas punched their dog and punched a hole in the wall, defense lawyers have done everything in their power to link Douglas to cruelty and uncontrollable aggression. During the original hearing in July 2018, he allegedly acknowledged to taking a revolver from his sleeve, shooting at the ceiling, and even hurling the weapon against a wall to try to silence Ashley Benefield during a dispute. Neil Taylor, the attorney for Ashley Benefield, and Assistant State's Attorneys Suzanne O'Donnell and Rebecca Friel debated whether Ashley Benefield's actions the night she shot Doug Benefield were a lament or self-defense. Ashley was accused of killing her ex-husband, and after 2 months after she appeared in court for a hearing, the county judge dismissed a motion to dismiss the case. Judge Stephen White of the Circuit Court stated that the state had demonstrated through the entirety of the evidence given during the hearing that Douglas Benefield's death was the result of Ashley Benefield's long-term, coordinated effort rather than a single act of necessary self-defense. The court agreed with the state that there was probable cause to proceed with the case, rejecting the defense's version of events. Judge White said in the finding that the defendant is not entitled to judicial immunity from prosecution because she was not justified in employing fatal force against the victim on September 27, 2020, as demonstrated by the competent and significant evidence offered by the state. Ashley Benefield was therefore refused immunity and the dismissal of the case, since the prosecution and the court were not persuaded to shoot him by the evidence that was given in court. According to court documents, Douglas Benefield was shot after an altercation broke out on that fateful day of September 27, 2020, when he went to visit his child at the Lakewood Ranch home where the suspect was staying with her mother. Later, in a nearby hospital, he passed away from his wounds. Ashley Benefield said that when she attempted to flee from the police, Douglas grabbed her and started beating her. According to the affidavit, Douglas was not facing Ashley when she started shooting because of the entry wounds on his torso. Additionally, he did not adopt a defensive stance. Ashley's claim of self-defense became troublesome as detectives looked into it, even though Douglas was not found to have a weapon on or near him. The man apparently didn't even anticipate being shot by his cherished wife. Ashley Benefield is awaiting trial and maintains her innocence. Yes, she is. Not entered a guilty plea yet. Douglas and Ashley's marriage still raises a lot of unresolved issues. We only know that she admitted to shooting her spouse, which is how he died. Could Ashley have been truly terrified of Douglas and ready to protect herself at any time of day or night? She might have been scared of him, of course. One of the most powerful and readily manipulated human emotions is fear. However, one cannot be terrified of something that does not exist. Ashley had spent years living with a fictitious terror and was always expecting to be attacked. When her spouse threatened to put a finger in her face, she killed him. It sounds a lot like paranoia when you consider that it was worthwhile to have Ashley and Douglas examined by a psychologist in addition to the poisoning complaints. It's difficult to determine if Ashley was a deft manipulator or a victim. Ashley was ultimately accused with second-degree murder and is still awaiting trial. Florida, don't back down. If someone reasonably believes they must protect themselves from an immediate threat and they have no need to flee, they are permitted by law to use or threaten to use lethal force against another person. This implies that a person in Florida has the right to defend themselves if they feel that they are seriously in danger of being hurt or killed and are not involved in criminal conduct. A person cannot attempt to flee from an assailant first, in contrast to conventional self-defense legislation. Ashley was that innocent, pure white swan, the epitome of gentleness and purity, but beneath those white feathers was an evil woman, the Black Swan. Taylor said he expects District Court Judge Stephen White to give the prosecution enough time to read and understand the motion before setting a date for another hearing for Douglas Benefield, now that the defense has invoked "Stand Your Ground." Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Loretta Jones leads us to Price, Utah, in the United States. With fewer than 9,000 residents according to the 2010 census, Price is the biggest city in Carbon County. The majority of its citizens own their homes, giving them a suburban feel. Price is a stunning area for outdoor activities and is well known for its cavernous gorges, expansive deserts, and intriguing rock formations. Statistics show that there is a roughly 1 in 56 probability of becoming a victim of crime in Price. Our story starts here, in this quiet village. Loretta Jones and her 4-year-old daughter Heidi Jones resided at 460 E 400 South in Price. She put in a lot of effort there to support herself and her daughter. She was young and single, but she gave everything she had for Heidi, who who recalled all of their wonderful times together. Heidi's dolls and much of her childhood clothing were handcrafted by Loretta. Their wonderful life together would soon come to an abrupt end on the evening of July 30, 1970. Unaware that it would be the last time she would see her mother alive, Heidi bid her goodnight with a kiss on that beautiful July night. When Heidi Jones awoke on the morning of July 31, 1970, she discovered her mother, Loretta, dead on the floor of their living room. Heidi, too young to properly understand, stepped outside. There she noticed Sue Ann Hovert, her neighbor, excavating worms at her flat. Hovert asked Heidi what she was doing after noticing her beckoning her closer. In response, Heidi said, "I can't. I think my mommy is dead." When Hovert heard these words, she instantly stopped what she was doing and went inside with Heidi to see how things were going in Loretta's house. Hovert discovered Loretta laying face down, her back and hair matted in blood, and she was completely nude from the waist down. Police Chief Art Poloni arrived at the site after Hovert phoned the police. On July 31, 1970, at approximately 11:40 a.m., the police arrived and verified Loretta's death. The living room was covered in blood, and Loretta had been stabbed 17 times. Since there was no evidence of forced entrance, the detectives concluded that she had known her assailant. Additionally, Loretta had no defensive wounds, suggesting that she had not attempted self-defense throughout the assault. The medical examiner determined that Loretta had body fluid on her and that she had been slain by a short, narrow knife. Unfortunately, there were no CCTV cameras to record the events, and DNA testing was only in its infancy at the time. Investigators looked to Heidi for answers because a young girl was there in the house when the crime occurred. Heidi informed them that she was warned not to leave her room by her mother after she had put her to bed. She added that on the night of the murder, she didn't hear her mother struggle or scream. The detectives were alarmed by what she said, though. Heidi had told the investigators that Tom did it. "Tom killed my mom." As they searched the house during the investigation, the cops started looking for explanations. This notepad contained an entry from Heidi's grandma, who was recording whatever Heidi said at the time. When the body was recovered, Heidi told her grandma, "It was Tom that killed my mom." Later, they located Loretta's diary, which had a name that sounded a lot like the one Heidi had mentioned, Thomas Egley. Before her death, Loretta dated Thomas for 2 months, according to the diary. They were only able to learn this about Thomas. The name that 4-year-old Heidi, who was asleep at the time of the murder, mentioned was the only other clue the investigators had to piece together the case, but the police soon had another lead to pursue. 10-year-old Kula Fennell, who lived 3 blocks from Loretta's home, was outside with her brother at 9:30 p.m. riding their bikes. As night fell, Kula's brother abandoned his bike and entered, and Kula chose to follow suit, leaving her bike outside. A man grabbed her from behind and covered her lips with his palm as she made her way to the main door. Fortunately, Kula was able to release her mouth from the assailant's hold and scream loudly. The man ran away in fear. Kula could see her assailant and the path he took. She informed the cops that he ran toward Loretta's residence. Since Thomas Egley was already a suspect in a murder investigation that same evening, his image was later included in a lineup at the police station. Thomas was taken in for interrogation after Kula identified him as the one who attempted to abduct her. The investigators thought Kula and Loretta's cases were connected. Thomas denied any involvement in either of the 2 occurrences when they questioned him about them separately on August 1, 1970. According to Thomas, he got a lift with other teens the night of the murder and was dropped off at a fast food restaurant in Price, where he ate hamburgers. Around 11:30 p.m., he claimed to have gone to Highway Rendezvous, a pub on Spring Lane Road, before returning home. He said that day, he didn't see Loretta. When the investigators went to the pub to inquire about if they actually saw Thomas that evening, the proprietor acknowledged seeing him. He had red spots on his shirt and appeared frightened and shaky, she observed. Thomas informed the detectives that since he had been painting all day, the red specks on his shirt must have been paint. The detectives took samples of Thomas's hair, blood, and fingerprints, as well as the clothes he claimed to be wearing that evening, regardless of what he stated. They felt they had sufficient grounds to arrest Thomas as a result, and they did. While Thomas and his fiancée, who was 8 months pregnant, were staying at a motel in Helper, Utah, Thomas was detained. However, prosecutors called witnesses who gave Thomas an alibi during the preliminary hearing on November 5, 1970. Since Thomas was known to have visited Loretta's house before to the occurrence, the prosecutors claim that the fiber evidence resembled the rug she had at her house was insufficient. However, Thomas was charged with attempted kidnapping and jailed for 90 days after Kula Fennell named him as the man who attempted to kidnap her. In 1971, Thomas relocated to Rockford, Colorado, following his parole. For years, however, Loretta's case remained unresolved. After her mother passed away, Heidi had to cope with the trauma. Her grandma, who had taken her in right away after her mother passed away, would listen to her talk about the incident. She kept saying to her grandma that she didn't think Tom killed her mother. Her grandmother kept a journal in which she recorded everything Heidi said. Heidi added that Tom was cruel to Loretta and would frequently strike and slap her. The grown-ups in the family eventually sought to dissuade Heidi from talking about the incident and try to help her forget it. Heidi never forgot what had happened to her mother in 1970, even if she stopped talking about it. As Heidi got older, she realized that Loretta had to have suffered through the attack in order to keep her safe. Heidi decided that she owed her mother justice as a result, and she would obtain it for her. Heidi never forgot her mother's case, even if decades went by and she moved on with her life. Even though she still had a soft spot for her mother, she didn't advocate for the case to be reopened, until one day, after being inspired by the television program Unsolved Mysteries, she launched a large letter campaign, writing to the Carbon County Sheriff, Price City Police Department, and FBI. She wrote letter after letter, but none of them answered. David Brewer, a friend from high school, responded to a social media post made by 43-year-old Heidi in 2009. After a while, the two got back in touch, and Heidi found out that David was collaborating with the Carbon County Sheriff. Heidi saw this as a chance to revive her mother's case. In order to talk about her mother's cold case, she deliberately ran into David at a local arts festival. As David heard Heidi's story, he was struck by her tenacity and shocked that he had never heard of it throughout their high school years. Heidi told the story of how her mother kissed her goodnight, and then, when the door to her room opened, she told her not to leave, as though she knew something terrible was about to happen. She described how she thought her mother had been murdered by Tom. Despite her hazy recall, Heidi vaguely remembered what appeared to be Tom forcing her mother to have sex with him or stabbing her, but she missed her mother's cry. David chose to assist after hearing her story. At last, Loretta's case was reopened. The odds were stacked against David Brewer when he began working on the case. He attempted to use the crime files, but they were no longer there. He just had Heidi's hazy recollection and previous media attention. For additional interrogation, David located Thomas, who was residing in Rockford, Colorado. In response to his question concerning the evening of July 30, 1970, Thomas described his meals and activities for the day, but stated that he was unable to recall Loretta's name. Although David was certain that Thomas might be the murderer at that very moment, he was forced to depart without making an arrest, since there was insufficient evidence to indict him. In order to question her, David Brewer also located Thomas's ex-girlfriend, Marcia Hidalgo. When Thomas arrived home late on the night of the murder, Marcia informed David that he immediately showered while still clothed. When Thomas got home from the laundromat the following day, a number of his clothes were gone. Marcia claims that Thomas told her that he gave hamburgers to a woman and her daughter when she questioned him about his whereabouts. Despite his inability to understand the material, David grew increasingly certain that Thomas killed Loretta. Exhumation was the final remaining choice after David had exhausted all other options. After David expressed his opinions, Heidi unexpectedly stated that she would even fetch a shovel to dig the grave herself if it would bring justice for her mother. He wasn't sure how Heidi would feel about exhuming her mother's body. Heidi sobbed several times as they carried out the exhumation, but when the body was excavated, they found that the entire body had been ruined by water, which prevented them from getting the necessary evidence. In spite of this, they inflated the results for the public, saying they had discovered fresh evidence that offered a lead. After the news spread widely, David soon got a call from a woman named Linda. Linda clarified that she made the decision to contact the detectives after recalling the details of the exhumation she had seen on television. She informed David Brewer that Loretta had used her blood to write the murderer's name. David was shocked and inquired as to how she knew this, given that the police had forbidden anyone from entering the scene of the incident. Linda clarified that throughout her high school years, when the murder occurred, She resided at Heidi's grandma. Heidi's grandfather instructed Linda and one of Heidi's aunts to go to Loretta's house and pack Heidi's things the day following the event. Linda claimed that after the police let them in, she spotted a capital T and a O with her own eyes. This was a significant development in the case, but they required a picture of the crime scene to support their claims. David visited with Heidi and gave her the update. He complained about how difficult it was to locate any pictures of the crime scene because they were all gone. Heidi instantly recalled that a picture might be in a box of items her grandma had stored for so long. Everything connected to the case, including the notebook in which her grandmother recorded everything Heidi had said about the case, was discovered when they searched her grandmother's home for the box. The picture of Heidi standing close to her mother's body shape was the most eye-catching thing. Although the image was unsettling, it ended up being really helpful. The letters T and O were in Heidi's and her mother's blood in the picture. David Brewer started assembling the pieces. He noticed in the journal that Heidi had talked about how cruel Tom had been to her mother and how she had informed everyone that Tom was to blame. The most significant detail was that while fighting for her life, Loretta was attempting to write her killer's name with her blood, but she was only able to write O. Despite this picture, the detective still needed more to apprehend Thomas Egley, who was now thought to be Tom. The case was put on hold once more until someone made the decision to assist. Lisa Carter, claiming to be Thomas Egley's neighbor, called the police department. She claimed that after watching the exhumation film, Thomas came up to her and asked if she could monitor his dogs because the police could soon face him. Lisa Carter volunteered to assist in the investigation since she thought Thomas was Loretta's murderer. In order to obtain Thomas's confession, she asked to wear a recording device. After the cops gave their approval, plans were formed. Lisa lied to Thomas, claiming that her husband had been in Utah undergoing detective training. She informed Thomas that he had already been mentioned as the murderer of Loretta Jones. Thomas was shaken by these remarks, but he held off on confessing right away because he still didn't trust Lisa. On July 26, 2016, 2 days after earning Thomas's trust, he started discussing the events of the evening of July 30, 1970, with Lisa. According to Thomas, Loretta opened the door when he knocked. He felt unworthy after Loretta rejected his assertion that he was in her home for intimacy. He claimed that after Loretta returned from leaving him in the living room to fetch something from the kitchen, he grabbed a little knife and stabbed her. Thomas proceeded to have sex with Loretta after stabbing her, saying it was consensual. After Loretta denied, a perplexed Lisa questioned how it was consensual. However, Thomas responded that Loretta never declined him during that period. When she questioned him what happened after, he replied that he slit Loretta's neck because he had lost it all after becoming intimate with her. Lisa claims that Thomas expressed all of this without expressing regret for his actions. He seemed to be concerned exclusively with his personal security. The investigators only needed the confession to take Thomas into custody. Thomas Egley is not well recognized. Caroline Kendall, Loretta's sister, claims that she was only aware of Loretta's one blind date with Thomas. Loretta informed Caroline that she didn't want to interact with Thomas since she didn't like him. That's why Loretta turned down Thomas's approaches that evening. Thomas Egley, 76, was a local vagrant who had lived in a variety of locations both before and after killing Loretta. His home life was never steady. He had been married 3 times and lived with numerous women. The majority of his time was spent alone, despite having 5 children. Thomas Egley was charged in August 2016 with both forced intimacy, a first-degree felony, and the legal equivalent of first-degree criminal murder in the 7th District Court. Criminal homicide or murder in the 2nd degree was Thomas's formal charge. At the time, Utah law considered murdering to be a statutory violation. On August 18, 2016, Thomas was apprehended without incident near Rocky Ford, Colorado, pursuant to a $1 million 0-cents warrant. Thomas's assault case was withdrawn after he entered a guilty plea to the murder. On November 22, 2016, he was subsequently given a sentence of 10 years to life. A written statement given by his lawyer, David Allred, stated that Thomas was sorry for what he had done, although it didn't seem to be genuine. Other than that, Thomas never expressed regret. Thomas stated in court that he couldn't understand why the deceased's family decided to restart a case from 46 years ago. even though he felt he should be released because he hadn't committed any crime since killing Loretta. Even after 46 years, Thomas didn't appear to regret what he had done. Thomas claims that when he killed Heidi's mother, he was unaware that she was present. Because Loretta was aware of this, she never resisted or yelled as he was stabbing her. If Thomas had known Heidi was present, he probably wouldn't have spared her. He protested to the judge after being sentenced that he didn't like his incarceration, which was Salt Lake County's state prison, since it didn't let him have visitors. He might appeal, the court informed him. Heidi, who suppressed her pain for more than 40 years, had the chance to express her entire thoughts to the person who killed her mother. She talked about how painful her mother's passing was, and how she hoped Thomas Egley would stay in prison and never have to see his loved ones again. Even if he were eligible for parole after 10 years, she also promised to ensure that he never walked free. Heidi referred to it as justice, even though others called it closure, claiming that nothing could provide her with the relief and closure she required. For her, it was crucial that justice was done. As this tragic tale of Loretta Jones's passing draws to a close, we are reminded that not all wounds, particularly those of the heart, can be healed with time. Additionally, we are reminded of the evil that exists inside our nature. We are left with the intriguing question of why Thomas Egley decided to orphan Heidi at such an early age, given his clean slate with the law. Before we leave, I would like to ask you a brief question. How did you feel about the way Loretta's case was initially handled? Considering everything that was accessible to them at the time, do you believe that law enforcement could have performed better? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Michaela Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly, in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan MacPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just 2 examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, he altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior, in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan MacPhail, was described by her mother, Michaela Trussler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Makala Trussler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than MacPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that MacPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with MacPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. MacPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, MacPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Bertley residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding MacPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when MacPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26th-noon-middle hour. Makala Trussler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria Police Amir. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after MacPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, MacPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. MacPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with MacPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan MacPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, MacPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, MacPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, MacPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. MacPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively. So you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner. Justice Hilliard continued. Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired, and spend time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, MacPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. MacPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that MacPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, the choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The only significant clue was a bite left by the attacker on the victim's body. It took the police over 20 years to discover the horrifying truth, but such a turn of events sparked outrage and criticism because no one expected such a result. Sherry Rasmussen was born on February 7, 1957 in the state of Washington. She grew up in a big, friendly family with 2 sisters and loving parents. They later moved to Tucson, Arizona, where Sherry attended the local school. Sherry was an excellent student who completed elementary school a year ahead of her peers. During her summer vacation, she completed the entire 7th grade program by herself. After graduating from high school in 1973, she enrolled at a California college where her older sister was already a first-year student. Sherry decided to pursue a medical education and become a nurse, which required her to complete additional courses at another institution. After graduating from college in 1975, Sherry decided to pursue a master's degree at the University of California, Los Angeles, where she also worked as a nurse to fund her education. She received her master's degree at the age of 23. Her father purchased an apartment in the Los Angeles suburbs for her, but Sherry refused to live on her parents' income, so she wrote her father a check every month for the full amount of the mortgage payments. She also got a job at a local hospital, where she led the nursing department that cared for seriously ill patients. In May 1984, Sherry met John Ruthin, a computer engineer with a good education and intelligence. They started dating and married a year later. John moved in to share their apartment. They spent their honeymoon in Jamaica and returned home to celebrate Christmas with Sherry's family. Closer to 10 a.m. John tried to reach her by phone, but she didn't answer. Half an hour later, he tried again, but still no answer, so he called her workplace to check if she had gone to work, but Sherry hadn't shown up at the hospital. Either her sister also tried to reach her, but without success. John returned home from work at around 6 p.m. and immediately noticed something strange. The garage door was open, even though he had closed it in the morning, and Sherry's car was missing. Therefore, he first thought that she had gone somewhere. As he approached the garage, he saw a lot of broken glass and immediately discovered its source. There was a small balcony above the garage with a glass door which had been smashed. He entered the house through the garage and to his horror found Sherry there. She was lying on the floor, her body badly disfigured. John immediately called the police, and detectives began to examine the crime scene. In all the rooms there was complete chaos. Broken vases, overturned furniture, and scattered items. A bloody handprint was found on the wall next to the alarm button. Apparently, the victim tried to reach it but failed. In addition to extensive bruises and wounds, experts discovered a human bite mark on Sherry's wrist. Aside from all of the foregoing, the marks on her hands indicated that the attacker had tied the victim before releasing her. The death was caused by 3 close-range gunshot wounds. Detectives discovered a blanket with bullet holes in the apartment and concluded that the attacker had wrapped the gun in it to muffle the sound of the shots. Detectives immediately concluded that the attacker and Sherry had engaged in a prolonged struggle. This was demonstrated by the number of scattered and broken items throughout the apartment, as well as a bloody near the alarm button. The lead investigator quickly stated that they were dealing with a failed robbery. In his opinion, at least 2 criminals broke into Sherry's apartment, but they didn't expect her to be there. A struggle ensued between them, and Sherry fought for her life until the end. Several facts supported the robbery version, the first of which was the disappearance of Sherry's car from the garage. Second, someone had placed the stereo equipment and player near the staircase leading to the second floor. According to police, the robbers intended to take them and leave, but after the scuffle and murder, they fled the scene. However, there were some questionable scenes in this version. First, the police found no evidence of forced entry, implying that either Sherry let the criminals in herself or they had a key. Second, the perpetrators did not touch all of the valuable items, including the jewelry box that was in plain sight. Detectives interviewed all of Sherry's neighbors but found no new leads. Residents reported hearing a struggle but no gunshots, and no one entered the woman's apartment. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints, but DNA analysis was not possible in 1985. The lead investigators soaked a piece of cotton in the trace of the bite on Sherry's body, hoping that the attacker's saliva could be left behind as a clue to catch the killer. Furthermore, he informed the police about the disappearance of the document. Detectives were unable to find an explanation for this unusual occurrence. After a week and a half, they discovered Sherry's car in a parking lot 4 kilometers from her apartment. It was unlocked, with the keys in the ignition. Forensic experts attempted to locate fingerprints, but were unsuccessful. Either the criminals only touched it while wearing gloves, or they removed all fingerprints. A robbery occurred 2 months after the murder, which took place just a few hundred meters from Sherry's home. Detectives immediately discovered numerous parallels. 2 criminals broke into a stranger's apartment through the garage, threatened the owner with a gun, and took stereo equipment. The lead investigator suspected that these 2 were responsible for the woman's murder, so the police searched for them through witness accounts. They made approximate composite sketches of the suspects and discovered that both men were Latino, but they were never found. However, investigators showed little interest in finding out the truth, which irritated Sherry's parents. Her father visited the police station on a regular basis, inquired about the investigation's status, and requested that the detectives consider various versions. He even asked them to look closer at John's ex-girlfriend Stephanie Lazarus, who was also a police officer. Sharia repeatedly told her father that she was obsessed with John, but the investigators laughed it off and told him to watch fewer detective shows. Stephanie couldn't accept John's departure after learning he was going to marry another woman. Stephanie came to Sherry's workplace and told her that their marriage was doomed and that she and John would get back together sooner or later. In addition, she claimed that John had already slept with her after getting engaged to Sherry. Of course, Sherry was very upset after this visit. When she returned home, she told John what had happened, and he admitted that he had slept with Stephanie. After learning of his engagement, the young woman begged him to come over, spoke of her love, and urged him to return to her. But he refused, saying he loved Sherry and planned to marry her. Stephanie then offered to sleep with him one last time, and John accepted. He apologized to Sherry and admitted it was a huge mistake on his part. The woman eventually forgave him, and the incident with Stephanie faded away. However, Stephanie continued to visit their home without warning under various pretexts. One time, she came with a set of skis and announced that John promised to wax them for her the next time she entered their apartment when the man was not present. Sherry was surprised to see Stephanie in her living room when asked what she was doing. Apparently, the woman used her police badge and the security letter to enter Stephanie's apartment otherwise. A duplicate key was required otherwise. She could not have entered without breaking the log. Sherry also noticed that someone was following her while she and John were sitting in a restaurant, and the woman saw someone staring at them intently. When she looked at this person, he immediately left. Sherry couldn't see his face because it was covered with a hood. Unknown calls also frequently arrived on their home phone, and Sherry suspected it could be Stephanie. The victim's father told detectives about all of these incidents, but they ignored his words because they were certain that the murder was committed by the two Mexicans who robbed an apartment near Sherry's house. 3 months after the murder, some documents from Sherry's case disappeared from the police station, including detectives' records of the investigation progress. The police were unable to locate the journals, but there were no significant leads. The case has remained unsolved for years. 7 years later, the lead investigator on the case retired, and the victim's father decided to meet with his replacement, hoping that he would take his job more seriously. Furthermore, it was 1993, and police were already actively using DNA analysis technology to solve crimes. Sherry's father requested a DNA analysis and offered to pay for it, but the detective declined due to the lack of a single suspect to compare the obtained profile to. Meanwhile, John started a new family and reunited with Stephanie. They planned to go to Hawaii together, but something unusual happened before that. The man called the detective and asked if they had any new evidence. Stephanie was a rising star in the police department, earning higher ranks, twice becoming Detective of the Year, and maintaining an impeccable reputation. Despite her marriage to another officer, she continued to sleep with John. In 2001, a separate unit was formed in Los Angeles to work on unsolved murders. They were assigned Sherry's case, along with thousands of similar cases, and the detectives began their investigation, left behind after a bite 2 years later. Detectives took up the case and sent all available evidence to the lab. Due to high demand, they had to wait nearly 2 years for the results, which came in January 2005. The evidence included nail fragments and blood samples from Sherry's apartment. Forensic scientists only needed to study the sample from the bite mark on her body. However, they couldn't find the vial for a day until they discovered it by the wall of a large refrigerator. After studying the sample, experts discovered foreign DNA belonging to an unknown woman. This lasted until February 2009, when a new detective took over Sherry's case and began studying the materials left by previous investigators. He questioned the robbery theory after discovering DNA from another woman near the victim's bite mark. Detectives reasoned that the motives for this crime could be very different, so they compiled a list of all the women who could be linked to Sherry's murder. As a result, they were able to collect 5 names, including Stephanie, the victim's work colleague, and 3 other young women. The detectives initially questioned Stephanie's involvement, citing her reputation and successful police career. For this reason, he decided to investigate the other suspects first. Together with other investigators, they quickly concluded that 3 women on this list had no connection to Sherry's death, they lacked motives, and had alibi. Following that, they began investigating the nurse who worked with Sherry. The file stated that their relationship was tense, and the police obtained a sample of her DNA from the trash she threw away. Experts extracted the profile and discovered that it did not match the saliva found at the bite mark location, leaving the detectives with only one suspect. Stephanie and several colleagues agreed to keep this information secret until they could obtain solid evidence or disprove this theory. None of them wanted to accuse a police officer with an impeccable reputation of murder, and Stephanie could easily ruin their careers using her connections. They began secretly gathering information on her, trying to find any connection to the murder. Interestingly, the woman worked in the same building on the same floor as them. Because of this, the investigators had to take many precautions and not even mention her name in their notes. Soon, the detectives discovered the first interesting fact during the years of the murder. Stephanie owned a .38 caliber revolver, the same type of gun that was used to shoot Sherry. They also learned that the victim had repeatedly complained about strange and even aggressive behavior from Stephanie. The fact that the police officer came to Sherry's workplace in her uniform and said rude things to her seemed suspicious. Even more suspicion was added by the fact that Stephanie had broken into Sherry's gated community and even into her apartment several times. After analyzing the reports and photos from the crime scene, the detectives concluded that the possible robbery seemed staged. Nothing was taken from the apartment, not even the valuable items that were prominently displayed, but instead only a player and stereo were taken away. Moreover, the shooter had to be well versed in how the gun worked in extreme conditions. They were able to wrap the gun barrel with a blanket in such a way that the neighbors did not hear a single shot. It is unlikely that a low-level thief of players could possess such skills, but a trained and experienced police officer could. Another fact indicating Stephanie's involvement was a stolen marriage registration certificate found in her apartment. Why would some random burglars look for this document and take it with them, leaving a whole box of jewelry behind? But for Stephanie, it could have had significant symbolic value. Perhaps killing Sherry was not enough for her, or she had planned to break into her apartment only for this document, but the woman caught her in the act. In the end, the detectives learned that 2 weeks after the murder, Stephanie came to the police station and filed a report of theft. According to this information, someone had broken into her car, which was left near the pier, and stolen several items, including a sports bag, clothes, videotapes, and a .38 caliber revolver. Given all the facts presented, the moment with the gun seemed very suspicious. Detectives suspected that she intentionally got rid of the weapon, disguising it as a theft. Furthermore, she filed a report at a different police station where nobody knew her, which seemed very strange since her colleagues would have taken the case with the utmost responsibility. As a result, the detectives decided to obtain a DNA sample from Stephanie. Several officers undercover followed her for a week until they finally had the opportunity to get it. On May 28, 2009, Stephanie and her stepdaughter stopped at a cafe for a snack. As soon as they left, the officers took the glass she drank from and sent it to the lab. The next day, the result was ready, a full match. Despite the many factors pointing to Stephanie's involvement, the detectives were still shocked. It was hard for them to believe that a high-ranking and respected police officer was connected to the murder, but the DNA results were indisputable. However, at that moment, they did not have time for these thoughts, and investigators began developing a plan to arrest her. None of them wanted to do this in the middle of the police station in front of hundreds of officers. Moreover, Stephanie had extensive connections, and the detectives decided to lure her away from prying eyes. The chief of the Los Angeles Police Department was unofficially informed that one of his subordinates was suspected of the murder. The chief ordered the detectives not to approach Stephanie while she had her service or personal weapon with her. The detectives considered arresting her in her home, which was risky because she lived with her husband and stepdaughter. They devised a plan to entice the person who outranked them to surrender their weapon. They found holding cells in the basement of the police department designed for temporary detention of criminals, where anyone entering had to surrender their weapon. This led to the creation of a legend saint. Stephanie went with them to the basement where the suspect was supposed to be held. After the woman surrendered her weapon, they went to the interrogation room, but there was no suspect there. The detectives gradually laid out the cards on the table and asked Stephanie questions about Sherry's murder. At first, they simply said that they needed to ask her a few questions about an old case related to her ex-boyfriend over the course. The detectives let her go, but at the end of the corridor, Stephanie was met by several police officers wearing handcuffs. 23 years after the murder, the woman was arrested. Given Stephanie's extensive police experience, all attempts to speak with her during interrogations yielded no results. She had a perfect understanding of the situation. There was DNA evidence against her found near the bite mark on the victim's body, which was extremely difficult to refute. Nevertheless, she denied any involvement and maintained her innocence. As a result, the detectives were forced to prepare documents for transfer to court over the next several years. Stephanie was housed in a women's prison until the first hearings began in 2012. It took the police 3 years to basically rebuild the case from the ground up because their predecessors believed in a failed robbery. It was necessary to redo all of the materials, focusing specifically on Stephanie. Throughout the trial, the woman insisted on her innocence. Stephanie's lawyer questioned the DNA test results and argued that there were no suspicions against her during the initial investigation. However, the prosecution believed that Stephanie entered Sherry's apartment and shot her once. Sherry resisted and a struggle ensued, eventually leading to Stephanie's death. The trial concluded on March 8, 2012, with Stephanie being found guilty of murder by the jury. She received a sentence of 27 years to life in prison, plus an additional 2 years for using a service weapon. The judge reduced her sentence by 1,000 days, citing her good behavior and time spent in custody awaiting trial. Sherry's parents attempted to sue the detectives who first worked on the case, despite the fact that the victim's father had instructed them to look into Stephanie from the start. They ignored his words. This begs the question, were they purposefully concealing their colleague's involvement, or did they truly believe she was not involved? In the first case, it would have been a serious crime, whereas in the second case, it would have been simple negligence and disregard for significant facts. The statute of limitations expired in this case, so the court did not prosecute the police officers. Stephanie filed an appeal after the trial, but it was quickly rejected. She still denies her guilt and can only petition for early release in 2039. Sherry's ex-husband John lost interest in investigating her murder and began a new life. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This apparently calm woman was 23-year-old Omaima Array Nelson, who had recently learned of the death of her 56-year-old husband, William Edwin Nelson, also called Bill. She didn't seem to be able to take it all in. But everyone was in for something much darker than they had anticipated. She chose to go far beyond what a human could imagine on Thanksgiving Day, November 28, 1991, when the day, if only she had stopped at killing her husband, investigators would soon discover a much darker truth than anyone had dared to think. In the back of everyone's mind at the time was the fact that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Did they think they would find another Jeffrey Dahmer? An unsettling investigation into a murder that would forever haunt Orange County began on December 1, 1991, when a desperate call to U.S. emergency services was placed. According to Omaima Nelson's friend Jose Escovel, his friend killed her husband after he allegedly mistreated her, and he was now offering him $75,000 to assist with the body's disposal. The police sprang into action, eager to learn the truth about this heinous accusation. Officers discovered suspicious trash bags in Omaima's red 1975 Corvette when they found her driving her husband Bill's car. After Thanksgiving weekend, Bill Nelson, as he was known, had not shown up for work and had been reported missing. As Omaima silently watched, they pulled over and went through the things she had in her car. They discovered something disturbing in the car, which they later discovered to be human flesh. Omaima was taken into custody right away for questioning after this startling discovery, and she appeared to be completely cooperative. She denied right away all of the information that Mr. Esquivel had given to the police. She admitted to officers that she hadn't lived with him for very long and that she didn't know how to contact him. Although she appeared helpful, her responses to questions were a little odd. Following that, the investigation took police to their Costa Mesa, California apartment, where they discovered a scene that would go down in true crime history as infamous. Bill was there when they walked into the apartment, but not in the way they had expected. They appeared to be entering a slaughterhouse. Beneath stacks of cardboard boxes were suitcases containing Bill's remains. On the floor, the police found a broken table lamp, a heavy clothing iron covered in blood and human hair, and human flesh and organs wrapped in bags. Officers discovered Bill's bedroom in complete chaos as they carried out their somber search. The mattress was covered in blood, and the bedpost was splintered and torn off. The freezer held the most startling discovery: Bill's head, wrapped in tinfoil, with stab wounds visible and evidence of deep frying. 2 of the bedposts were also found to be blood-soaked and broken, suggesting that Bill had been brutally murdered and bound. It is by far the most gory crime scene I have ever seen. The horror increased in the bathroom. Skinned and carved, Bill's torso and chest hung over the bathtub, allowing the blood to seep into it like it was in a butcher shop. They had castrated his body. Police entered the kitchen and discovered pans and pots with what looked to be stew left on the stove. Bill Nelson's hands, soaked in the mixture and covered in bruises, were among the turkey meat and vegetables. He had apparently been bound tightly prior to his murder. Bits of his hips, a grim take on Thanksgiving leftovers, were mingled with cranberry sauce in the trash can. Unfathomable horror was depicted in this horrific scene as investigators sought to understand how such a tragedy could occur within what was supposed to be a loving marriage. The case's terrifying details would later be compared to fictional horror stories. The condition of Bill's dismembered body prevented the police from determining the cause of death right away. Although the officers were positive it was Bill, they dug deep into Omaima's past to be absolutely certain and to solve the mystery of this heartbreaking murder. They were about to make one of the most unsettling discoveries of their professional lives. In 1968, Omaima Ari Nelson was born in a small, destitute farming village in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. She was one of 16 children born into a traditional Arabic family, and her early years were difficult and traumatic. From an early age, she experienced physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her violent and irascible father. At the age of 7, she was subjected to the horrifying custom of female circumcision, which further exacerbated the wounds from her early years. She was in excruciating pain all the time after this procedure, which turned intimacy into a terrifying experience. As she grew older, her mother made the painful choice to leave her father and relocate to Cairo, the city of the dead, an Egyptian city notorious for its houses erected around cemeteries. Omaima had to deal with more difficulties in this depressing setting. In addition to impairing her capacity to build close relationships, the suffering she went through left her feeling extremely vulnerable and afraid. Notwithstanding all of the difficulties, Omaima developed into a young woman of remarkable beauty and vitality. By 1986, when Omaima turned 18, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Roger Stainbrook, an American oil worker on contract in Egypt, was introduced to her. She fell in love with him because she was drawn to him in the prospect of starting over. Despite her initial reluctance, her mother ultimately agreed to the cross-cultural relationship, perhaps out of concern that no Egyptian man would take her in. Omaima accompanied him to Texas, USA, in search of freedom and better prospects. There, however, she would only face yet another difficult chapter. Their marriage ended soon after the fissures in their relationship became apparent. Omaima, still a teenager, was left stranded and alone in a foreign city, with no one to turn to and only a rudimentary understanding of English. Omaima took on odd jobs like waitressing and nannying because she was desperate to make ends meet. But these weren't enough. At one point, she attacked 2 security guards who caught her stealing in a department store, and she even ended up getting briefly arrested for robbing a pharmacy. She also worked as a model part-time before realizing that her beauty could help her survive. She played a dangerous game to survive by luring men in and captivating them with her attractive appearance, only to rob them when they were most exposed. Omaima would place men in precarious situations, restrain them, use force, and take their belongings. She used this strategy to rob several men, but no one reported her because the officers thought it would embarrass them. She lived off of these items until meeting 56-year-old Bill in October 1991, who seemed like a kind and giving man. He was a former pilot and Marine who now worked part-time at Cannon Mortgage in Tustin as a messenger and computer programmer. Despite the fact that Bill was 33 years Omaima's senior, their relationship developed rapidly, and 2 days after they first met, he proposed to her. Even though Bill was still legally married to his first wife, the two clicked and were married in less than a month. They climbed into his red Corvette and drove directly to Phoenix, where they were married and found a justice of the peace. During their brief honeymoon, she and Bill traveled to Texas and Arkansas to see his family. Bill's family had serious concerns about the marriage despite the tense beginning. They found it difficult to accept the relationship because Omaima was younger than some of Bill's own children, and he was twice her age. Nevertheless, Omaima's kind yet astute manner won over everyone she encountered, creating an impression that, at least initially, seemed to allay some reservations. The cracks appeared after the honeymoon was over and they moved into Bill's apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They gave off the impression of being a normal couple, but there was something profound and unnerving about their seemingly normal existence. Regarding her marriage, Omaima claimed that Bill attempted to mistreat her even on Thanksgiving Day, to which Omaima retaliated using a strategy for which she was famous. She had tied up other men before him. She gained confidence from her past crimes of robbing and tying up men. She felt compelled to destroy him this time because of something about him. Omaima killed her husband without hesitation. She claims that that night Bill sexually assaulted her, and because it was already a controversial act for her, she was unable to control her anger. After repeatedly stabbing Bill with a knife, Omaima used a clothing iron to beat him to death. She did something far more horrifying than murdering her own husband after committing this horrible crime. It is extremely uncommon for a woman to intentionally kill someone. It is even more uncommon for her to mutilate a murder victim. She was completely corrupted. She used coat hangers and other items to hang up his torso piece by piece in the shower so that the blood could drain out. On November 28, 1991, Thanksgiving Day, Omaima had murdered her husband. She mutilated his body over the next few days, a gruesome task she carried out until December 2, 1991, when she was finally too tired to continue by herself. She went to her friend Jose to ask for help, saying her husband had abused her and she needed his support. Instead, Jose went straight to the police out of horror, which paved the way for a terrifying investigation. The officers now had no doubt that Bill's wife was the murderer and that the body they had discovered was in fact his. However, her statements suggested otherwise. Given the marks on her body, Omaima's claims of assault also appeared to be accurate. However, she also did something that raised suspicions. It was clear that Omaima was upset. She appeared to have been crying because she was so upset. Her arms, breasts, and face were all clearly injured. The officers sent Omaima for a medical examination to ascertain the true cause of her injuries, despite her denial of any assistance. She was admitted to the hospital to be examined for sexual assault and to have all of these injuries recorded. Her body was covered in numerous cuts, bruises, and contusions. In order to find out about any oddities they might have observed, the investigators also got in touch with Bill's stepdaughter. As it happened, he did get in touch with her prior to his own wife killing him. Detectives looked to Bill's neighbors as the investigation progressed, in the hopes that someone might have seen something out of the ordinary. They did remember hearing a strange noise that night, a noise that had seemed normal at the time, but had taken on a terrifying new meaning in the context of what had happened. Cutting a body into several pieces and packaging them all to make them appear non-human requires a lot of work. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for celebration, but for Bill Nelson, it turned into a day of horror when his young bride brutally murdered him. In the days that followed, what started with his murder only intensified into barbarism. Omaima went to work, systematically and unsettlingly mutilating his body. She crossed boundaries of cruelty, tearing his remains apart piece by piece. Authorities suspected that this degree of savagery wasn't the work of a first-time criminal when they eventually found the evidence. A very violent death was indicated by 25 or more skull wounds. In actuality, the body was dissected in a fairly professional manner, with such accuracy that the coroner's office was quite alarmed. Was this something she had done before? The investigators would be haunted for years by what transpired next. The medical examiners discovered something terrible when they weighed all of the remains discovered in Omaima's apartment and contrasted them with Bill's records. Almost 180 pounds of his body were missing. The officers realized what might have happened in light of the sobering findings already made. The weight that was missing indicated that Omaima had disposed of a significant amount of his body, and the implications were unimaginable. On the same day that her friend reported her, Omaima was taken into custody by the police and questioned. Even though these discoveries about Bill were unsettling, nobody could have foreseen the terrible truth that was concealed in a secret room. Omaima immediately tried to change the case's entire focus when they inquired about the murder, leading the investigation in an unanticipated and unsettling direction. She denied killing her husband when the officers questioned her about Bill's murder and her motivation for doing so. Officers were stunned by Omaima's response when they confronted her about the human flesh they found in the vehicle she was operating. They realized they were dealing with something much darker than they had expected, when the full extent of her cruelty and detachment became horrifyingly evident. In fact, Bill had run afoul of the law while working as a pilot to smuggle electronics and drugs into Mexico from a Texas airport. He had been apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Here, however, that was not the case. Omaima revealed the possible motivation behind her murder of her husband when the officers called her in for a second round of interrogation. She claimed that after they were married, Bill began to act violently, abusing her both physically and sexually during their brief marriage. She denied killing him, though. Omaima eventually confessed to killing her husband after being pressed further, but she left them with yet another unsolved mystery. The officers were starting to realize that Omaima was mentally ill, perhaps as a result of her traumatic past. Then she made a statement that confirmed the suspicion even more. The officers could tell from her demand that Omaima either had real mental health problems or was feigning them in order to get her sentence lowered. The fact that this was not the first time she had done this further confirmed their suspicion that she was merely making up her psychotic condition to get out of paying the penalty. When her medical report was received, these conjectures took on even more tangible form. Between Omaima and Bill, it was evident from the report who was the aggressor and who was the victim. Her hands, legs, and feet all had cuts that were typical of someone who had mutilated a human body. Additionally, the report disclosed that Omaima was not coerced into having sex. Everyone was horrified by her psychiatrist's startling assertion, which made them all question their loved ones. Omaima was accused of killing Bill for money, first-degree murder, cannibalism, and evidence of premeditation. Nothing short of a media circus was the trial that ensued. The public's morbid fascination was captivated by the graphic details of the crime. On December 1, 1992, nearly a year after Bill Nelson was killed, the trial got underway. She even stated in court that the hallucinations were what caused her to do this and that it was her mind playing tricks on her. She stated that she was unable to remember anything about the murder, including the exact moment it occurred. But a different story about her was told by Robert Hansen, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had also contacted on the day of the murder. In addition, Omaima's psychologist provided testimony supporting her mental health. She described how her delusions were getting worse. The defense never claimed that Omaima was not the murderer. Rather, they emphasized that she committed the crime as a result of her abuse at the hands of Bill and her hallucinations. Omaima claims that, in an effort to get away from Bill permanently, the voices in her head told her to dismember her husband's body, in addition to urging her to kill him. According to the ancient Egyptians, you will not enter the afterlife if your body is dispersed. She then sliced him. She was making sure he wouldn't be there if she made it to the afterlife. She wouldn't, however, say why she cooked him. She boasted to her psychiatrist that nothing was sweeter than her husband's taste, and that the ribs were the best part. Instead of him, she wanted his money. She didn't have to eat him, though. Omaima insisted repeatedly that she had no intention of killing Bill. However, the prosecution pressed for murder charges, and on January 12, 1993, the jury found her guilty of second-degree murder. Following consideration, she was also found guilty of attempting to rob Robert and assault with a deadly weapon. In Chowchilla, California, Omaima, who was 24 at the time, received a sentence of 25 years to life in the Central California Women's Facility. A true crime story that remains one of the most unsettling cases in California history. Omaima R.A. Nelson's story is one of tragedy entwined with horror. She was even likened to the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, with approximately 130 pounds of Bill's body still missing. The officers speculated about what might have gone wrong on that fateful day, even though Omaima never admitted to the main details of the story. They hypothesized that he and Omaima engaged in a voluntary bondage session. She most likely wanted money or access to his wealth, which is why she tied him to the headboard. Californians were relieved to see Omaima R.E. Nelson safely imprisoned, as it meant that one less dangerous person was no longer on the streets. Omaima, however, fought to be released from prison. When she applied for parole for the first time in 2006, it was firmly denied. Unfazed, she tried again in 2011, but this time her request was quickly denied, much to the relief of investigators, who thought her release would only increase the risk. She shouldn't be released on parole. She poses a serious threat to society because, since her incarceration, she has been engaging in the same behaviors that she did before. At the time of Mr. Nelson's passing, she married a man she knew. At the time, he was in his 80s. He passed away a few years ago, leaving her a sizable fortune. Omaima is currently unable to access any money she might want to claim outside of her prison, but if she is given parole, her access to money and freedom could completely transform her life. She may be able to rebuild a life outside of prison once her freedom and financial resources are restored, something that has long plagued the victim's family and those who remember her horrific crime. She will be eligible for a parole hearing once more in 2026, and the outcome will ultimately decide her future. This case demonstrated how childhood trauma can result in mental health problems later in life. In light of this, we would like to know your thoughts on this case. Do you believe Omaima killed her husband because she wanted his money, or did she have a mental illness and kill him in a fit of rage? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The frequency with which people are buried alive in movies makes you unconsciously believe that this never occurs in real life. Regretfully, incidents like this do happen, and the best evidence of this is a story that happened in Huddersfield, UK 10 years ago. Marcin and Michalina fell in love right away. When their feelings waned, however, Michalina insisted that it was time for her to move abroad and begin a new life. Marcin, though, would sooner kill her than let it happen. Not all people separate like well-mannered adults do. Some people think they can literally bury all of their problems in the ground. Here, 19-year-old Marcin Kaspak and 21-year-old Michalina Lewandowski first crossed paths in their home country of Poland in 2005. A year later, Marcin asked Michalina to marry him, and the two of them relocated to the UK to begin a new life together. But things soured between them in 2008 after Michalina found out she was expecting a child. They canceled their engagement, but they still lived together in Marcin's parents' home. Michalina wore her engagement ring even after the engagement ended because she still loved Marcin and hoped they could resolve their differences. That was not meant to be, unfortunately. By 2011, Marcin's lack of interest in making amends with Michalina was clear. In an effort to stay away from her, he trained 5 times a week at the gym and spent nearly all of his free time there. Unexpectedly, however, Marcin asked Michalina to accompany him and his friend, 18-year-old Patrick Boris, on a shopping trip on Saturday, May 28, 2011. Michalina was taken aback because Marcin didn't often show an interest in hanging out with her. Still, she was relieved and hoped that things would get better now. The girl quickly went to the restroom to apply makeup. Jakub, their 3-year-old son, was fortunately with his grandmother, Marcin's mother, on that particular day, and was not present when the events transpired. Upon exiting the restroom, Michalina noticed Patrick and Marcin gazing at her with a horrifying smile on their lips. Taking Michalina's hand, Marcin said, "I want to show you something." Then he took a 300,000-volt stun gun out of his pocket, put it to her neck, and pressed the trigger. The agony swept through Michalina's body as she collapsed to the ground. Bodybuilder Marcin, who weighed 101 kg, saw her convulse from the electric shock while kneeling on her chest and holding her down on the ground. Momentarily regaining consciousness, Michalina asked Marcin if he meant to murder her, to which he replied that she should not be afraid, as he would simply take her somewhere. Patrick was then told to get some packing tape. The men taped Michalina's mouth shut, gagged her, and then tied her wrists and ankles. They shocked her with electricity once more before abandoning her, frightened and bound. Even though she initially believed it to be a mean joke, she was now certain of their true motivations. She was immobile and worried about fainting, not knowing if she would ever regain consciousness. Michalina was hauled into the kitchen and crammed into a cardboard box by Marcin and Patrick a few hours later. One day, they brought up a plastic bag. Marcin started to tape the box shut, but she thought they were going to put it over her head to suffocate her. The girl struggled to scream as she lost what little peace she still had. Then Marcin got on his knees, chuckled, and declared, "I've been hating you for 4 years. Your son will never be seen again." His uncanny composure on his face was more terrifying than the hateful words he spoke in this scene. The cardboard box was sealed. Then the men picked it up from both sides, carried it to Patrick's car, and put it in the trunk. The girl knew they had gone far before Patrick and Marcin took the box away. Michalina felt her back being scratched by the stones as the men pulled her along the ground. The fact that Marcin and Patrick had taken her to a wooded area close to Huddersfield was hidden from her inside the box. After digging a shallow grave beforehand, they buried the box containing Michalina inside. Michalina was lying in the box, still in excruciating pain and terrified, when she heard the men hurling dirt onto her grave. The box itself was dark and extremely small. In an attempt to keep from passing out, Michalina began breathing as shallowly as she could, because she was certain she would suffocate. In an effort to determine whether the car had moved on so she could start to flee, she strained her hearing. That Marcin would hit her with a shovel if they were still around when she tried to escape was no longer a possibility. Even though Michalina was unable to hear a car leaving, she eventually made the decision to take action, whether or not they were in the area. She made an effort to maintain her composure despite the thousands of ideas racing through her mind. She would later admit that she kept going because she was thinking about her little boy, Jakub. She would never see him again if she passed away, and he would be left motherless. She could not let that occur. Looking down at her restrained wrists, Michalina realized she had her diamond engagement ring, which she could use to break free. Michalina was able to sever the tape that bound her mouth, hands, and feet with the ring's sharp edges. She started scratching at the box's cardboard after that. After some time, she managed to make a tiny hole in the cardboard, which she discovered was a little damp, perhaps from the wet dirt that had been piled on top of it. Through the gap, Michalina stuck her fingers out and ripped the box apart. She only felt dirt, though. The same dirt that had been thrown on her grave by her boyfriend. She was still unaware at the time that, in addition to the meter-deep layer of dirt they had buried her beneath, they had also positioned a 40-kilogram log on top to make sure she couldn't get out. As more and more dirt soaked into the box, it covered her clothes, hair, and face. Michalina cried out for assistance, but no one was there to hear her. Her body shook with pain, and she grew weary, but she knew that continuing on was essential if she hoped to see her son again. "Don't give up," she said to herself again. Simply, don't give up. Michalina persisted in pushing, tearing, and pounding at the cardboard box until she managed to reach out her whole hand and raise her head above the floor. She breathed in the fresh air with anticipation. She could see the sky above her head, the trees, and the leaves, even though it was dark. Even though Michalina was completely covered in dirt and had lost all her strength, she no longer had any doubts about her ability to get away. Finally, she was able to pull herself up and claw her way out from under the ground with one last effort. After being in the box for an hour, Michalina miraculously emerged from her grave. In addition to surviving, she saved herself by using the diamond engagement ring that her would-be murderer had given her. Running toward the road from the woods, Michalina signaled a passing vehicle. That the driver didn't run away in fear when he saw a weak, dirt-covered woman come out onto the road was a great blessing for her. He listened to her and then stopped to call the police to find out what had happened. Michalina showed the police the cardboard box where she had been left to suffer her last moments in horrifying pain when they arrived at the crime scene 15 minutes later. Without a doubt, Marcin had never been more terrified in his life than he was when the police knocked on his door and told him he was being taken into custody on charges of attempted murder and kidnapping. He resisted for a long time, claiming that his intention was not to kill Michalina, but simply to frighten her. But no one took this defense seriously, so it didn't do him much good. After leaving Michalina to die, the men took PS500 from an ATM using her bank card, went home, and began playing video games, as the police quickly learned. In fact, Marcin was not planning to return for Michalina. His idea was completely different. Marcin, 25, was a dedicated bodybuilder who had become dependent on anabolic steroids, which led to his frequent outbursts. He concluded that it would be best for his son to grow up without a mother at all, after learning that Michalina had decided to leave the fight for their relationship and was going to return to Poland with Jakub. Michalina would not be able to raise his grandson as well as his own mother. With the intention of killing his ex-fiancée, he came up with one of the most horrific ways to end her life. Marcin was given a 20-year prison term after being found guilty of attempted murder and kidnapping in January 2012. Although Patrick was convicted of kidnapping, he was not found guilty of attempted murder. He received a 4.5-year sentence in a juvenile detention center. Both men were not eligible for parole until they had completed half of their sentences. Marcin won't, however, be available for purchase anytime soon. The police searched his parents' home, where he lived with Michalina and their son after he was arrested. The house contained a variety of chemicals and instructions for making explosives, according to the police. Consequently, Marcin received 8 more 4-year sentences for the explosives, while already serving his sentence for attempted murder. I prevented him from achieving his goal of killing me in the most horrific manner possible, even though he wished for my demise. I battled my way out of that grave with the last of my strength. Following the delivery of the guilty verdict, Michalina remarked, "Now it is he who is imprisoned." Even after learning that her ex-lover had received a 20-year sentence, Michalina is still terrified. Despite having moved to a different home far from Huddersfield with her son, whose address is kept secret for their safety, Michalina acknowledged following the trial that she still has nightmares about what she endured. "I was buried alive and trapped in that shallow grave, and I was afraid that my life was over and that I would pass away. In order to survive and care for my young son, I prayed to God. I had the courage to leave that box and flee when I thought of my son. I had a deep affection for Marcin Kasbach for many years, but after the terrible attack on me, my affections for him deteriorated into hatred. I still have nightmares about Marcin returning, finding me, and killing me. I'm hoping he understands how wrong what he did to me was. The difficulties I faced that day, at the hands of a man I trusted and loved, are something I hope no one else will ever have to go through." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. This is the story of a murderer who avoided punishment for years, despite numerous facts pointing to his involvement in a small town. A 13-year-old girl vanished, and it was not discovered until 24 hours later. This case remained unsolved for over 10 years, and it was finally resolved in the summer of 2021. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Haley Dunn. This story was set in the American town of Colorado City, Texas. This location is typical of low-rise America, covering 14 square kilometers. On Christmas Day 2010, the town had a New Year's vibe. Haley Dunn, a 13-year-old girl living with her mother Billy, boyfriend Sean, and older brother David, had a happy Christmas. Her mother divorced her father, Clint, when she was 10 years old, but they never stopped communicating. Her father lived across the street from Haley's house. On December 26th, the girl spent the majority of Christmas at her father's house, unwrapping presents before returning home to play video games and go to bed. The following day, her stepfather and mother went to work as usual. Billy left her cell phone at home so that the kids could reach her. Before leaving, she peeked into her daughter's room while she was still sleeping. Sean worked in another town, about a half-hour drive away. According to him, he had an argument with his boss that day, which led to him being fired and leaving work only 10 minutes after arriving. He then drove to his mother's house, where he spent some time before returning to Colorado City around 3 p.m. Sean went to pick up Billy from work that evening. When they arrived home, Billy noticed that her daughter was not there. Sean informed her that the girl had gone to her father's house and planned to spend the night at a friend's house. Haley frequently stayed overnight at friends' houses, so her mother took this information calmly. Small towns like this often have the illusion of safety, so parents are less worried about their child's safety. On December 28th, Haley did not return home. She went door to door, but no one saw the girl that day. Billy went to the police around 2 p.m., but they chose the easiest route. The police's main theory was that she had fled from home, which initially hampered the investigation. A voluntary escape is not investigated to the same extent as a missing minor. They searched Billy and Clint's houses and brought search dogs to the scene. The next day, they followed Haley's trail from the house to a nearby motel. It was extremely strange. None of the motel employees had seen this girl. She was not captured on any security cameras, and a thorough search of the premises yielded no results. Trained dogs pointed to a motel, but the girl apparently never arrived. As word of Haley's disappearance spread throughout the city, dozens of concerned citizens joined the search. Some looked around the area, while others printed and distributed flyers. And now we come to another strange moment. Clint, the girl's father, almost never left the street. He looked in every corner, nook and cranny, including dumpsters. He said he couldn't sit at home and wait. Meanwhile, Billy and Sean were less enthusiastic. The mother distributed flyers but refused to go around the neighborhood looking for her daughter. She stated that searching gave her the impression that they were already looking for her body, and that there was no hope of finding the girl alive. Sean didn't participate at all, which isn't the strangest thing. Billy and Sean hosted a New Year's Eve party on December 31st, 4 days after the girl had gone missing. They had friends over to listen to music, drink, and party. Without a trace seemed completely absurd. On January 3rd, a week after Haley vanished, the police officially declared her missing. This meant that more serious agencies, such as the FBI and the Texas Rangers, could become involved, and representatives from both arrived in Colorado City and began their investigation. Volunteers continued to search the area, and over 100 billboards about the missing girl were posted across Texas and beyond. Detectives completely ruled out the possibility of an escape. For one reason, they couldn't figure out why Haley would choose to take such a step the day before her disappearance. She had been in a good mood, and for the rest of the time, the girl showed no signs of a desire to flee. Second, all of her belongings were left in the room. If the girl had decided to flee, she would have taken something with her. The detectives quickly realized they needed to look closer at Billy and Sean. Their passive response to the girl's search and the New Year's Eve party made one wonder if they cared about Haley. The detectives discovered that on December 27th, the same day Haley allegedly spent the night at a friend's house, Sean and Billy drew $140 from their bank cards. They admitted that the money was used to buy illegal substances, which the couple consumed that evening while their children were away. Billy failed on 2 attempts. During the first interrogation, she was under the influence of drugs, and the second result revealed she was lying. Sean failed 2 interrogations and walked away before answering the third. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance and demanded that he leave her home. On January 12th, police officially announced that Sean was being treated as a suspect. Several factors contributed to this conclusion, including the couple's strained relationship. The police examined Sean's phone's geolocation data and discovered that his account of the day Haley disappeared did not match reality. He did arrive at work and stayed for 10 minutes before returning to Colorado City to Billy's house. It wasn't until later that he drove to his mother's house. It's worth noting that the police tracked the phone's location. The girl repeatedly mentioned being afraid of Sean. Haley told her best friend that she preferred to spend time outside or at friends' houses because she didn't feel safe with Sean. She once told her grandmother that she often saw Sean standing in front of her bedroom door in the middle of the night, and she was afraid he would come in. The police soon became aware of a conversation with Haley's uncle about the girl's disappearance. Her uncle said roughly the following: "I can't believe anyone would harm a child." Sean's response was extremely unusual. He compared it to killing a deer with all of this information in hand. The detectives concluded that Haley did not come from a wealthy family. Her mother and stepfather frequently drank and used illegal drugs, and Sean's behavior at parties appeared suspicious, but there was no direct evidence against him. Finally, the police contacted Child Welfare, who decided to remove Haley's older brother. On February 24th, police searched Sean and Billy's home, as well as his mother's. A massive discovery awaited them. They discovered over 100,000 obscene images of minors on a removable drive and a hard drive. The police also seized his laptop, but did not appear to have time to examine its contents. Sean's father arrived at the station and demanded his son's equipment back. It's unclear why the police did, but that's not the most interesting part. Sean received no punishment for having so much illegal content on his computer. On March 17th, police officers visited Billy's house to question Sean. A woman opened the door and said he wasn't home, but the officer showed her a pre-arranged warrant and entered the house, discovering Sean hiding there for concealing a suspect. Billy received 90 days in jail and a year in corrections. She was transferred to a Travis County correctional facility. Following her release, she remained in the area with Sean in 2012, however. The couple eventually split. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance, but the case had stalled due to a lack of new evidence and volunteers' inability to identify the girl. On March 16, 2013, a hiker discovered human remains near Lake J.B. Thomas in Scary County. Experts conducted tests and determined that the remains belonged to Haley Dunn, whose body was approximately 20 miles away from her home. However, they had circumstantial evidence that the girl's body had been discovered only a few miles from Sean's mother's house, which matched the geolocation data on his phone as determined by the towers. Given the short distance, Sean could have easily left the body in that location without anyone knowing. Furthermore, he grew up in the area and was well versed in where to hide the body, but investigators were unable to uncover any additional clues, and the case was refrozen for several years. Despite this, the girl's family had to wait 4 years to bury her body. A memorial service was held in January 2017. In 2018, Haley's father, Clint, stated that he believed Sean and Billy were guilty in his version. His mother either helped conceal the truth or was directly involved in the murder. During the same year, he began conducting numerous interviews and attempted to actively publicize the case. The man stated that in the early years of the investigation, he tried not to bother the police with constant questions, but his patience had run out. The detectives did little to investigate, and his last hope was to spread the word widely in an attempt to bring the perpetrators to justice, which paid off. In 2019, an unknown person wrote to Clint, informing him that in 2011, he discovered several items that could have belonged to Haley. This person was in high school at the time and had not heard about the missing girl, so he did not consider reporting his find to the police. True information about the items has yet to be revealed, and the police have not stated what they are. Clint only mentioned that they were discovered in an area that had been thoroughly searched by volunteers and police. Later, new information emerged. Private investigator Erica Moore, who was handling the Haley case and kept in touch with Clint, revealed some disturbing information about Sean. In October 2019, she began receiving messages from various women in Texas, all of whom claimed they were being aggressively harassed online by a man named Casey. Not only was he harassing them with lewd messages, but he was also sending them explicit photos and videos of himself, as Sean shared a middle name. Erica asked the women to send her photos and videos of the man sending the girls, and her theory was confirmed to be correct. She persuaded one woman to go to the police station and report Sean, but they refused to press charges and even accused her of falsifying the facts. Erica believed Sean was responsible for Haley's death and planned to arrest him for stalking women on the internet. However, the case remained quiet until May 2021 when Erica and Clint were summoned to the district attorney's office for an urgent meeting. Police arrested Sean and charged him with Haley's murder. He is currently in bail, awaiting trial on $20 million bail, but police have yet to reveal what new evidence led them to make this arrest. Apparently, this information will be kept secret until the trial. All we know now is that the police were granted permission to collect Sean's DNA sample shortly before his arrest. There may be a connection here to Haley's belongings, which were discovered in 2011. When Billy learned of her ex-boyfriend's arrest, she made a strange statement. She said she wasn't surprised Sean was involved in the murder, and she wanted to believe in his innocence until the very end. She also thanked God that the man would now be punished for his actions, which Billy had actively obstructed during the initial investigation while defending Sean. A date for the trial will be announced soon. At this point, it is difficult to predict whether a conviction will be obtained. It will be determined solely by the significance of the evidence, which police are now withholding in any case. Sean remained at large for over 10 years, despite the fact that all evidence pointed to his involvement in the murder. Haley's complaints to friends and relatives, the use of forbidden materials with children, and the man's constant lies during interrogations raised suspicions on all sides, as did Billy. She initially expressed no desire for justice for her daughter, Clint, but, unlike her, he worked hard and got his way. In one interview, Erica Moore hinted that the case would not have been solved without his participation. She did not provide any details, but we can recall the story of Haley's found objects. The person who discovered them only learned about the entire story through Clint's social media posts. More information about this case, including a court decision, will undoubtedly be released in the near future. Right now, all indications are that Sean will be convicted, and in Texas, that means only one thing: he will face the death penalty for his actions against the child. Unfortunately, there is no way this will help Haley Dunn live a long and happy life anymore. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. An unexplained disappearance. Globally, one person goes missing every 3 minutes, according to depressing data. People are frequently discovered, occasionally dead. On the other hand, they are also never reported. The majority of disappearances are connected to accidents or criminal activity, regardless of the hoax. On June 6, 2006, we traveled to Namyangju City, South Korea, for another enigmatic tale. Lee Yoon-hee, a 29-year-old student, vanished into thin air. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Individuals frequently vanish. The public is still thinking about this case nevertheless. Even now, a lot of people still dispute and have their own theories on what transpired during the disappearance. On June 7, her friends and classmates raised the alarm for the first time about the girl's disappearance. It was quite unusual of Lee to miss the last classes at the university. She had never missed a class before and was a responsible and effective learner. Min, Lee's friend, went to her house to see how she was doing after studying, but when I rang the doorbell, nobody answered it. Then she departed without bothering. The girl later acknowledged in an interview that she had taken a day off after deciding Yoon-hee wanted to be by herself. As it occurred, her acquaintance had recently been plagued by a string of problems, so she might have needed some time to escape. On June 8, nevertheless, she failed to appear once more. This time, Min went to the missing person's house with 2 other males and Kim Lee's friend. She could not be reached in any other way. Coincidentally, the main character's purse was taken a week prior to the events mentioned, along with her cell phone, Idaho card, and purse. The dog responded to the disturbance from inside the house when young people knocked. The owner did not respond to the dog's loud barking. The digital lock on Yoon-hee's door meant that only a person with the code could unlock it, and nobody there had that knowledge. Min then contacted the sought woman's older sister, but regrettably she had not received a response from her sister and was unaware of the door code. The excitement was only increased by all of this. It was ultimately decided to call the police. The apartment's owner was phoned by law enforcement and invited to come unlock the door. Everyone noticed the bad scent as soon as they walked into the student's house. Life story. Lee Yoon-hee was a vibrant and attractive young woman. She first attended a women's institution in Seoul to study statistics and visual arts. But after graduating, she came to the realization that she had made a mistake since she was a young child. Along with her passion for art, the main character adored animals and, even as an adult, took good care of her 2 dogs. She enjoyed going to zoos, farms, and animal shelters, as well as watching films on the natural world. After earning a diploma, the girl opted to pursue a career in veterinary medicine at the age of 25, since she was not scared to start from scratch. Parents didn't help their daughter right away. At this age, the traditional family thought it was time for her to marry and have a family. But Lee wanted to start a profession because she was a sophisticated girl. She thus enrolled in the Higher School of Veterinary Medicine in 2003. The student was well liked by the new specialization, which was also delivered with ease. She started working part-time to gain independence. The girl has been tutoring younger pupils and teachers' kids lately. Lee was getting ready for final exams in 2006 as the studies was drawing to a close. It makes sense that she was exhausted from juggling work and school, but the situation, a robbery, demanded it. Lee was on his way home from a private class on June 2. She was lost in her thoughts and moving slowly. Abruptly, 2 men riding motorcycles rushed by her at high speed. The student discovered that her pocketbook had been taken by the invaders as she was getting over her fear. A number of onlookers attempted to assist and pursued them. For a while, their van was able to follow the motorcyclist, but when the robbers turned, The chase had to be abandoned along a tiny alley. Yoon-hee was left without her valuable possessions, and the offenders went free. She then informed everyone she knew that she would be disconnected for some time. The girl was so distraught that she said to her buddy, "It's unbelievable how awful the world can be." But she had no idea at the time what she was going to go through under the circumstances at Lee's flat. There was nobody in Lee's flat. What stood out was the mess the dogs had created. Without food or water, 2 puppies were sprawled on the ground. They weren't drinking enough water. It seemed that the creatures were looking for food. As a result, there were pieces of clothing and paper scattered around. The pets had obviously not been walked in a number of days, thus the strong smell that pervaded the space. Since it held the necessities, Min saw her friend's ostentatious backpack standing silently in the room's corner. Without it, Yoon-hee never went anywhere. This suggested that she had left the apartment quickly or briefly. At first examination, the police did not find anything strange about the state of the house. There were no indications of forced entry, and nothing was gone. Therefore, the police left, figuring that the desired girl had left willingly and would return shortly. But her buddies weren't satisfied with such reasoning. To begin with, Lee would never in a million years wouldn't have allowed the animals to go hungry. Second, she had to inform someone about her disappearance. Thus, the business got in touch with Lee's relatives. The family acknowledged that it had been days since they had heard from her. Min and her buddy headed to the station because they were unhappy with the police officer's findings. However, Korean law enforcement organizations have been constantly criticized for their actions owing to the investigation's delay and bad management, so the young people made the decision to formally report their friend's missing evidence on their own. 2 of Lee's other pals were staying at the residence at this time. They wanted to talk about everything as they waited for her parents. In order to avoid embarrassing the missing person's family, the men made the decision to tidy the apartment. In general, they removed all the evidence that had occurred by cleaning the floors, throwing out the trash, and even washing the filthy laundry. The cigarette butt discovered on the veranda was also subsequently discovered to have been thrown away by Lee's sister upon arrival. She didn't want to make her sister look bad in front of her parents, who would be furious to learn that their daughter smokes. The problem is that, according to Yoon, every one of his acquaintances said they had never seen it. It's possible that this led to the subsequent destruction of another reliable piece of evidence in the case. The lads expressed their regret that their desire to perform better had made matters worse. The youths clarified that the police had not yet begun the investigation or issued a warning to them not to touch anything. Lee's parents checked out the apartment when they got there in the evening. The girl's father, Dong, reported that his daughter was missing along with a number of other items. A hammer was the first object he named. "I personally insisted that such a necessary item be in the house," the man explained. Lee Yoon-hee had kept it in full view and frequently laughed about it. An antique coffee table was the other piece that was absent. It was especially beloved by the student, who frequently used it as a bedside table and to dine. The location of the girl's disappearance and the disappearance of 2 unrelated objects were unknown to anyone. At that day's concluding gathering, the unknown painted a terrifying image. Lee's pals filed a police report, but the worried parents of the missing girl also chose not to postpone filing a report. Enough time had elapsed since the purported disappearance, as was obviously clear. On June 5, she was last observed. Yoon-hee and her classmates concluded their final practice of the semester at that point. The important occasion was to be celebrated by the youth. They even invited the teachers for this reason. Not everyone agreed, of course, but some chose to stay with a group of 40 pupils. The main character was angry because she had experienced yet another setback as a result of an operation on an animal that, in her judgment, had failed. She didn't want to attend the party because of this. Some even said that she hid herself in the bathroom and sobbed, possibly prior to graduating. The industrious student reportedly lost her nerve, which is why she was so critical of herself and had a negative outlook on the world. However, the girl was calmed down by her pals, who convinced her to attend the karaoke bar party. Lee's disposition had significantly improved by 10 o'clock in the evening. In the pub, everyone gathered. They danced, sang songs, ate, drank, and recalled their time at university and in daily life. The heroine of the novel stood by them. She left the celebration and the restroom at roughly 2:30 in the evening, as seen on CCTV. The girl was clearly frustrated about something. However, a 27-year-old man called Kim spotted her quick departure and pursued her. Since the young people had been close since school, the man claims that he inquired what had transpired. When Lee realized that someone was observing her in the restroom, she told her buddy about it. She did not, however, provide any information. Kim worried about his pal. He offered to carry her backpack and guide her home because he understood that the recent attack on the street had already made her feel afraid. Lee's rental flat was a 15 to 20-minute walk away. Later, Kim admitted to investigators that he couldn't walk his friend to the door. In one of the dim alleys, she said him farewell. The young man nevertheless made the decision to hold off until her home's windows were illuminated. He turned around and left for his home after confirming that the girl was not in danger. The man, incidentally, lived close by. The nation observed Memorial Day as a national holiday on June 6. Consequently, nobody found it odd that she had not provided any news. However, the investigation didn't start until after the party, when nobody saw Yoon-hee. Curious facts were discovered during the investigation. One of the students visited Lee in the morning of June 5, about 4 o'clock on the day before the disappearance. He claimed to be repairing a loose coffee table leg. Lee requested him to fix it because she didn't want to throw it away, he told the investigators. He claimed to have spent roughly 30 minutes in the apartment. The couple proceeded to the university following the brief repair. He never saw Lee again and did not attend the party. There is no hard proof that the young people were in a romantic connection despite what some people say. The missing woman's family also carried out their own search in parallel. Dong, Lee's father, once looked around the area where his daughter lived in an attempt to find any hints. The man suddenly spotted a familiar table between 2 trash cans, but the unscrewed metal legs were lying apart from the tabletop. The family members believed it had been harmed during the incidents that occurred in the residence. The discovery was sent for analysis. Lee may have been the victim of a vicious attack on that fateful night. Her father was concerned that the hammer he had given her might have killed her. After disposing of the table, the criminal might have hidden the tool or taken it with him. Stalker theory. The police chose to look for eyewitnesses because, amazingly, they were unable to locate any fingerprints, DNA, blood, or other evidence during the examination of Lee Yoon's house because Lee's friends had cleaned the apartment so completely. There was no doubt that someone could hear something because the apartment building's walls were so thin. None of the girls' neighbors, though, mentioned anything out of the ordinary. Many of the residents would not even talk to one another. Meanwhile, an older woman reported that she had been harassed a few days prior to Lee's disappearance. A man, most likely, followed her to her front door before stopping. The woman turned abruptly and confronted the stalker after deciding that unlocking the door might invite an attack. It was hard to see his face through the hood, she said. But the unidentified man was horrified by her acts. Then he turned and walked away. It should be mentioned that pushing has become commonplace in South Korea. This phrase refers to someone or a group of individuals giving someone unwanted, invasive attention. Women who report recurring incidents are frequently noted by law enforcement. Frequently, a stalker will wait at the door before coming inside. This exacerbates feelings of fear and worry. Stalking is sometimes the catalyst for sexual assaults. Consequently, a law that made stalking a felony went into effect on October 20, 2022. The article's sanction stipulates a maximum sentence of 3 years in prison. In the past, it was considered a misdemeanor and carried a $70.00 punishment. Some people think that our heroine might have experienced a similar circumstance, but her case might have ended tragically in the future. Version. Confirmed in the house across the street, Lee's windows are clearly visible from an apartment there. During the investigation, whomever resided there could freely watch her behavior. It found out that the place had been vacant for a while, but upon closer examination, a number of used tissues and empty cigarette packs were found. Although the collected DNA was unsuitable for analysis, it did show that someone had occasionally stopped by the flat and stood at the window. The inquiry is still under progress. Every member of the party was interviewed by detectives, with the possible exception of Kim, who took her companion to the alley and waited until she left for home. None of them were aware of the girl's whereabouts during the party, let alone after it. A lie detector was used to assess 21 people's genuineness. Every subject passed. However, it is important to remember that this approach is not always dependable. Nonetheless, the polygraph is reliable and has been in use in the nation since 1950. The entire city and the surrounding mountains were also combed by task groups equipped with search dogs. Tens of thousands of flyers were posted by volunteers requesting any information. Later, Lee's parents offered 10 million won in exchange for information regarding the whereabouts of their daughter after selling all of their belongings. But it was all for nothing. A fresh lead. The family and friends of the missing girl hoped she would come back alive. Yoon-hee may have chosen to temporarily depart due to the stress of her experience, disregarding her obligations to her parents and the dogs she left behind. The dried napkins in the flat across the street could have an innocent explanation, such as the fact that she threw away her favorite but broken table and her unwanted hammer. However, that final hope was dashed when the cybercrime specialists arrived, examined Lee's computer, and recovered the erased files. The graphic details surfaced at 2:59 a.m. EM on June 6. Someone got access to the girl's desktop about the time she was meant to go home. 70% of the nation's citizens utilized the online portal Naver, which he launched. He then entered 1012 contact the police and sexual harassment into the search bar. The machine was manually shut down at 4:21 IEM, after the work session concluded at 3:02 IEM. Based on searches, experts believed the missing kid had returned home and sat down at the computer. Since she didn't have a phone, she searched online for a mechanism to report sexual harassment that she had experienced at a party or when traveling home. Nevertheless, someone interrupted her after 3 minutes. Additionally, experts discovered that the girl's computer was turned on once again on June 8 between 3:15 and 5:21 p.m. Simultaneously, the unidentified individual erased the messenger's communication history from 10:48 p.m. on June 4 to 3:04 a.m. on June 8. He accomplished this by using a unique program that is only known to a select few. The chat history cannot be restored simultaneously after that. It demonstrates that a computer-savvy individual took action 2 days later. Lee's account on a well-known music website was accessed once more, and the IP address was even used to check his email. The location of the connection was traced by the police. It was a motel located 119 kilometers distant in the town of Kunsan. Detectives examined the CCTV footage from that day and discovered no evidence of the missing student or any indications of unusual activity. This fact, however, showed that she did not vanish on her own. Rather, someone was deftly erasing evidence of the crime that had been committed. The first person that springs to mind is Kim, who coincidentally happened to be in Lee's residence when the bulk of the letters was erased. As you recall, he cleaned and waited for Yoon's family to come at a friend's house. This provided him with the ideal situation and ample time to conceal the undesirable behavior. Surprisingly, both lads denied remembering to turn on Lee's computer when authorities asked them. Since potential evidence was deleted during the cleaning and wiping of the chat history, there were actually no witnesses, traces, or noteworthy leads in the case of Lee Yoon's disappearance. It is quite probable that the culprit would have been apprehended if the girl's body had been discovered. The victim largely retains important proof of the incident to this day, although neither the student's condition nor location are known. Discussion. She is probably dead, and either her remains are securely buried or they were able to permanently dispose of them. A professor who is insane is the result of these conditions. The faculty Lee studied at is known to have collected animal carcasses. This was done in order to get pupils interested in studying an autopsy. The agency gathered the bones at the conclusion of the examination and delivered them to a specialized incinerator. The biomass was previously enclosed in special bags. The collectors were not permitted to investigate them in accordance with the company's regulations. It should be mentioned that they wouldn't do it themselves because the site is nasty. Every day, the incinerator receives about 88 pounds of animal remains. However, authorities discovered that around 242 pounds were burned 2 days after Yoon Hye Yotom vanished. That is, far more than normal. The educational institution worked with cows, pigs, cats, and dogs, among other animals. There were no large animals, though, based on the June 8 records. The problem is, what else was set on fire that day? Along with other pieces of evidence, might the extra weight have been the body of the missing student? Unfortunately, there is still no response to this question. Since all of the ashes were burned, a genetic analysis was not feasible. If it is true that Lee's body was burned, then the person who killed her and had access to the room was responsible. One of the professors, Professor Moon, for instance, piqued Lee's interest. He was the one whose kids Lee was studying with when her purse was taken during the interrogations. Moon occasionally paid attention to a pretty pupil, according to several reports. Despite his age and prestige, he freely flirted with her. The man attempted to sit next to Lee during the festivities at that party as well, but she pushed him away and called him a creep. She was clearly refusing to entertain his advances. Moon first claimed to have left the event early and arrived home at roughly 2 in the morning, but he then amended his account after other detectives saw that he had departed after Lee. She may have been stalked after being abused by the professor. It is possible that he hushed Yoon-hee out of fear of damaging his reputation. They'd trailed her that evening, broken into her flat, murdered her, and then taken the body to the incinerator. He also had the option of forcibly bringing the student to the school and setting her on fire. In any case, a lot of conjecture exists. One could argue that a stranger who was enamored with Lee might have snatched her purse in order to obtain the object of his devotion and observed the occurrence from the flat across the street. He might have been the one who attacked, abducted, or murdered the unfortunate girl. However, there are a lot of unanswered concerns regarding her friend. Kim Dong said they were certain of one culprit and identified him. The young men heading home together after the party is not captured on camera. Furthermore, Lee and Kim left without anyone noticing. That the girl didn't want to be led all the way to the door and bid farewell in a nighttime alley is difficult to believe. The fact that the man has loved her since high school is well known. Some people even believe that she was the reason he attended college. At the same time, Lee accepted his abilities, spent time with him, and truly trusted and loved him in her own way. Lee would not have preferred his feelings, though. Kim became her third pet, as many joked. One crucial detail was later revealed. As it happens, the young man was able to decipher the code from the beloved's door. He frequently visited the apartment when she was away and took care of the pets, but he kept this to himself so as not to bring the girl into disrepute. South Korea is still quite strict by our standards. It appears suspicious at the same time. He might have been motivated by plain jealousy. When he learned that Lee had a boyfriend, he might have lost it. He might have gone up to her flat after surreptitiously following her. The coffee table was broken during an altercation, and Kim killed his girlfriend. After that, he made the decision to remain and tidy up the crime scene. Nevertheless, he was not charged at the time. Furthermore, contrary to common assumption, Professor Moon is the most likely suspect, and the main detective implied in an interview that he didn't believe the man was engaged in the killing. The man may have enticed a student he liked into the lab and done something horrible to her by using his official position. Kim was married, had kids, and ran his own company as of 2017. Lee's father continued to accuse him of being responsible for the abduction of his daughter. To protect his honor, he even planned multiple protests outside the man's private clinic. After the court's ruling, Dong was prohibited from going near Kim's building, and Kim was compelled to initiate a defamation action. According to the individual, his name has been defamed by numerous media channels to this day. Even after 18 years, people are still looking for Lee because her age and pictures were made public. The parents of the missing individual are elderly, yet they want to settle down and find out for sure if their daughter is still alive before they pass away. Even the loss of a loved one eventually dulls the sorrow, but nothing is worse than staying in the dark for years. What are your thoughts? Who killed Lee Yoon-hee, and is she still alive? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Consider your knowledge of violent relationships, particularly if you were raised in a loving household where your parents never yelled at you. It's likely that what you comprehend is based on what you've read online or heard from friends or colleagues. Abuse, however, is far more than you may imagine. It all comes down to limiting and controlling someone else. The limitation of human freedom is one of the most heinous forms of aggression, and we will return to it repeatedly throughout this debate. Abusive individuals frequently believe they have the right to dictate every element of their partner's life, including who they speak to, who their friends are, where they go, what they wear, and when they return home. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Even terrible, though, is that these individuals believe they are being giving. By letting their partner do things that wouldn't even be debatable in a healthy relationship, they are granting their partner independence. Our heroine lost her life as a result of her refusal to follow the restrictions that were imposed upon her. Let's begin the investigation to determine whether the public merely sought to portray the husband as an abuser in order to hold him responsible for the murder of his wife, or whether there was actual abuse in this household. For a peaceful family life, Cary, North Carolina is the ideal town. People quit securing their cars, or even their front doors, after years of living there since it's so safe. Great schools, open highways, amiable, smiling neighbors, and little racial friction or crime are all present. The Coopers decided to establish a happy life and create a family in this town. Outside of their house, Brad and Nancy Cooper appeared to lead the ideal life. Brad was a successful and intelligent IT engineer. Nancy was the best mother to their 2 young kids and was athletic, attractive, and entertaining. They lived in peace and quiet. Nancy looked after the girls in the house while Brad worked. As a former competitive runner, Nancy took good care of herself and made sure she kept in condition. July 12, 2008 began as any other day would. Nancy never returned after going for her morning run. The events that followed are complex and unsettling, leaving you to question what actually transpired. The narrative is so heartbreaking that the only things left for Nancy and Brad's family were doubts and a glimmer of hope for justice. Jessica Adam reported her close friend Nancy Cooper missing to emergency services that afternoon. Jessica told the dispatcher, her voice trembling, that Nancy had left for a run at 7 a.m. but had not come home. Nancy never showed up for the planned meeting between the 2 pals. Even worse, Nancy's house phone and mobile phone did not answer when Jessica tried to call her for hours. Brad didn't give his wife's disappearance much thought because he was at work. Even in the evening, Nancy had not returned, so he figured she had simply gone for a longer walk than usual and would be back shortly. To determine Nancy's possible whereabouts, perhaps some answers will come to light on their own if we examine the Cooper family's past more closely. Harry Renz and Donna Audrey, both graduates of the University of British Columbia, made the decision to formally enter into marriage in the 1960s. They had 3 girls, Krista, Jill, and Nancy, who all lived in Edmonton, and a son, Jeff, during the course of the following few years. They provided a warm and nurturing environment for their kids. Harry and Donna founded an employment firm in 1988 that provided employment assistance, job training, and life management to persons in Alberta, Canada. On October 25, 1973, Nancy Renz was born as her sister's identical twin. In 1998, Nancy was only 24 years old when she met Brad Cooper in Calgary. Nancy was instantly drawn to Brad's height and black hair. She was drawn to his steady, composed demeanor more than his attractive appearance. He was as dependable as a rock. Nancy fell in love. It was a reciprocal emotion. In addition to being tall, blonde, and in good shape, Nancy exuded a subtle charm that won Brad over. Their romance progressed swiftly, and when Brad received a high-profile job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, he wanted Nancy to follow him there in order to stay together and facilitate his immigration to the U.S. The fall of 2000 saw the marriage of Brad and Nancy. The pair had previously been arranging a wedding for the fall of 2002 once they moved to North Carolina, despite the first impression that they were married for immigration purposes, so Nancy could move with Brad. Nancy was compelled to become a stay-at-home mother, while Brad began establishing his career at one of the biggest corporations. Brad's career at Cisco Systems took off. As a VoIP engineer and architect, he specialized in fusing phones with internet technology. Brad was one of only 152 networking technology professionals. The family had a comfortable home. Nancy became a prisoner in her own house. even though each of them had a BMW in the driveway, to be in the United States. You can travel as a Canadian citizen, but you need a permission to work. The couple produced 2 lovely kids over the following several years, Bella in 2004 and Katie in 2006. Nancy, according to her neighbors, was a devoted and active mother who enjoyed spending time at the playground with her children. However, she was unable to work since she lacked a work visa in the United States. Nancy aspired to have a profession and be more than just a wife and mother, even though she was still a Canadian citizen and might have found some illegal work to supplement her income. Let's now discuss Brad Bradley. Graham Cooper was born in Medicine Hat, Alberta, around the beginning of the 1970s. Following high school, he graduated from the University of Calgary with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. He was hired as a network engineer at TransCanada Pipelines after graduating. He met Nancy Renz in 1998, and they clicked right away. He became close to Nancy's family over time, especially her parents, and impressed them with his technological prowess by participating in all of their family gatherings and lending a hand with their computers. He soon received a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, thanks to his skill and knowledge. Brad started pursuing an MBA at the College of Management at North Carolina State University in 2005. After that, he finished the degree with a focus on product innovation. Nancy became Brad's shadow as his career took off and he continued to expand his skill set. She was forced to sacrifice both her work and her goals. Nancy used to be a runner who dreamed of going to the Olympics. She continued to run marathons and other races, despite having a damaged knee, which irritated the more reserved Brad, because she brought new people into the running group and made new acquaintances. Their relationship quickly began to disintegrate. Friends claim that although there were rifts in Brad and Nancy's marriage from the start, Nancy never publicly discussed them, and instead tended to romanticize her husband. Although they still appeared to be the ideal family, Brad's manipulation and control over Nancy increased as he rose through the ranks of the company. She appeared to him to be a dull housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days taking care of the children and cleaning. When Nancy discovered in the spring of 2007 that her husband had been having an affair with her close friend Heather, things became even worse. After months of denial, Brad finally came clean on New Year's Eve, acknowledging the affair but claiming it had only occurred once, as if that somehow made it okay. So it's not a one-time thing? In order to improve their marriage, the pair began attending couples therapy, where Brad acknowledged lying to Nancy about his long-term affair with Heather. Following the revelation of that fact, they made the decision to divorce and sell the house. In retaliation, Brad canceled Nancy's credit cards and ensured she was unable to follow forward with her plans to return to Canada with the children. Brad refused to relinquish custody of the girls or allow them to move there. Nancy, her 2 small children, and no one else were left alone in a foreign country. Let's return to the disappearance of Nancy. Nancy's friends and officials accused Brad Cooper of being involved in her disappearance as soon as they heard about the couple's troubled marriage. When Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Renz, learned that their daughter was missing, they became even more concerned and promptly organized a trip to Cary to assist in the hunt for her. When Nancy failed to appear, when police arrived at the Coopers' house in the late evening, Brad was asked about his wife. He informed them that she got up earlier than normal on Saturday morning and went for a run with a friend. Brad added that Nancy never brought her keys or cell phone with her. He added that she didn't drive to her running partner's coffee shop as she usually did. It seems that this seasoned runner, who had been preparing for a half marathon, altered her course that day and skipped one of her typical runs. When the police heard Brad's account, they were obviously taken aback, because Brad was the only one who had seen Nancy that day. Brad said that she left the house at 7 a.m., but the police needed concrete evidence to support this claim. Other than her husband, who witnessed her leaving, getting into a car, or even just strolling down the street that Saturday morning, where were the other witnesses? None existed. Nancy had been at a friend's house across the street on Friday night, and no one had seen her since. Later that day, Brad said she was going to meet up with a friend, who was actually her regular running companion. In order to locate the missing runner, a search party was created. Was it possible for her to flee her unhappy marriage? Her friends would have said not without her children. Nancy Cooper's body was discovered approximately 3 miles from her home, outside her usual running path, following many days of frantic searching. She was found face down in a drainage ditch by a man who was out walking his dog. In a storm water drain, he discovered her body. She had a single diamond earring in one ear and was simply sporting a sports bra. Her hyoid bone was shattered, and the medical examiner concluded that strangling was the cause of death. Her body showed no further wounds or evidence of sexual abuse. However, the police had to identify the motive behind every murder. Brad was the most obvious suspect and was quickly blamed by many once Nancy's body was discovered. Investigators determined that Carrie's death was a homicide shortly after she passed away. As part of their investigation, police searched the couple's house and took many items. Although Nancy Cooper's friends told the authorities that she always brought her phone and keys with her, they reported that they were discovered inside the residence. Brad Cooper had some minor red marks and scratches on the back of his neck when he was interviewed by police the day his wife vanished. Although this was mentioned in the police report, no formal justification was provided. After Nancy departed the Friday night party at a neighbor's house, which she went alone, it also became evident that no one had seen her save Brad Cooper. Around 10:30 p.m. that same evening, a friend did talk to her on the phone, but no one else had seen her. Following that, investigators continued to look for proof of Nancy Cooper's killing and moved swiftly to identify their top suspect, which they soon discovered. The investigators were interested in the couple's relationship, but more significantly, Brad was the last person to see Nancy alive. The husband is typically the first person ruled out in homicide investigations before additional candidates are considered. Police used the evidence to get overnight warrants to search Brad Cooper, the Coopers' home, and both of their vehicles. The police were obviously eager to treat the automobiles in the family home as possible crime sites. They looked for additional evidence in the house or one of the cars and used luminol to examine for bloodstains. Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA were also gathered so they could compare them to whatever evidence they might uncover at the crime scene or the body's whereabouts. Additionally, they intended to examine Brad's hands and torso for any cuts, scratches, or other markings and take pictures of them. Any physical evidence linked to the crime would first need to be explained in terms of typical family life because the Coopers were married, shared a home, and frequently drove a car together. And strange information did surface. Investigators discovered that Brad had spent the morning vacuuming, mopping the floors, and doing laundry on the day Nancy vanished. The police thought it odd that he was thoroughly cleaning the house the morning his wife vanished, even though he acknowledged that he had purchased bleach and other cleaning goods the day before. Naturally, we don't know if Brad Cooper had any evil intentions when he purchased the bleach. The Cooper residence did yield a number of boxes and bags of possible evidence, all of which had to be examined to see whether they were related to Nancy's passing. According to the police's written evidence, what we learned from interviews with people who knew Brad and Nancy during their marriage doesn't match up with the information Brad Cooper provided about the extensive cleaning of the residence. Additionally, according to the authorities, Brad had cleaned his wife's car's trunk but not the inside. Although Brad claimed to have spilled gasoline in the trunk, neither the gas nor the cleaning fluid smell was detected by the police. The couple, who were both Canadian citizens, were divorcing at the time of Nancy Cooper's murder, according to the prosecution, and Nancy had intended to return to Canada with their children. In order to stop Nancy from leaving, Brad changed his mind in April 2008, confiscated the children's passports, and deleted Nancy's name from their credit cards and bank accounts. Brad's computer was examined for documents that would include instructions on how to murder someone or dispose of a body as part of the investigation. During cross-examination, Detective Adam Dismuck stated that when Nancy came home from the neighbor's party, several parts of the couple's house, such as the front hallway, suggested a potential battle. In an attempt to convince Detective Dismuck that Brad was innocent, Brad's attorney, Howard Kurtz, questioned him as they went over dozens of pictures taken at the Cooper residence when the matter was still being handled as a missing persons inquiry. The detective thought a struggle might have occurred in the foyer because of the missing bamboo sticks in a vase and decorative ducks that had been on the credenza in one of the pictures, which revealed that some items had been moved or altered between the afternoon of July 11, 2008, when Nancy was home, and the following day. However, Howard Kurtz maintained that a light and other objects in the hallway were unaffected. He emphasized that the cops never looked for the lost items and that the floor had no scuff marks. Kurt added that other items in the house, such as a computer in the home office and a glass coffee table and lamp in the living area, had also not been harmed. According to Dismukes, Brad Cooper stated in a subsequent interview that he believed the detectives had already identified him as a suspect when they searched their house. On the drive home, Brad Cooper strangled his wife in their car and left her body a few miles away, according to police testimony. Detective Adam Dismukes stated, "I think Mr. Cooper killed Nancy Cooper when she came home early on the morning of July 12. More than 3 months after his wife, Nancy Cooper, was discovered dead 3 miles from their Cary home, Brad Cooper, 37, was taken into custody in October 2008 after sufficient evidence was gathered. But it wasn't until March 2011, more than 2 years later, that his trial began. The jury heard arguments from the prosecution and defense during the 36-day trial. Brad was given a life term in jail after the jury judged him guilty of first-degree murder, despite his insistence that he was innocent. According to the evidence used in court, Brad had been having an affair and was acting more and more violently and controllingly toward his wife. According to the prosecution, he killed Nancy in order to get rid of her and carry on with his affair. After a while, Brad disconnected Nancy from their joint bank accounts, and she had expressed her desire to move back to Canada with their 2 children. Andy Gilbert, the jury foreman, claims that the jurors entered the trial with an open mind. Until he was proven guilty, Brad Cooper was innocent. 2 FBI agents specifically testified that Brad's laptop had internet searches on it, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was discovered. According to Andy Gilbert, the case's conclusion was impacted by the evidence that Special Agents Chris Chappell and Gregory Johnson provided. It gave much of the other circumstantial evidence greater weight and legitimacy. Brad first consented to the divorce and the division of their assets, but he later had second thoughts after learning how costly it would be. The defense attorneys contended that the prosecutors had bribed the couple to keep the couple from going bankrupt because they were having financial difficulties. They also said he had reconsidered his decision to go to Canada after realizing he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with his children as he would have liked. Brad entered a not guilty plea in 2011, but when the jury considered the evidence, he was found guilty. On May 5, the jury, which consisted of 2 males and 10 women, took almost 10 hours over 3 days to render a decision. After Wake County's longest non-death penalty murder trial, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Over the course of 36 days, nearly 100 witnesses gave testimony as prosecutors attempted to establish that Brad Cooper, who was fed up with his wife, planned and executed her murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. Nancy's parents petitioned the court after the verdict. They claimed that Brad had verbally attacked Nancy, yelled at her, and had been engaging in an affair. Additionally, they asserted that Brad was dangerous to the children and emotionally disturbed. Brad had made several attempts at suicide as a youngster and more recently the previous winter, according to court filings. He filed an appeal in 2013 to have his conviction reversed, and a retrial was considered. He entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder while awaiting trial and was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison, including time already served. Brad, meanwhile, persisted in battling Nancy's family for custody of their 2 daughters. Nevertheless, his guilty plea resulted in the forfeiture of his rights, so granting custody to Nancy's twin sister. Since the jury was never given access to the evidence indicating Brad's laptop had been tampered with, defense attorneys think they have a good chance of appealing the conviction. Additionally, they said that the police only looked into their assumption that Brad was the murderer of Nancy, ignoring evidence that would have pointed to the real murderer or murderers. Theory: who is Brad Cooper then? A ruthless despot or a victim of the circumstances? Although Brad Cooper's youthful suicide attempt and winter 2008 threat are well known, suicidal thoughts and behaviors frequently indicate manipulative motivations, a means of proving something to someone when disagreements and the will to fight are gone. Throughout the trial, Bradley insisted he was innocent, but in 2015 he admitted to killing Nancy, saying he strangled her during a fight and disposed of her body in a drainage ditch. In Wake County Superior Court, Brad Cooper, then 40, entered a guilty plea to the murder of his wife, Nancy. He was first found guilty of first-degree murder in 2008, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals reversed that decision in 2011. Cooper was subsequently given credit for the 5 years he had already spent when Judge Paul Gessner sentenced him to 12 years in jail. After successfully appealing the first-degree murder conviction in 2011, Brad Cooper pled guilty to second-degree murder and stayed in the Wake County Justice Center under an agreement that reduced his life term without parole. He was given a minimum 12-year sentence instead. Only a few years after disposing of his wife's body in a drainage ditch while only wearing a bra and reported her missing following a run, did the unfaithful husband admit to killing her. When the judge questioned Brad about whether he had murdered Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and concealed her body at a building site in Cary, North Carolina in 2008, Brad replied in the affirmative. He has never before confessed to the crime in court. As part of the agreement, Brad, who is now in his 50s, had affairs with other women including a neighbor, while his wife attempted to dissolve the marriage and return to Canada, according to the prosecution. Cooper also relinquished his parental rights to their children, Bella, now 10, and Katie, now 8, so that Nancy's twin sister, Crystal Lister, may adopt them. When we started this process many years ago, I said I wanted the person responsible for this crime to come forward, admit guilt, and acknowledge their actions. Harry Renz, Nancy's father, said following the hearing. That has finally occurred. Nancy was a 34-year-old mother of 2 little kids and an athlete. She had begged her husband to move out and allow her to leave their home because she was in a bad marriage, but he refused and handled the situation his own way. On November 23, 2020, Bradley Graham Cooper was released from the Mountain View Correctional Institution in Spruce Pine, North Carolina, following the completion of his 12-year term. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained him as soon as he was released in order to start the deportation process back to Canada. According to reports, he currently resides in Canada but is not authorized to speak with either of his daughters. It appears that he would rather remain anonymous and out of the spotlight these days. Individuals in Brad Cooper's shoes must discover how to satisfy their wants in interpersonal connections. To be honest, kids need to learn how to listen, communicate, and compromise, as well as how to create relationships where they feel heard and understood. Although it's more difficult than using manipulation to acquire what you want, it's much more fruitful and presents a genuine opportunity for intimacy, self-awareness, and release from the crippling burden of loneliness. I strongly advise anyone in a challenging relationship at the moment to take the appropriate precautions to protect themselves, as Nancy's murder is an example of domestic abuse at its worst. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nobody could have guessed that the couple had sinister secrets. She was an accomplished judge, and he was a successful lawyer. But a terrible thing happened. What began as a tale of love turned into an unimaginable tragedy. The Circuit House colony was quiet on a typical Kanpur evening. However, a mystery that would soon upend the life of Pratibha Gautam, a respected judge who had only moved to the neighborhood a few months earlier, was hidden behind the walls of one apartment in a government-provided residence. Pratibha, a civil judge at the local court, was renowned for her honesty and equity. She had gained the respect of her neighbors and the confidence of her co-workers by being modest but resolute. Before one fateful evening altered everything, it appeared that nothing could disrupt the rhythm of her life. Manu Abhishek Rajan, her husband and a lawyer, started a lengthy journey from Delhi to Kanpur on October 8, 2016. Despite their undeniable love, the couple's relationship was strained by the demands of their careers, and they had only been married for less than a year. While working at the Tis Hazari court in Delhi, Abhishek often stayed behind to spend as much time as possible with his wife. As he drove this evening, he thought about their reunion and looked forward to the weekend they would spend together. Despite the long drive, Abhishek, who was used to such trips, made every effort to communicate with his wife. He tried calling her several times, but no one picked up. He initially thought she was working or enjoying some well-earned relaxation, but he became more uneasy as he approached Kanpur. Why didn't she answer? Why is there no sound? When the first light filled Kanpur's streets on the morning of October 9, Abhishek finally made it to the Circuit House colony and parked outside their apartment. He tried calling her again, but the silence on the other end made him even more worried. As he caught his breath, he hurried to the door after getting out of his car and pressed the doorbell. However, there was only a spooky silence within. Again and again he rang, then knocked, softly at first, then more urgently as panic set in. Since the door was locked from the inside, Pratibha ought to be at home. Abhishek became aware that something was seriously amiss. He made the tough choice to break in with a heavy heart. The door flew open after a series of hard blows. The lock gave way, and Abhishek stepped inside while holding his breath. He was paralyzed by what he saw in the living room. His wife was hanging from the ceiling fan. The air was heavy with an unpleasant smell. Her skin was darkened with dried blood, and her wrists were cut. Abhishek's entire world fell apart in that moment. Everything else became inconsequential. He walked cautiously toward her. The rope gave way when he touched her, and Pratibha's body dropped to the ground. Fear and sadness tightened his chest. He stood over her, finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Then, as if in a daze, he knew he had to do something. Ignoring the neighbors' shocked looks, Abhishek ran out of the apartment. He got into his vehicle and drove quickly in the direction of Kanpur Kant, the closest police station. With a trembling voice, he reported that his wife had probably committed suicide. The officer sent a team to the scene right away after listening carefully without interjecting. This signaled the start of an inquiry aimed at answering the numerous mysteries surrounding Pratibha Gautam's last hours. What had become of this powerful woman? Why had her life ended in such a terrible way? There was a spooky silence in the Circuit House colony as officers pushed their way into the apartment. They were shocked by the scene at once. The body on the ground was different from what Abhishek had first said. He claimed to have discovered his wife hanging from the ceiling fan. He clarified that he had taken her down in an attempt to assist in his panic. However, the bloodstains on the furniture and floor only strengthened their suspicions, and this particular detail raised more questions. Senior officers and forensic specialists soon showed up to start gathering evidence. While Abhishek watched, his hands shaking and his face displaying a mixture of shock and fear, they took pictures and collected tangible evidence. Neighbors were beginning to congregate outside, whispering and glancing nervously at each other about what might have happened in the judge's house. The small Uttar Pradeshi town of Orai is where Pratibha Gautam was born. Her mother taught her and her younger sister to be independent and persistent, and she grew up in a middle-class family with a father who worked at a bank. Early on, Pratibha showed an interest in law, and she relocated to Lucknow to attend university after high school. There, she not only graduated with honors, but also made the decision to become a lawyer. Her desire to become a judge eventually led her to Delhi, where she enrolled in graduate school. The pivotal moment in her life occurred in Delhi. She met Manu Abhishek Rajan, a young, ambitious lawyer who shared her desire for career advancement. Abhishek was born into a powerful family. His father, Judge Suresh Chandra Rajan, had a long career that included positions at the CBI and NGT, among other prestigious organizations. What started out as straightforward discussions between Pratibha and Abhishek regarding exam stress and career obstacles quickly developed into something more. Through long walks around the city, study sessions, and library visits, their friendship developed into a romantic partnership, and they soon made the decision to get married. But not everything went as planned. When Pratibha informed her parents that she intended to wed Abhishek, they reacted negatively. Since Abhishek was only an attorney, they felt that he was unfit to be their daughter's partner and that their daughter should have a higher status. Their objections were exacerbated by the caste differences. Nevertheless, the couple decided to fight for their future together because their love was stronger than what society expected. They both made the decision to apply for the junior judge exam in 2013. Pratibha gave her all to the preparation, attending specialized classes, studying at night, and taking practice exams. Her diligence paid off. She started training after passing the competitive exam. Sadly, Abhishek failed the test. Although it was a major setback, he decided to keep going and pursue a career in law, concentrating on criminal cases. They continued to have a solid relationship in spite of the disappointment. Pratibha Gautam began working as an associate civil judge in Kanpur in 2015. She soon proved she was capable of handling the responsibilities and demands of the position, which called for complete dedication. She quickly gained the respect of her peers in the local court due to her fairness and strong work ethic. Abhishek Rajan, meanwhile, pursued his legal career at Delhi's Tis Hazari Court, where his professionalism and tenacity won praise from peers. On January 29, 2016, they took a risky move. They got married in secret at Delhi's Arya Samaj temple. This was a planned move to take charge of their future rather than an act of impulsive behavior. They chose not to tell them since they were aware that neither family would be happy about their union. Only a few close friends who assisted in planning the event attended the low-key ceremony. They kept their marriage a secret from their families until shortly after it was formally registered. The couple made an effort to patch things up with their family after the wedding. Pratibha was eventually accepted as a daughter-in-law by Abhishek's family, who also showed interest in her life. Pratibha's family, however, was adamant in their disapproval. They were unable to forgive her for selecting a partner whose background and status they considered inappropriate. 2 months after the wedding, on April 23rd, Pratibha and Abhishek announced their union with a reception in Delhi. The celebration was lively and joyful, but it was clouded by Pratibha's parents' absence. It wasn't until after the wedding that her parents learned about it. They refused to accept Pratibha's decision and remained aloof, despite her repeated attempts to make amends. Pratibha found this difficult and hoped that their feelings would eventually soften, but that time never arrived. Abhishek and Pratibha ultimately made the decision to relocate to Kanpur. In the respectable Circuit House colony, Pratibha was given government housing. They made this their new home, a peaceful and safe haven where they could put their careers first and avoid family conflicts. After a few months in Kanpur, Abhishek went back to Delhi to carry on with his work. It was 6 months into their marriage. They continued to support one another, stay in close communication, and get together whenever they could in spite of the obstacles, distance, family strife, and the pressure of their demanding careers. Pratibha and Abhishek treasured every second they had together, planning, dreaming, and having faith that their love would triumph over all challenges. When Abhishek got to Kanpur early on October 9 to see Pratibha, he discovered her dead in their apartment. Given that Pratibha was a judge and the police unit arrived quickly, her death was not only a personal tragedy, but also a challenge to the system as a whole. Officers started going through the apartment very carefully and recording any possible evidence. Beside Pratibha's body was the scarf that had been around her neck. Investigators had a lot of questions about the cuts on her arms. Why did the scene seem so strange? And what had actually happened in that room? Shaking from shock and sorrow, Abhishek gave his first statement, explaining how he had discovered Pratibha. She was suspended when he walked in, he said, and he pulled her down until her body hit the floor. Even a preliminary review seemed extremely suspicious, but the police in this case ordered a forensic examination to ascertain the precise cause and time of death. Suspension and wrist cuts, together as a means of self-harm, didn't seem likely. Details that weren't consistent with typical cases were observed by investigators. 3 separate marks in a linear pattern indicated intentional force, and the neck injuries were deep. An O-shaped mark left by the scarf was a noticeable detail in most suspension cases. Although the neck mark typically takes the shape of a V or U, a circular mark might suggest that the patient was compressed while they were in a supine position. The idea that the scene was staged to imply self-harm was raised by this discovery. The 14 deep cuts on Pratibha's arms, 6 on the right and 8 on the left, told a different tale. The cuts were parallel and exact, as if they had been made carefully and without hurry. The police had reason to question the situation's simplicity because this did not fit the typical profile. But the tragedy's news spread swiftly. Camera crews and reporters started congregating outside Pratibha's house. When he heard of her death, her father was devastated. He was so distraught and perplexed by what might have happened to their daughter that he and his wife left right away for Kanpur. A local hospital took Pratibha's body for an autopsy, but there were problems with the procedure. Colleagues and community members criticized the temporary transportation of a judge's body. Her body was left in a corner of the hallway until the examination could start, which sparked criticism from the public and raised concerns about how the police handled the case. Late at night, medical professionals conducted the autopsy and attempted to solve the tragic and intricate puzzle. Abhishek frequently described how he discovered his wife in that depressing condition, but it became evident that something was amiss when the forensic team showed up. He brought up the ceiling fan, which was questioned. He claimed that even though Pratibha had been suspended from it, the mystery was only made more complex by the bloodstains on the fan blade. The smudges were long, as though her arms had simply touched the blades, devoid of the typical patterns of spatter that accompany physical injury. The scene looked too neat, too perfect. There were questions about the ceiling fan itself. It was obviously not strong enough to bear an adult's weight. There were no indications of bending or damage, which would have been expected from a real attempt to use it. Investigators were beginning to suspect a problem. Abhishek claimed that in order to enter the apartment, he had broken down the door. "I have to force it open," he insisted. Investigators soon discovered, though, that the lock was merely minor damage and was still operational. He claimed a forced entry, but the door opened and closed without any problems. It wouldn't have worked so well if it had been disassembled. The police's suspicions of Abhishek were strengthened by this detail. The physical evidence didn't seem to support his version of events. The lead officer concentrated on getting all the details straight during the interrogation. Abhishek meticulously detailed his journey from Delhi, including every stop and piece of evidence, including his call logs, toll receipts, and surveillance footage. He said that during his journey, he made several calls to Pratibha. It seemed suspicious that he provided so much information without much prodding, as if he had foreseen the questions and had prepared his responses beforehand. The police demanded that Abhishek stay for additional interrogation, despite his repeated requests to be released, claiming that he had done everything in his power to aid the investigation. Being an accomplished attorney, he was aware that there might be many details at the crime scene that could be important, and his in-depth familiarity with these details made his story seem too polished and well-rehearsed. But when investigators learned that Abhishek did not call the police right away after finding Pratibha, the real questions started to come to light. The police station was a mile or two from the apartment, so he got in his car and drove there instead. Most people would automatically contact emergency services right away in such a circumstance, but Abhishek would not. He clarified that he wasn't sure what to do and was in shock and confusion. Although he only went to the station once, he said he had attempted to get help twice. Investigators thought they were dealing with something much more complicated than it initially seemed because of the contradictions, strange details, and disparities in his story. Even with his assured answers, Abhishek was beginning to come across as someone who knew the answers to every question, but the reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day was still unknown. Investigators understood that Abhishek might hold the secret to solving the case, and that the solution was still a ways off. Security kept a close eye on everything that took place in this residential colony. It had security posts and guarded entrances, and was inhabited by senior government officials. But Abhishek didn't ask the guards for assistance when he realized the apartment door wouldn't open. Why not? Investigators were immediately drawn to this question, because anyone else in a similar circumstance would probably turn to those around them for help. In addition to the increasing number of troubling details regarding his behavior, this lack of action seemed suspicious. When he drove to the police station after locating Pratibha, another odd detail surfaced, according to Abhishek. When he left, he didn't tell the guards at the colony's entrance what had happened. He could have gone up to them, which probably would have sped up the police call. Rather, he just climbed into his vehicle and left. His account was further called into question by investigators, who saw this as yet another warning sign. Pratibha's parents were horrified by what they saw when they got to the scene. Their sorrow soon gave way to rage. They publicly charged Abhishek and his family with being behind her death. They said Abhishek had made her living conditions intolerable, put her under continual pressure, and limited her ability to communicate with her family. In order to substantiate their allegations, Pratibha's father submitted a report to the police, asking that Abhishek be charged with coercion and causing harm. Either Abhishek was directly responsible for her death, he claimed, or his actions had caused her to die this way. As a judge, Pratibha was a successful and self-reliant woman who was used to running her own affairs. For 6 years, she had been independent. Her family found it hard to accept that she would voluntarily hurt herself. She had never displayed any signs of distress or malice, they remembered. This made one wonder, what might have motivated her to do this? 4 seasoned medical professionals performed the autopsy on the evening of October 9 and came up with startling results. Asphyxiation was the cause of death, which suggests foul play. Her body had marks that suggested she had been struck by a metal object. In addition, she had 3 deep cuts on her neck and 14 cuts on her arms and wrists. Everything pointed to a struggle, a last-ditch effort to resist. The most unexpected discovery made about Pratibha before her death was that she was 3.5 months pregnant. The investigation was further complicated by this detail. How could a pregnant woman who was in a responsible role at work choose to hurt herself? The presence of bruises and other marks didn't fit the scenario where she may have caused the injuries and suffocated herself. Why did her body show so many signs of damage? Abhishek started to exhibit signs of discomfort as the questioning went on. His answers, which had been confident, became uncertain. Investigators took notice of his hesitation and self-contradiction. He might be concealing something, and these were obvious clues. He was eventually arrested for additional interrogation. The police were aware that this case needed to be handled carefully. Abhishek practiced law. His brother-in-law was a prominent figure in the judiciary, as was his father, a retired judge. Any mistake could have dire consequences. Public pressure and his family's influence were major factors when Abhishek appeared in court to set bail terms. The judge restricted his confinement to 7 hours rather than the usual amount of time. Investigators and Pratibha's family members were not happy with this decision because they thought Abhishek was treated too lightly, considering the seriousness of the charges. Pratibha's body was given to her family after the autopsy was finished. Her parents, siblings, and other family members were devastated. They remembered how Pratibha had sounded quiet when she called home in recent months. She avoided talking about her personal life and shared few details, and now all those little clues seemed like warning signs they might have missed. The case became more complicated every day, and the solutions appeared farther off. After seizing Abhishek's phone, the police started going through all of his emails, calls, and messages. They found that during the past few months their relationship had becoming more tense. Nearly every message from Abhishek was tinged with annoyance, and they frequently argued about their plans for the family and the future of their child. Although no one was yet certain of the extent to which these sinister undertones would spread, this increased the investigators' suspicions. Abhishek had to endure hours of interrogation while the investigators watched him. With every new question and piece of evidence, the pressure increased and his burden grew heavier. Abhishek finally broke down and said the words that changed everything one day. When he was so tired and on the verge of an emotional collapse, he admitted it. The words were a painful, unwilling admission that came reluctantly, as if drawn from deep within. It was shocking and horrifying to hear him admit his part in Pratibha's demise. Abhishek disclosed that his thoughts and feelings were distorted by years of internalized jealousy and resentment. It all began when he failed the exam and continued to practice law, while Pratibha earned her place as a judge. This status difference turned into a major source of internal conflict. He found it hard to believe that his wife had accomplished more than he had, and that her family publicly disapproved of him. His emotions became more destructive with every day that went by. Then she found out she was pregnant. It represented their love and their hope for the future for Pratibha. She thought the baby would improve her relationship with her parents and strengthen their marriage. Pratibha's mother was ecstatic and intended to help her daughter, even meeting to talk about their future together. However, this news felt like yet another setback for Abhishek. He experienced fear and a greater sense of alienation in place of happiness. He saw the pregnancy as a further erosion of his independence, an increase in his responsibilities, and a widening of the gap between him and Pratibha. Abhishek's friends knew him as someone who liked to live a carefree life. He was known for his parties, independence, and lack of responsibility. Now, he was overcome with fear at the thought of becoming a father. He started to coerce Pratibha into thinking about getting an abortion, but she adamantly refused. The tension between them only grew as a result of her unwavering desire to keep the child. He became increasingly frustrated with her every time she smiled and tried to show him that their future might be promising. He was stuck. The situation only got worse. Abhishek began to have even more influence over Pratibha's life. He cut off her communication with her parents and grew more and more envious of her achievements and career. At home, Pratibha's world was dominated by control and anxiety, despite her independence and success at work. The turning point came when Pratibha's mother said she wanted to see her in early October. Abhishek's response was furious. The fact that Pratibha had disregarded him and contacted her family was too much for him to handle. He insisted that she cease all correspondence. But Pratibha refused to back down. She vowed to stand up for her rights, keep her child, and refuse to compromise. For Abhishek, those words were the last straw. His fear of losing control, his sense of failure, and his jealousy all came to a head. Her strength and independence were too much for him to handle anymore. On that fateful day, things got out of hand. Now that he was seated across from the investigators, Abhishek talked about his anxieties, his overwhelming jealousy, and how he couldn't tolerate her independence and success. The investigators, however, believed there was more to the story even after his admission. The deeper secrets of their relationship had not yet been revealed, and it appeared likely that Abhishek had only told a portion of the truth. Things started out quickly and unexpectedly when Pratibha told Abhishek she was going to Delhi, in spite of his strong protests. On October 7, Abhishek was at a resort unwinding with friends. He was startled by the news. He made the decision to go back to Delhi right away. He left his friends behind, gave up his break, and went home. Pratibha reached Delhi by train on October 8. In the hopes that a face-to-face discussion would improve their relationship, she was met by an irate and agitated Abhishek. He loaded her into the car, and as they drove, the tension increased and turned into a furious dispute. Shouting broke out during the exchange, and Pratibha finally had enough. Declaring she was going back to Kanpur, she got out of the car in the middle of the road and started to walk away. Abhishek's eyes were burning with rage as he watched her. "Do as you please," he yelled after her. However, his feelings overcame him after a short while, and he chose to follow her. It took Abhishek about 9 hours to drive to Kanpur during the night and arrive at Pratibha's apartment in the posh Circuit House colony. On the morning of October 9, it was around 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Since most neighbors kept to themselves and the colony was known for its security, he had some leeway to act undetected. The tension that had grown over the previous few months exploded when Abhishek walked into the apartment. He started slapping a stick at Pratibha. She tried to stop him, but he persisted. As the blows did not satisfy his rage, he cut her arms, body, and neck with a blade. Despite her best efforts, Pratibha lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Abhishek intensified his actions upon realizing she was still alive. He reached for a scarf, pulled it tight around her neck, and held it there until she exhaled. Breathless, standing over her, he started to realize the seriousness of his actions. He needed to hide his tracks now. He tried to hang Pratibha from the ceiling fan to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, but the fan was not strong enough to support the weight. It looked like it might shatter. Abhishek left her body on the ground after realizing that this plan would fail. Knowing that it might expose his intentions and motivations, he swiftly looked around the apartment for anything that might implicate him and took Pratibha's phone. Trying not to draw attention, he left the apartment at around 6 in the morning and made his way to his car before leaving the Circuit House neighborhood. However, he did not immediately call the police. Rather, Abhishek paused on a calm Kanpur street to collect his thoughts and prepare his statement to the authorities. Every detail would be important, he knew. He didn't visit the Kanpur Cant police station until 3 hours later, at approximately 9 in the morning. He claimed to have discovered Pratibha, dead in the apartment, when he reported her death there. Inconsistencies in his behavior were immediately observed by the police. Why hadn't he reported the incident sooner? Why hadn't he gotten help right away, rather than taking some time to think about what to do next? The investigators were particularly interested in these questions. Abhishek was taken into custody for additional interrogation after making his initial statement. The police started a thorough investigation of the crime scene in the meantime. The scarf that was used to kill Pratibha was discovered, but the blade that was used to injure her was gone. Suspicions increased as a result. Abhishek had obviously tried to conceal evidence and mislead the investigation, indicating that a comprehensive and intricate investigation would be necessary to find the truth. Abhishek put Pratibha's driver and housekeeper on leave the day before the incident, which at first glance appeared to be a random coincidence, but turned out to be a component of his scheme. Following Abhishek's arrest, his parents promptly fled, evading all police requests. After taking notice, the court ordered the seizure of their assets and issued an arrest warrant for them, pending their appearance for interrogation. Abhishek's parents appealed to the Supreme Court in an effort to defend themselves. They were successful in getting the warrant temporarily stayed, but on October 18, the court in Kanpur ordered their voluntary surrender. To cooperate with the current investigation, Abhishek's parents showed up at the chief magistrate's court. Abhishek, meanwhile, tried several times to get bail. He filed petitions with the Supreme Court, the High Court, and the Session Court, among other courts. But every request was turned down. He could not be released due to the seriousness of the charges and the possible danger to the investigation. After several years, Abhishek had been incarcerated for almost 5 years by 2022. After a protracted legal battle and multiple appeals and counter-motions, the High Court finally granted him bail in April 2022, but this was only a short-term solution. The case was still being reviewed, and a verdict has not yet been rendered. Despite all of their efforts, Abhishek's family persisted in demanding his exoneration, while the police and prosecutors persisted in their attempts to establish his guilt. Both parties are still engaged in a fight for justice, while the investigation continues, and the final ruling is still pending. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, a few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives. What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty, therefore he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, they would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, a homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, he had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton, but since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Shemansky, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence, in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie, The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Darrell Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of two men. Williams learned that Darrell confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Darrow had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Darrell both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The two men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Darrell later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. And Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Darrow had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, And as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Daryl not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Daryl had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Daryl had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Daryl's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Daryl had worked for. The detective went to see Daryl in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Daryl was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Daryl had changed her name to Daryl Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Daryl Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the two investigators might have. They questioned Daryl Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Daryl knew right away who they were referring to. According to Daryl Lynn, he and two of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Daryl Lynn admitted. When Daryl Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Daryl Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his two pals after they killed him, Daryl Lynn informed them. Daryl Lynn will not provide the names of the two accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Daryl. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. What if the horrific murder of your loved one went unsolved for decades, leaving only questions and silence? Imagine the suffering, the annoyance, and the never-ending question. Who killed them? What made them deserving of death? Will there ever be justice? A young life full of beauty and promise was tragically cut short 41 years ago, making this nightmare a reality for one family. The memories, the sorrow, and the desire for answers persisted even after the investigation was unsuccessful. A vibrant, aspirational, and hospitable beauty school student, Laura Kempton had her entire life ahead of her. However, her future was brutally stolen on that fateful day in 1981. Her family was left in ruins, looking for hints that seemed to disappear. Are you prepared to learn more about Laura's tragic tale? A family left with unresolved questions, a life cut short, and a decades-long quest for justice. Will she at last receive the justice she is due? Together, let's discover Laura's true fate. Imagine a young lady who is eager to face the world and has a sparkle in her eyes. That was Laura, a 23-year-old with a dreamy heart and a passion for life. Her contagious laugh and radiant smile had a way of illuminating the space. Laura moved to Portsmouth, New Hampshire in 1980 from her small town. She needed a change because she was sick of the same old routine. The electric energy of the city offered her a new beginning and limitless opportunities. Laura experienced a wave of liberation, as though she could now be who she truly was. She was drawn to the energy and atmosphere of the city's clubs and music scene. Laura was a beauty school student by day and a social butterfly at night. She scooped sundaes for summer tourists at Karen's Ice Cream and worked at the quirky Market Street gift shop Macro Polo. She was only months away from realizing her dream of becoming a hairdresser. She was adamant about establishing herself in the city, and she succeeded in doing so. She developed her hairdressing skills during the day and used her passion for dancing to engage with the community at night. Despite the negative aspects of the city, Laura remained resilient. She had a purpose and a dream. Her passions and her work provided her with solace. Laura believed she was changing the world, fostering relationships, and improving the city with each Sunday she scooped and haircut she styled. Laura was confident that she would overcome any obstacles and become even more radiant. She enjoyed dancing, laughing, and being present. She was constantly surrounded by friends and admirers as she visited well-known locations like Riverside and the Ranger Club. She wouldn't have it any other way, and her social calendar was constantly full. Although Laura wasn't committed to a single partner, she was seeing a man named Charlie, who was a gifted saxophonist for a band that frequently played at Lucas, a well-liked restaurant in the neighborhood. As their relationship grew, Laura was eager to see where it would take them. Laura had a promising future with seemingly limitless opportunities. She was a young lady with an uncontrollable spirit and a hopeful heart. She had no idea, however, that her life was about to take a terrible turn that would destroy her community, friends, and family. It would turn out to be one of Portsmouth's most notorious crimes. It was a night Laura's friends would never forget. On September 28, 1981. Laura and her friends were dancing at the Riverside Club on a typical Saturday night. All around them, lights were flashing and music was pounding. Laura first saw JR there, a man whose smile could light up any space. Laura and JR were dancing together, grew closer to one another as each song was played. They returned to Laura's house at the end of the evening and continued to chat and laugh until the wee hours of the morning. JR gladly accepted Laura's invitation to stay over since she truly liked him. They stayed up late, telling each other stories and making each other laugh until they were unable to stay awake. Still grinning and making jokes, they stopped by Goldie's Deli for a quick breakfast the next day. However, Laura had to leave quickly for her job at Macro Polo, which she genuinely loved. She was buzzing with energy as she left the house that morning, and her friends noticed how excited she appeared. Laura was thinking about JR during her lunch break at Cafe Petronella. After work, she was eager to see him again. She couldn't help but smile when she thought about what they had. Laura and her friend Karen got together later that night and made the decision to visit Lucas, a bustling place on Hanover Street that is well known for its fantastic dancing and music. Together, they had a great time laughing until their sides ached and dancing as if no one else was around. Laura was only interested in having fun with Karen and enjoying the music, despite several guys trying to get her attention. At 1 a.m., Karen bid Laura farewell as the evening came to an end. On 20 Chapel Street steps, they had no idea that danger was close by. A curious 13-year-old boy named R.R. Seath lives across Sheath Street, left his bedroom to go to the restroom. As he walked through the living room, he noticed his mother sitting in the dark room, still awake. However, the living room window, which provided an excellent view of the first-floor apartment across the street, caught R.S.'s attention instead. The lovely young woman who had moved in that summer was someone he had become used to seeing. She was sitting with her back to the window on her couch. R.S. could make out the outline of something in her hand, possibly a cookie or cracker, and the soft curve of her shoulder blades. Not even R.S. One of the last times anyone would see Laura Kempton alive would be during this brief moment. It was an accidental glimpse, a brief moment in time of a life on the verge of tragedy. Everyone who knew Laura would be haunted by the tragedy that was about to unfold on the night that had started out so happily and with so much laughter. Hours later, on a clear Monday mid-morning, September 28, 1981, Officer Ron Grivois strolled through downtown Portsmouth. He was intimately familiar with these brick sidewalks. A young woman had failed to pay for her parking tickets at 20 Chapel Street, where he was headed. He saw that the front door was unlocked as he got closer to the structure. When he got to unit number 2, he discovered a door that was broken and had a missing panel. He peered in and saw a pair of legs bound at the ankles with a white cord and a jumbled heap of bedding. There was a terrible problem. With his thoughts racing, Grivois retreated. He looked around the stairwell and hallway, but he didn't see anything unusual. He radioed for backup after confirming that the scene was secure. Now his ordinary call had become a sinister revelation. Despite being blocked by crime scene tape, a crowd had gathered outside 20 Chapel Street by 9:25 a.m. on the 29th. Officer Grivois' startling discovery was widely publicized. William Mortimer, the lead investigator and a seasoned detective with years of Portsmouth Police Department experience, was already on the scene. He absorbed the unsettling scene in front of him. Nearly all of Laura's body was concealed by a mattress, box springs, and a heap of bedding. From the knees down, only her legs were visible, restrained by a white cord from an electric blanket. Beneath her, a big blood stain had seeped into the rug. Mortimer saw evidence of a bloody struggle as he scanned the room. The walls were splattered with blood, Laura's possessions were all over the place, and drawers and closets were looted. Mortimer realized he had a difficult case ahead of him. After witnessing the chaotic and gory scene, Mortimer's team cautiously raised the mattress and blankets as he continued to look around, revealing a scene that chilled his blood. With a green pillowcase covering her face and a gray telephone cord suffocating her neck, Laura lay bare, her body bruised and battered. Mortimer gently took off the pillowcase and his heart fell. Laura's features were hardly distinguishable due to the tangle of purple bruises and swelling on her face. She had been brutally beaten, with blows so severe they almost crushed her skull, as the medical examiner would later confirm. However, that wasn't all. A bottle of wine was lying next to her dead body, its innocence seeming to mock Mortimer. Then, in sharp contrast to Laura's non-smoking habits, there was the cigarette butt haphazardly left on the floor. Mortimer appeared to be taunted with questions and clues by the killer's presence. Who was this individual? Why had they acted with such unimaginable violence? This was not the end of it. Many questions were hanging around the window. By whom was Laura killed? Who was present when she passed away? What afflicted her prior to her demise? Who was going to give Laura justice? Mortimer and his team found a vital piece of evidence in the hallway after Laura's body was moved to a gurney. A tiny black metal hook that had been ripped from the mailbox. The murderer had repurposed this commonplace item, which was used to hang keys, to obtain entry. Mortimer saw that the criminal had pried out the molding with the hook, which made it possible for them to reach inside and open the door. Investigators conducted a comprehensive search and gathered hundreds of possible pieces of evidence, such as 2 cords, a cigarette butt, a pillowcase that covered Laura's head and neck, and a glass wine bottle that was discovered on the floor next to her body. They painstakingly scanned the exterior and interior of the apartment for palm prints and fingerprints, and found multiple matches, particularly on the door and a phone within the apartment. These discoveries might contain important hints that help solve the mystery of Laura's untimely death. Laura's autopsy was performed later that afternoon by medical examiner Dr. Dennis Carlson. His findings, severe head trauma and evidence of sexual assault, confirmed the terrible severity of her injuries. Skin scrapings from Laura's upper left thigh, vaginal swabs, and swabs from the telephone cord around her neck were among the crucial pieces of evidence that Dr. Carlson gathered. Mortimer was determined to put the pieces together and determine who was responsible for her death, even though the investigation had only just begun. In order to question Laura's friends, family, co-workers, and classmates, basically anybody who might have had contact with her in the days leading up to her death, he assembled a team of detectives and police officers. These interviews painted a picture of Laura as a happy, gregarious young lady with a vibrant social life. It was hard to think anyone would want to hurt her. Speaking with JR was of special interest to the police, because of his recent relationship with Laura. Before leaving for breakfast on Sunday, September 27, he affirmed that they had sex early in the morning and again later that day. Even though he took a shower afterwards, JR admitted that samples taken from Laura's body may include his semen. He gave some interesting information about Laura's habits and mentioned that she had no visible cuts or bruises from their time together. First of all, Laura always made sure to lock the door of her apartment, even when they left for a quick snack at around 3 in the morning. The Sunday, she questioned JR to make sure the front door was locked. Secondly, JR noticed that as they got ready to leave in the morning, Laura put a wad of cash into a plain envelope on her kitchen table. Although she didn't say so, the money might have been for rent or a utility bill. Later, it was found that the envelope and its contents were missing, most likely taken by the criminal. Additional information about what happened after Karen left Laura early on Monday morning was given by her neighbors. RS, and at around 1:30 a.m., his mother, who lived across the street, noticed Laura in her living room. When Daniel, a 40-year-old resident of Laura's building, got home about 30 minutes later, he saw that the ground floor hallway light was out. He suspected someone was fixing Laura's door, possibly following a break-in, after noticing a missing wooden panel and hearing sounds coming from inside her apartment. Later, it was discovered that the light bulb in the hallway had most likely been purposefully loosened. If Daniel's timing was correct, Laura's killer was most likely the source of the sounds he heard. Vital samples were taken from Laura's body by Dr. Carlson, including skin scrapings from her upper thigh and vaginal swabs and smears. The New Hampshire State Forensic Lab received these for examination. The lab was able to identify blood types from the samples even though DNA testing was not yet available 4 years before its potential in criminal investigations was realized. According to the results, Laura's blood type A was found on the wine bottle, suggesting that it was probably used in the crime. Additionally, type A blood was discovered on the pillowcase and door molding. Sperm were found in the skin scrapings and vaginal smears, and there were traces of seminal fluid in the telephone cord. 42 years later, these discoveries would be essential to the case's resolution. In a terrifying coincidence, Tammy Little, a fellow Portsmouth Beauty School student, was discovered murdered in her apartment a few months later on October 19, 1982, with comparable injuries. Fears of a serial killer were sparked by the widespread suspicion that the two crimes were connected. Some similarities existed between the two cases. Both victims lived alone in ground-floor apartments, were in their early 20s, and were unmarried. About a mile separated the two addresses. A few months prior to their deaths, both women had just moved in. Both frequented the same local bars and belonged to the same social circles. Both were killed early in the morning following a night out with friends in the fall. They had both sustained severe head injuries. Both suffered deformities to their faces. They both went to Portsmouth Beauty School. Both had modeled for photographers in the area. Detective Mortimer was careful to avoid making hasty connections between the cases in the absence of strong evidence. Despite these connections, the murders of Tammy Little and Laura Kempton were still unsolved. As of September 25, 1985, investigators were unable to obtain sufficient evidence to make an arrest, despite suspicions about men who were acquaintances or had been spotted with the victims. Both cases are still being investigated, Portsmouth Police Captain George Crook assured the public. The frustration of having a top suspect, but not enough proof to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, was acknowledged by Assistant Attorney General Brian Tucker. Tucker stressed that before moving forward, investigators need to have faith in their case. It's ironic that in 1985, Alec Jeffreys, a trailblazing scientist, solved a double murder in England using genetic fingerprinting, but it would be more than 10 years before this technology was taken into account in U.S. investigations. The development of cases like Kempton's and Little's was hampered by the fact that New Hampshire wouldn't set up its own DNA testing facility until 2002. Detectives sent 2 DNA samples from Laura's case to Cellmark Diagnostics in Maryland in 2000 for analysis. The telephone wire on her neck and the area of her thighs were the sites of the samples. They obtained a partial male DNA profile from the thigh sample, despite their inability to create a DNA profile from the wire. The Portsmouth police submitted more evidence to the Maine State Crime Lab for analysis in 2002, 2 years later. From the vaginal swab, forensic analyst Kathy McMillan created 2 DNA profiles, one for Laura and another for an unidentified man. A partial male profile that matched the vaginal swab was discovered on the cigarette butt that was discovered close to Laura's body. Interestingly, this profile also matched the partial profile from the previously acquired thigh scrapings. When J.R. Laura's last known sexual partner was tested and turned out to not match the DNA evidence, the investigation took an unexpected turn. In actuality, even though they had previously had sex, his DNA was completely absent from her body. As a result, over the course of the following 10 years, investigators eliminated hundreds of people of interest and continued to gather comparison DNA samples. An investigation into the use of genetic genealogy to solve cold cases, such as Laura Kempton's, was initiated in September 2021 by the Attorney General's Office, New Hampshire State Crime Lab, and Portsmouth Police. To reanalyze the vaginal swab samples, they contacted Identifinders International. The lead investigator learned that the DNA profile of the unidentified male had been successfully acquired and matched to a close relative in the GED match database in May 2022, 8 months later. The unidentified male was soon recognized by genetic genealogist Linda Doyle as the child of two particular people who had only one biological child. The lead detective took a blood card from the autopsy, but the child had died almost 20 years earlier, and sent it to the Maine State Crime Lab for comparison. Laura's vaginal swab and the DNA on the blood card matched exactly, proving that Ronnie James Lee was the murderer. Authorities finally had a name to link to the anonymous suspect after more than 42 years. On January 16, 1960, Ronnie James Lee was born in Fort Myers. Charlie James Lee and Janie Mae are listed as his parents in his obituary, but it's unclear if they were both his biological parents. Of Charlie and Janie Mae's 6 children, Ronnie was the third. When he was growing up, his parents got divorced. Although not much is known about Ronnie's early years, he joined the Army as a teenager in the late 1970s and remained there until May 15, 1981. At that time, he and his mother resided on Rock Hill Avenue in Portsmouth's North End, only a short 8-minute drive or 40-minute walk from Laura Kempton's residence in Old Harbor. Although Ronnie was employed by MBI Security, he began working as a security guard for the Liberty Mutual building in Portsmouth in June 2001. Laura moved into her Chapel Street apartment at the same time. Ronnie killed Laura when he broke into her apartment in September 2001, but he escaped being apprehended by police. When Ronnie was arrested for attempted burglary in November 1982, his interactions with the Portsmouth Police Department took on a significant role. He went on a burglary rampage the next summer, breaking into 4 residences and 1 city business. Similar to his break-in at Laura's apartment, one of these burglaries involved smashing a window pane and opening it from the inside. Ronnie was found guilty of sexual assault and burglary in Keene, New Hampshire, in 1987-3. Around 30:30 a.m., a young woman who was at home during the robbery woke up to discover someone caressing her. Ronnie was standing over her when she opened her eyes. Her roommate was awakened by her scream, and Ronnie ran away with jewelry and cash that had been stolen. After his arrest, he received a 3-year prison sentence that ran from 1987 to 1990. In 2005, Ronnie passed away at the age of 45 from a cocaine overdose. He left behind a son, multiple step-siblings, and a criminal legacy that was kept under wraps for almost 20 years after his passing. The murder of Laura Kempton in 1981 has finally been solved after decades of investigation. To make the announcement, law enforcement officials convened at the State Police Communications Center in Concord on a bright afternoon in late July. Ronnie James Lee was identified as Laura's murderer by New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella. Lee, who would have been 63 today, would have been charged with robbery, battery, aggravated sexual assault, and first-degree murder. Unfortunately, Lee had already died, so justice was served too late. The investigation continued despite the case going cold thanks to detectives' hard work and advances in forensic science. Before his death in 2019, Police Commissioner William Mortimer, the case's first lead detective, had stated that he was confident the case could be solved. At last, his trust in forensic science and his team has been validated. The family of Laura Kempton expressed gratitude to the police for their diligent efforts in resolving the case. They valued the investigators' commitment and perseverance in ensuring Laura and her family members received justice. Laura's family and loved ones could now finally rest easy, knowing that Ronnie James Lee was found guilty of her murder. Justice was served, but it took a while. This case demonstrated the importance of perseverance in pursuing justice and the truth, no matter how long it takes. In the meantime, the evidence from Tammy Little's 1982 murder is still intact and is awaiting the identification of a suspect through scientific and genealogical advancements. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Roger Kemp died in his Livewood home on March 5, 2022 at the age of 77. He took care of his family right up until the last minute and was the ideal father and husband. But until his passing, Roger was plagued by a single recollection from 20 years ago. Since tragedy had radically altered his life, he had to spend 2 arduous years becoming a careful detective in order to identify the culprit behind the premature death of his only daughter. Since the police were essentially helpless, the case might not have been solved if Roger hadn't gotten involved. Roger, however, was above the police and could not let the criminal escape punishment. Let's go back in time and observe what transpired on that fateful day. Let's get started. The setting for our story was Livewood, Kansas, a tiny, secure suburb of the state. Every neighbor in this neighborhood knows you by name and greets you with a pleasant day. On June 18, 2002, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp's morning began as usual. Her dad had left for work. Her mother was preparing a delectable meal, while her younger brother was still in bed. Alexandra was rushing to get to work, so she didn't drink her coffee. After completing her first year of college, Allie, as her loved ones nicknamed her, spent the summer vacations back in her hometown. She was hired as a lifeguard at a public outdoor pool where her brother and boyfriend were already employed. Allie quietly examined the surroundings and cleaned the auxiliary facilities on that day, when there were hardly any guests. Allie went into the pump room and turned around when she heard a voice she didn't recognize. He rushed her and began tearing at her clothing until she gestured for him to leave the restricted area and pointed to the door. He was much stronger than Ali, who struck him in the face. She attempted to scream, but he put his palm over her mouth and drowned out any sound from the running pumps. A second later, Ali was unconscious. After a while, her brother Tyler arrived at the pool to cover for her. He was unable to locate her, but he did spot her personal stuff on a table. He called her by name and looked everywhere, but Ali did not answer. The young man called their father, Roger, in a panic, and Roger hurried to the pool, dropping everything. Roger was relieved to see that Allie was not in the pool after he and Tyler thoroughly examined the area. Roger entered the pump room and noticed a flashlight shining on a large piece of tarpaulin in the dark. He saw a foot protruding from beneath the sheet, followed by a pool of blood on the floor. At the sight, the father yelled and threw off the tarp. He dropped to his knees in an attempt to rouse her, but she was not responding. Roger Kemp reported his daughter's fatal injuries to the emergency services at 5:29 p.m. The father attempted to resuscitate his daughter during the conversation. Blood still trickled from the wounds he had caused, but he covered her lovingly with his jacket. During their conversation, Roger begged her to stay. However, the girl was not conscious. Allie Kemp, 19, was pronounced dead at the hospital after the deceased was transferred there immediately. She never returned, but I hope she was still awake and could hear me. According to Roger, a pool of blood was found close to Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp's multiple, blunt force head injuries that occurred soon after she arrived at the neighboring hospital. She had a ripped top. Her neck showed evidence of strangulation, and she was without pants or undergarments. Her nails were ripped off and several of her fingers were fractured, indicating that she had been severely beaten before being deprived of her life. Items were scattered haphazardly in the pump room where Allie's body was discovered. It became evident that Allie and her attacker had engaged in a heated battle, during which she persisted, but he outmatched her in strength. The victim's body was sent for forensic analysis after her life was deemed over, and the murder scene was carefully examined. Regretfully, neither the pump room nor the pool's grounds contained the weapon used in the crime. However, investigators had to figure out why a blood-stained container of ointment that was typically stored in the first aid box was discovered at the crime scene so strange. For examination, the ointment tube and its cap were gathered. In my 35 years of service, this was probably the most horrific crime that could occur in the Livewood community, said Police Chief Craig Hill, who examined the crime scene and offered his sympathies to the parents of the deceased Ali Kemp. Both the public and the investigators were left with too many unanswered questions by this atrocity, which rocked the sleepy community. Since the motive for the crime against the young woman was one of the primary questions, the inquiry was perplexed. Robbery was initially thought to be the motivation, but since her pocketbook and everything in it were undamaged, this notion was totally disproved. After obtaining the forensic examination report, it was determined that Ali had not experienced intimate partner violence, despite the second alleged motivation being an attack. Even seasoned investigators found the incident weird and intriguing because there was no motive for it, let alone either of these two. Therefore, who had the right to brutally end the life of a young woman whose life had only begun? On October 11, 1982, Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born in Livewood. Ali, the Kemp family's only daughter, was the much-anticipated first child. She grew up in the picturesque, tree-lined suburb of Livewood with her parents and two brothers in a loving household. She received honors when she graduated from high school. Ali was chosen as the most attractive girl in the 7th grade and loved poetry and soccer. In 2002, Ali followed her aspirations and enrolled at Kansas State University. Her family and boyfriend were waiting for her when she returned to her hometown of Leawood after completing her first year of university. 4 blocks from her family's house, she accepted a position as a member of the service staff at the neighborhood pool. Her brother and boyfriend were already working at a local pool, and it was a great job. Ali was therefore a young, bright woman who could not have had any adversaries because she was raised in a loving and caring environment. To obtain a more comprehensive picture of the day of the crime, investigators spoke with Ali's friends and acquaintances and kept investigating several ideas on the assault. Phil House, Ali's boyfriend, was one of the initial suspects. Ali and he had been dating for more than 5 years by 2002. He had known Ali from school. The police had to treat Phil as a suspect even though it didn't seem like he had any motive to hurt Ali. Under interrogation, Phil clarified that Ali had taken his place at the pool at 2:00 p.m. before leaving for another work. He stayed until 4 p.m., after which he was playing video games at a friend's house when he got a call informing him that Ali was in the hospital. Colleagues and acquaintances with whom Phil had been playing games verified his alibi. But he did provide the police with important information. As it happened, Phil was unable to answer when Ali contacted him at 2:52 p.m. because she did not answer the phone when he contacted her again at 3:44 p.m. Authorities surmised that Ali met her terrible end at this time. This hint did not help the police discover the perpetrator, despite their determination to solve the case as soon as possible. As there should have been enough on a summer day at a public pool, there was optimism in the testimony of possible witnesses. However, the pool was nearly empty that day due to unfavorable weather, and the hunt for any hints or testimonies was moving very slowly. A few days later, it was determined that 2 workers from a lawn care firm were in the parking lot on the day of the incident. After re-interviewing the pool personnel and the neighborhood, when they were taken in for interrogation, they reported seeing an automobile circle the parking lot at approximately 2:40 p.m., occasionally pulling away and then coming back. The suspect vehicle, a beige 1980 Ford truck, was well described by them. The authorities now had a crucial piece of information, even though they were missing the car's license plate number. But one of Ali's pals provided even more useful information. A description of the suspected culprit was aided by the testimony of Laurel Wynn, a friend of Ali's. As it turned out, Ali called her friend Laurel at around 3 p.m. that day to ask her to keep her company while she worked at the pool. Since it was a foggy and chilly day, there weren't many people there. After some time, Laurel's automobile finally pulled into the pool parking area. There was no answer when she called Ali. Laurel thought it would be funny to blow loudly on a lifeguard whistle, since she didn't see Ali outdoors. Just then, a man came out of the pump room while feigning to be on the phone. Laurel suspected he was Ali's supervisor, so in order to keep her friend out of trouble, she hurried out of the pool. Laurel was able to recall the man's face as he turned around and waved to her as she left the pool area. Presuming she had spotted the offender, Laurel went without waiting for a call from her friend. Based on Laurel's account, the police produced and released a composite sketch in the hopes of identifying the offender. This led to the creation of an extremely precise sketch of the alleged culprit. Local television aired the sketch and the description of the suspicious car. The likelihood of finding and apprehending the offender was definitely improved by this publicity. And it's true that the police got a ton of reports from folks who thought they saw this man. This brought the investigation's first suspect, a young guy named James Drider, to light. Drider looked a lot like the composite sketch and had an old Ford pickup. He worked as a mechanic at a tiny auto repair business in Olata, which is about a 20-minute drive from Livewood. Police contacted the believed culprit at his place of employment after acquiring his address. James, however, had an alibi and strongly denied any involvement in the incident. James Drider was removed from the list of suspects, despite his close likeness to the composite, since his manager verified that he was at the auto business on June 18 because he was at work all day. The hunt went on. Roger persisted even as the path cooled over the course of several months. He pursued new leads while investigators worked on each one. Roger carried out his own research with tenacity. His frequent visits to the police station included a variety of suggestions for apprehending the offender. Roger's persistent efforts earned him a spot on America's Most Wanted, where he not only told Ali's story, but also displayed the composite sketch of the suspected criminal. Both local and national television networks carried the well-liked program. Police stations were inundated with fresh communications. Every message was carefully examined, but for different reasons. Almost instantly, every fresh suspect was thrown out. Phil House, Ali's 5-year boyfriend, also helped. He started a virtual quest by contacting college students via email. A reward of $50,000 0 cents was offered for any information that led to an arrest, and he encouraged them to view the America's Most Wanted show that focused on Ali's case and look at the composite sketch. The case came to a standstill once more in spite of all attempts. But cops learned something new about the once familiar James Drider 6 months after Ali was killed. As it happened, news organizations in nearby Colorado covered the hunt for a man who had committed 3 assaults in January 2003. Ryder, who had been ruled out as a suspect in Ali's murder and was now sought for assaults, was identified by Roger from the wanted sketch. The police were certain they had identified their suspect despite the driver's alibi on the day of Ali Kemp's murder, but they still needed to establish James's involvement. Investigators were unable to match DNA since the man was not in the database, because he had no past convictions. In order to compare this person's DNA with that recovered from the crime scene, they needed to examine him once again. James Drider was by this time evasive and nearly impossible to find. 3 weeks passed before the cops located him at a Utah gas station. When Drider didn't pay for his fuel, the employees arrested him and called the police. James Drider was charged with 3 assaults and may have been responsible for Ali Kemp's death. Police were dismayed to discover no similarities between his DNA sample and the sample taken from the crime scene. Ali Kemp was not killed by James Drider, a serial killer. This was a significant setback, because police had to start the case afresh after it had come so close to catching the suspect. Days stretched into weeks, and weeks into months, and the police still had no fresh leads in the case of Ali Kemp. Roger, Ali's father, tried everything in his ability to find his daughter's attacker, even though the police's interest in the case gradually diminished after 2 years. Despite having few choices, he kept in touch with USA Today, which released the composite sketch of the suspected suspect. Roger looked frantically for a man with a big face and a hint of baldness. He put up wanted signs all around the city. As a loving father, he wanted to preserve his daughter's narrative in the public memory in addition to apprehending the offender. Roger then had a simple yet excellent idea one day. He noticed a billboard at the entrance to the city. He realized that this billboard was seen every day by hundreds or possibly thousands of individuals. The composite sketch might be placed on it, why not? To rent the billboard, he got in touch with an advertising firm. After hearing Mr. Kemp's tale, the company's management offered to place the poster for free on 8 billboards along the highways close to. Roger's efforts eventually started to pay off, with an estimated 10,000 people viewing his billboards each day. Police began to get reports of persons who looked like the drawing 2 years after Ali Kemp was killed. A young man called Benjamin Appleby, was among the many tips that came in as a result of the billboard, television commercials, and a larger prize. Ted Hoover was the name of this person who resided in Bantam, Connecticut. The 29-year-old man lived under the alias Hoover in order to evade being charged with a personal crime. Beginning in 1997, he possessed a Ford truck that was the same beige color as the car the suspect was thought to be driving. As it turned out, Ted Hoover was employed in 2002 to do pool maintenance, especially at the pool where Ali was killed. Equipped with this knowledge, detectives visited Ted Hoover's residence to interrogate him. He acted unsure and clearly anxious during the chat. Ted was asked to submit a DNA sample at the conclusion of the conversation in order to be removed from the suspect list. He attempted to avoid this request by making excuses, but it was obvious that he was unprepared for it. He first requested some time to reflect and asked that samples be held until he could consult with his attorney. The investigator called Ted Hoover's attorney the following day, who told him that Ted was against willingly giving the police a DNA sample because he did not want his DNA included to the national database. Investigators made an effort to get the attorney to sign a document guaranteeing that the DNA would not be added to any database and would just be utilized in connection with Ali Kemp's case. The attorney asked to take a moment to tell his client of this. 2 days later, though, the attorney replied that his client was still opposed to giving the police his DNA. The investigators were certain that this person had a secret. They recalled having a conversation with Ted Hoover at the location of Ali's death many years prior. He did not appear suspicious at the time, but the police had questioned him in relation to Ali's case without making the breakthrough they were hoping for. The detectives were forced to get an order for the mandatory collection of Ted Hoover's DNA, and when they returned to his home on March 24, 2004, they discovered it was deserted. The man was gone. During the search, Ted Hoover was formally listed as sought on suspicion of killing Ali Kemp, but Roger remained involved. He went back to the tried-and-true strategy of posting posters on billboards in nearby states. He bought more than 500 billboard ads. In Colorado, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, and Nebraska, Ted Hoover's face was on exhibit. Since the entire billboard campaign now cost over $100,000, 0 cents, Roger Kemp had to spend all of his funds and even sell the house his family had occupied for more than 20 years in order to pay for such a big manhunt. And it wasn't for nothing. Missouri notified the police in August 2004 that someone had recognized the individual from the billboard. The report did note, however, that this person was now going by Benjamin Appleby instead of Ted Hoover. When the police arrived at the house given in the tip, they did in fact find the man they knew to be Ted Hoover. The cops lawfully took a sample of his saliva and immediately detained him on suspicion of murder. When the DNA from the crime scene and that of Benjamin Appleby, also known as Ted Hoover, matched, their suspicions were validated. Benjamin's past encounters with the law included intimate partner crimes and robberies. He was arrested by Connecticut police on a previous warrant after being accused of indecent exposure. He admitted to the police when they questioned him about Ali's murder that he had tried to flirt with the girl he liked, but she had not reciprocated. Benjamin lost control and attacked her when she pushed him away when he attempted to touch her. Benjamin was later accused of both attempted assault and murder. On both charges, he was found guilty. "I choked her. I suppose I have no idea why I did." In a recorded interview, Benjamin Appleby stated as much. Appleby claims that he touched her, but not very deeply. "Ang Lee," he said, and when she objected, he started beating and strangling the 19-year-old. The investigators then discovered the terrible explanation for the antiseptic ointment's open state. When Ali passed out and Appleby required lubricant, he attempted to attack her. Benjamin Appleby defended himself by claiming that he just lost it, went back to his car, and drove off. On the last day of the trial, Benjamin Appleby, also known as Ted Hoover, was found guilty and given a 50-year prison sentence on December 10, 2005. According to Kansas law, he was found guilty and given a 50-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2054. But after serving his term for a number of years, Benjamin Appleby has questioned whether his punishment under the Kansas Hard 50 legislation was fair. He contended that Kansas law automatically mandated that his sentence be changed because the elements that resulted to his Hard 50 were decided by a judge rather than a jury, as mandated by a prior U.S. Supreme Court decision. Prosecutors argue that the hard 50 should be maintained and that Benjamin Appleby's case is exempt from the state statute. Roger Kemp cautioned the public that lowering Benjamin Appleby's prison sentence would endanger other young girls and women. Roger Kemp's battle and his search for the guy responsible for his daughter's death came to an end at this point. He had a somewhat unique notion as a result of his unwavering commitment to see Ali's attacker brought to justice. He intended to display the composite sketch on highway billboards for everyone to see. The creative use of billboards by Roger Kemp to expand his audience proved to be a very successful strategy. Following Benjamin Appleby's conviction, a number of jurisdictions nationwide made the decision to implement comparable policies, with varying degrees of success. Take Defense is the name of the Ali Kemp Educational Foundation, which Roger Kemp started. Girls and young women between the ages of 12 and 23 can receive self-defense instruction there. Workshops are held all throughout the country. Hundreds of testimonies from women have been sent by participants, stating that the training preserved their lives till his final days and even stopped attacks. Over 70,000 people nationwide have taken this self-defense course, and Kemp himself has given speeches at events and prior to each local session. Subsequently, he established the Ali Kemp Educational Foundation, or just TAKE, a self-defense program that trains women and girls of all ages how to defend yourself in perilous circumstances. For his efforts with the charity, Roger Kemp was also given the Presidential Citizens Medal in 2011. Kemp was one of 13 individuals out of 6,000 nominations to be granted one of the highest awards the president bestows on civilians. He wished to educate other women how to defend themselves, since he thought his daughter would still be alive if she had learned how to do so. He did not want to remember that terrible day that radically altered his life, and years after the terrible death of his only beloved daughter, he still could not bear to talk about the vicious attack on her. Because he tried to attack her, which is so difficult for me to say, he took her life. In an interview, Roger Kemp said that after killing her, he attempted to attack her once more. The close-knit family of friends and acquaintances who actively participated in the hunt for Alexandra Kemp's attacker continues to commemorate and lament her unexpected and unfair death, kind, passionate, and never-ending. Roger Kemp died when he was 77 years old. According to his friend and co-worker Jill Leaker, he was a true national treasure. Hundreds of people were able to obtain justice thanks to Roger Kemp's inventiveness. Since being inspired by Kemp's concept, numerous other law enforcement agencies nationwide have implemented comparable billboard tactics. In Kansas alone, these billboards have assisted law enforcement in apprehending over 30 fugitives. Roger Kemp once stated, "You have two choices on a well-known television program. You have two options. Either get out of bed and fight the battle I decided to wage, or stay in bed and cover your head." He honored his promise that I would never allow him to win. He saved the town from a vicious criminal who undoubtedly would have done the same thing again thanks to his efforts. Bravo to a genuinely strong person and a caring, devoted parent. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gazella Diode heard her phone ring at 2 in the morning on March 1, 2011. The screen displayed an unidentified number. A Valence police officer approached her and inquired as to whether she was Samira Bernard's mother. Gazella said yes, but she didn't understand why the police were searching for Samira, her 20-year-old daughter. It had been 3 days since she last saw her. The police response did nothing to calm the woman, who demanded an explanation of what was going on. According to the call, Samira's boyfriend, Mile Columbia, 22, had vanished, so they were looking for her. The young couple had been dating for 8 months, the police had found out, but Gazella had no knowledge of the man. Mile had met Samira at a party. Samira Ben-Sard was a stunning woman who knew she was beautiful. She enjoyed posing for pictures and aspired to be a model. In turn, Mile was a very pleasant and kind young man. Their attraction to one another was instantaneous, and they began dating. But at 9:45 p.m. on February 28, 2011, Mile's supervisor at the construction company called the police. Since he hadn't heard from his employee in 3 days, he was concerned. When the man arrived at work on Saturday morning, his phone rang. Without giving a reason, he hurried to his feet and disappeared, never to be seen again. His boss was taken aback when he still hadn't arrived on Monday morning. It was his first absence from work, and they regarded him as a responsible and punctual worker. After learning that Mile was not returning calls from friends and co-workers, his boss made the decision to call the police. The police first visited the man's residence in Valence's downtown, but their efforts were unsuccessful, as no one answered the doorbell, nor was his car at the house. The police spoke with Miles' mother that same evening. She mentioned that she hadn't heard from her son in 3 days and that he had acted strangely during their most recent meeting, acting tense and very emotional. The woman reported that her son, who had never done so before, gave her a hug, kissed her, and declared his love for her. The investigators found some very suspicious details. Samira and Mile vanished the same day without telling anyone why, and they hadn't spoken to their families in 3 days. It couldn't have happened by accident. Analyzing their phones yielded one hint. The investigators discovered that Samira and Mile did not simply depart simultaneously, rather they drove off together. According to the phone pings, they left for Nice in the middle of the day on Saturday and checked into a 5-star hotel on the promenade in the evening. After getting in touch with the hotel, the investigators discovered that 2 men and a woman were being recorded by security cameras. Samira and Mile fit the description exactly. By Sunday evening, they had traveled from Nice to Livorno, 400 kilometers east of the French-Italian border. It was evident that the young couple was moving deeper into Italy, so the French police asked their Italian counterparts for help. Mile had made reservations at a high-end Livorno hotel. A man and a woman who fit the description of the missing couple had stayed with the hotel, according to the staff. Thus, they spent Saturday night in Nice before traveling to Livorno the following day. Everything suggested that Samira and Mile had taken a haphazard romantic trip, which was not surprising given how popular the Riviera was for such excursions. Since Samira's mother had received a message from her daughter saying that she had left, but that there was no need to worry because she would return soon, the detectives had no reason to doubt their belief that the young couple would soon return home together. Although it appeared to be another affirmation that the young couple was doing well, Gazella was positive her daughter would never vanish simply by taking an impulsive vacation. Samira never skipped work and was a responsible woman. Additionally, Gazella was troubled by a detail. She couldn't comprehend how her daughter, who loved being photographed and never left the house without wearing carefully chosen clothes, applying makeup and styling her hair, could leave for several days with a young man without taking anything with her. The fact that Samira sent an SMS also baffled her. The problem is that she would typically just give her mom a call. Since they were close and could talk for hours, getting a text message didn't make her feel any better. On the contrary, it made her anxiety even worse. The city of Imperia, which is about 80 kilometers from Nice in northern Italy, provided the next update on the case. Massimo Bessin was traveling to work on Monday, March 3, 2011, when he decided to take a shortcut and turned onto a small street. Something odd caught his attention along the road. When he opened the door, he saw that it was a woman, but initially he thought he saw a mannequin. Massimo yelled something but got no answer, but the woman was obviously on the move. He summoned an ambulance in a hurry. She was identified by Italian police as the French woman who had gone missing. Her skull was pierced by a bullet that had been shot in the back of her head. At this point, the romantic trip theory could be disregarded. The French police couldn't understand. They first believed it to be a romantic escape, then it was a suspicious disappearance, and now they were dealing with a girl who had been injured in an attempted murder. Despite being critically ill, Samira was still alive. Her mother was notified and she was taken to the hospital right away. At first, Gazella didn't even recognize her own daughter when she got to the hospital. The sight is hard to describe. Samira looked like a 9-year-old girl with her head shaved bald. The woman found it hard to accept that her daughter had been shot in the head and ended up in Italy. Since the bullet was embedded in her daughter's skull, the doctors informed the mother that there was little chance of recovery. Gazella refused to accept this and made arrangements for Samira to be taken to a hospital in Marseille. She was told directly by a surgeon there that although he would do the surgery, he would not give her false hope. The patient would never fully recover, even if she lived. Samira had surgery for 10 hours. Despite surviving the surgery, she was unable to speak and did not recognize anyone when she opened her eyes. Like a child, She had to relearn everything. Samira was unable to provide any information regarding the events in Italy, but without her testimony, the police had to look for the perpetrator. There were numerous signs that the crime was being planned. The Italian police were unable to locate any of her possessions when they discovered her lying on the side of the road close to a landfill. No passport, no phone, and no purse were present. This suggested that the criminal did not want her name to be revealed, but the investigators had a lead. Samira's boyfriend, Mile Cambia, was the last person they saw her with. According to the police, Mile fled after committing the crime by crossing the border into Italy, but after Samira was discovered, he erred by using his bank card in France. Only 35 kilometers from his Valence apartment, he used it at a first-rate hotel in Les Turrets. Mile had returned to France the day before according to surveillance footage. But why didn't he return home to his family if he was innocent? He chose to stay in a hotel a few kilometers away instead. Investigators soon learned that he had used Samira's credit card, which was another error on his part. In other words, Miles stayed in a hotel and used the woman's card while the young couple went on an impromptu trip to another country, where the woman almost died. The worst suspicions of the police were validated by everything. The detective talked to the young man's friends and family in an attempt to find a motive. Samira and Miles' relationship was evidently far from ideal. Mile was bothered by the fact that Samira was a very attractive woman and that many men were interested in her. Their disagreements frequently turned violent. In front of their friends, Mile had the authority to slap Samira, and once he even put out a cigarette on her. He was obviously not a particularly stable individual. However, the motive remained a mystery. Was everything prearranged, or did Mile act out of rage? Despite Miles' actions, all of their friends were aware that Samira was smitten with him. She'd just learned, though, that her boyfriend was married. He had cheated on his girlfriend on a regular basis after getting married to her when she was 18. He had many mistresses besides Samira. Despite being upset by the information, she didn't end their relationship because she trusted Miles' statement that they were divorcing and living apart. The investigator went to Miles' house after learning of this, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw that Samira was wrong. The husband and wife were obviously living together. In addition, Mile would soon become a father. The name Combi was written on 17 ultrasound pictures of the apartment. A love triangle involving Mile, his wife, and Samira was clearly in place, and one of them was bound to vanish. Finding Mile was essential, and it was far simpler than the police had expected. 5 days after the disappearance, Mile Cambia turned himself in on March 4 at the Valence police station. The investigation was extremely fortunate to have this. Mile not only willingly arrived at the station, but he also came clean and admitted to shooting Samira. He went on to describe what had transpired. According to the young man, Samira was merely a friend with whom he could have fun. She knew there was no future in their relationship. Samira was unable to accept Miles' explanation that their romance was over. She never left him alone, calling him non-stop and occasionally dialing his number 150 times in a single day. He showed the investigator his phone, which showed evidence of about 1,000 calls from Samira in a month. Although Mile acknowledged that Samira's actions might be categorized as stalking, would this be sufficient grounds to shoot her? The young man soon began to fear for his life as the situation worsened. He described the events of the Friday night before they left for Italy. He was kissing another woman in a nightclub when Samira confronted him. After leaving the club in a hurry and using her key to scratch his car, she got into a fight with Samira's cousins. Mile was frightened by this incident, since they threatened to kill him and claimed to have weapons. Mile was terrified. After deciding that he needed to find a way to protect himself going forward, he hurriedly got into his car and drove out of the nightclub. He considered purchasing a weapon for his personal protection. When he received a call the following day, he left without thinking and went to buy a revolver. Still, none of this clarified why he had shot Samira. Mile clarified that his intention in traveling to Italy was not to murder her or carry out any other heinous deed. All he wanted was for their tumultuous relationship to end. In an attempt to defuse their tense situation and give Samira an explanation, he took her to Italy, but things didn't work out. Mile got out of the car after they argued once more. Samira trailed after him. Mile claims that he did not intend to shoot when he grabbed the weapon, only to frighten her, but the revolver accidentally went off. Then he dropped her to the ground climbed back into the car, and drove off. He claimed to be afraid when asked why he didn't call for an ambulance. He didn't know what to do, so he went into hiding for a few days after she fell. The police already knew the rest of the story. In general, the man asserted that what transpired in Italy was an accident, and that he was the victim of his compulsive lover's pursuit. The police weren't entirely convinced by his explanation, so he was arrested for attempted murder. A few things didn't add up. Why would someone go abroad and stay in a 5-star hotel only to break up with someone? Why did he use her credit card after stealing all of her personal items, and who used her daughter's phone to send Samira's mother the message? Although it was hard to prove without Samira's testimony, the investigator was certain that the young man was lying. Thankfully, Samira was able to testify after some time and therapy. First, though, Samira spoke very slowly and in a weak voice. She gave her account of what happened 8 months after the attack on October 11, 2011. Samira's statements ran counter to what her ex-lover had said. He said they needed to talk when he arrived at her house. He persisted, so she gave in, even though she didn't want to. She accepted Miles' invitation to a weekend retreat. When she asked him where he wanted to go, he said, Spain. The fact that this upset her made him take her to Nice, and then to Italy. Miles abruptly swerved off the road on the 3rd day of the journey, following 2 days of relaxation. He told her not to worry, saying he just needed to get rid of something, when she questioned why he had turned onto a road that led to a landfill. Miles halted the vehicle and exited. After letting her out through the passenger side door, he took out a revolver and aimed it at her. She was going to die, he said. She yelled, "Shoot if you're a man," and he pulled the trigger. The revolver was discovered by forensic experts on February 7, 2012, 1 year after the attack on Samira, and this finding totally disproved Miles' allegations. He claimed that the gun in his hand suddenly detonated. Ballistic analysis, however, demonstrated that such an occurrence was impossible. The shooter must carefully prepare before firing, pull the trigger back, and then fire. 2 separate actions, the expert explained. The revolver won't just fire when you wave your hand. In addition, the revolver must be held in one hand while a considerable amount of force is applied with the other hand to pull the trigger backward. There was no way such a gun could be accidentally fired. Miles Cambia lied because he intended to murder Samira. Detectives were finally able to piece together the murderer's plan after months of investigation. Miles left work on February 26, 2011 at 9 in the morning. He bought a weapon because he was determined to prevent a recurrence of the scene from the night before. He loaded it, tested it, pulled the trigger, and fired it as he made his way into the woods. Everything had been planned by him. Samira was to vanish across the border after spending a romantic weekend in Italy. Since he had no connections in Italy, it was the ideal place to carry out the crime. Miles pulled the woman out of the car, drove off the road, shot her, and threatened to kill her. In order to avoid identifying her, he then took her possessions. Miles tried to deceive the police by sending Samira's mother an SMS after returning to France. It was assumed that the woman had taken a vacation and was still alive. The man was sure he would never be caught and thought he had committed the ideal crime. You can only imagine how shocked he was to learn that his victim had lived. He hid for 5 days close to his hometown while the police searched for him, thinking about what he should do next. He came up with a new self-defense tactic since he lacked the resources and beneficial contacts to flee. Miles Cambia made the decision to tell his version of events to the police. The trial of Miles started in the city of Valence on February 10, 2014. For the victim and her family, the trial was a true ordeal. Miles stuck to his version of events, much to their astonishment. He maintained that everything that transpired in Italy was a regrettable accident, and that he was the victim in this instance, having been harassed by Samira. According to his friends, he had never been violent and bought the revolver out of fear after Samira's cousins threatened to kill Miles and destroy his car and apartment. He took his phone with him when he drove to Italy, keeping nothing hidden. He was emotionally worn out from Samira's incessant calls and just wanted to take the woman on a trip to help her relax. It is also important to note that Miles charmed the jury with his exaggerated displays of civility and respect throughout the trial. His plan worked, and he received a 13-year prison sentence. The lenient sentence raised questions about whether Miles' actions in court and the jury's decision to impose a relatively short sentence were related. After all, it is hard for people to convict a charming young man with impeccable manners, and they frequently associate criminals with unpleasant personalities. Samira feels that this penalty is excessively light. She will always be confined to a wheelchair because she loved a man who chose to kill her, but by the time he turns 40, he will be free and able to lead a normal life. According to the surgeon, Samira recovered 80% of her abilities in a year of therapy, but the effectiveness of rehabilitation drastically decreased after that, leaving her reliant on assistance for the remainder of her life. She acknowledges that he paid her back in this way because she was prepared to do anything for love. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. There was a foreboding hush after Lisa Holstead, 22, vanished without a trace on August 12, 1986. Authorities began a desperate search when her partner reported her missing, and an hour into the hunt, they discovered something gory. Lisa had been viciously strangled, and her lifeless body was discovered in a marsh in the Kenyers Nature Park. There were no leads or suspects to speak of who may have perpetrated such a horrible act, thus the case remained a mystery for years. Why would somebody choose to take the life of a woman who is so young and active? Today, we'll examine how the 34-year-old Green Bay cold case murder inquiry was resolved. So let's go right to the puzzle without further ado. The incident was committed in Green Bay, a city of around 104,000 residents, in the U.S. state of Wisconsin that is situated on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its vibrant football culture and is the third largest city in the state. One of the National Football League's most successful teams, the Green Bay Packers, call Green Bay home. The city's economy is varied, encompassing sectors like as industry, tourism, healthcare, and education. The historic downtown area, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the National Railroad Museum are among the attractions available to visitors to Green Bay. In 1986, a terrible murder occurred here in Green Bay. A daughter with sparkling eyes was born on April 18, 1964. Lisa Holstead was raised by Judith Karen Peral Thompson, a tough and courageous single mother. Lisa's early years weren't without difficulties. Despite the absence of her father, Frank Holstead, Lisa continued to shine brightly. She had a creative spirit and an inquisitive mind from a young age, which shaped her life. She was raised by two devoted elder sisters, Susan, who is 2 years Lisa's senior, and Deborah, who is 3 years Lisa's senior. They were always available to listen to her or to provide a shoulder to weep on. With them, Lisa experienced a warmth and security that was difficult to duplicate. She was protected by her elder brother, Stephen Holstead, who was 5 years older than her. He always made sure his younger sister felt loved and safe. Being raised by a single mother presented financial challenges, yet their love for one another remained constant. Judith loved her kids unconditionally and put in a lot of effort to support them. In addition to her love of horses, Lisa Holstead was artistic and enjoyed drawing in her own time. But when she became pregnant at the age of 17, her life took a surprising turn, and in 1981 she gave birth to her cherished son, Jeremy. Notwithstanding her difficulties, Lisa was a dedicated and affectionate mother who lavished her son with attention. She put in a lot of effort to make sure Jeremy had the greatest life possible. As she raised Jeremy alone, much as her own mother had raised her and her siblings, her compassionate, gregarious, and imaginative nature was evident. Lisa Holstead was a strong, independent woman. She bravely decided to relocate across the country to Los Angeles in order to follow her ambitions since, although living with her family was comfortable, she longed for something more. After a while in 1981, she came to the realization that she and her son Jeremy needed a stable, tranquil life. In 1982, she discovered that in the Wisconsin town of Green Bay, where they established a house, Lisa was keen to further her education, even though she never went to college. From 1983 to 1984, she enrolled in a goal-oriented non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute. Lisa was only 22 when she returned to Green Bay in 1986, but she had already achieved a great deal with her now 5-year-old kid at her side. In this new phase of their lives, she was prepared to face any obstacles that could arise. She even fell in love again, this time with John Sott, with whom she lived in a comfortable house in Green Bay. The pair had an oddball array of pets, including an eel and a bird named Herbie, and they relished simple pleasures like fishing and darts. Lisa adored every time she spent with her loved ones, and her passion for life and love for her family were clear in everything she did. But on August 12, 1986, her promising future was sadly cut short by a cruel twist of fate. When Lisa and John set off on a late-night trip in Wisconsin, the moon was high in the sky as they played darts game after game. Lisa and John appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and their competitive nature was evident. However, tension increased as the evening wore on, and it appeared that the booze had taken its toll. At 2:30 a.m., the automobile stopped at the corner of Mason and Taylor Street as they were returning home. She unlocked the door and stepped out into the chilly night air, where she and John had been fighting. She needed to get her thoughts straightened out, because the conversation with John had left her feeling angry and irritated. She informed John that he could go ahead and rest while she walked home. He wished that she would return quickly so that they could reconcile and move past this disagreement. John's concern turned into a bothersome feeling of dread as the hours went by and the sun rose above the sleepy town of Green Bay. He had the unshakable impression that something was seriously amiss, and Lisa had yet to return. Calling her name, he searched the streets and alleys but got no answer. Fear and uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart as he frantically went to the police station and reported her missing. Two unwary employees in the Ken Years Nature Park made a horrifying discovery an hour after John reported her missing. On a typical day, the workers were walking along the riverside when they noticed a hand protruding from the water's surface. Curious, they halted their truck and walked to the water's edge. They would never be able to forget what they discovered there: a woman's lifeless body lying half-naked, as though she had been discarded like an unwanted item. They phoned the police right away, and when the Green Bay Police Department officers showed up on the scene a few minutes later, they saw a horrifying scene. Surrounded by towering reeds and murky water, the dead body of the unidentified woman lay in the marsh. In order to collect any evidence, the investigators made an effort to secure the area. The police discovered a tiny piece of cloth sticking out from beneath the murky waters as they searched the marsh for any hints that would help them identify the woman. They waded across the muck in haste to get the fabric, and when they looked more closely, they found an identity card in a pair of trousers' back pocket. At that point, they were able to identify Lisa Holstead as the victim. The case was declared a homicide once they came close to her body and noticed the telltale marks on her neck, sad proof that she had been strangled to death. Lisa's last moments were described in graphic detail in the autopsy report. Her blood alcohol content was discovered to be extremely high, measuring an astounding 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit. The autopsy at the time also showed that she had sustained numerous wounds that left her body covered in blood, a sight that could have troubled even the most courageous person. Even worse, the results of the medical examiner indicated that the main reason for her death was a horrific sexual assault. The alien DNA sample they had successfully taken from the victim's body was their only hope. For the police, finding the DNA was like locating a needle in a haystack. They didn't have a suspect to match it to, but they felt it was an important piece of evidence. Like a priceless diamond, the tiny sample was meticulously preserved. The investigators hoped that technology would eventually catch up with this evidence's potential and provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. Like wildfire, the news of Lisa's passing spread, leaving a path of sorrow in its wake. The loss of the lady he loved, the final quarrel, and the knowledge that he could have done more to protect her left her boyfriend John devastated. Her family was thrust into an agonizing and perplexing environment. Investigating quickly, the police spoke with everyone who might have had a reason to hurt Lisa. In the years that followed, investigators questioned every suspect, followed up on every lead, and made multiple trips back to the crime scene, but nothing seemed to reveal the whole truth. In order to piece together any lead or clue that would point to Lisa's killer, they even went back to the drawing board multiple times. However, they encountered dead ends in their endeavors. The situation just seemed to get more obscure with the passing of time. As the evidence eroded, possible suspects disappeared from view. After more than 30 years, the case was finally archived and sat collecting dust on a shelf. However, hope was rekindled in 2020 After the case had been unsolved for 34 years, when GBPD Detective David Graff reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation with unwavering resolve. As he and his group went through the old case files, they saw a tiny vial that had been left at the back of the storage container. Inside was the culprit's DNA, which held the secret to solving the case. It was time to use the most recent forensic technologies to investigate her heinous murder. In an attempt to discover the identity of the murderer, he contacted Othram, a pioneer in the field that specializes in forensic genetic genealogy. In addition to revealing more about the suspect, this state-of-the-art technology would offer an intriguing look into the killer's family ties. The detective was finally able to unravel the complex web of this cold case with this new information. When the lab returned the results of the June 2020 study of the DNA, the Green Bay Police Department had a plethora of information about their suspect. The police were getting closer to the murderer with each new piece of information they learned from the DNA study. The police began meticulously tracking down the person's distant relatives' family trees, building a network of connections piece by piece, until they had 10 or 15 distinct family trees. They searched databases and websites as the investigation went on in an effort to identify groupings of people who might be connected to the victim. They discovered a group of people residing in other states after much research and excavation. They followed their trail and eventually discovered a link to Wisconsin, which brought them to Green Bay, the scene of the gruesome murder. In 1986, the year the crime was committed, the authorities discovered a family member who had been residing in Green Bay. They eventually located a suspect whose DNA might have matched the sample collected at the crime scene after several hours of labor. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough had arrived. Investigators discovered that the man was Luke Griffin, who had previously been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the horrific crime of second-degree sexual assault and had a history of violence against women, including strangulation. The fact that Luke had been convicted of sexual assault in 1981, something that had been overlooked during the initial investigation, was what most startled them. The police appeared to have overlooked an important hint that had been in plain sight the entire time, but owing to Detective David Graff's and his team's unwavering efforts and the revolutionary science of forensic genetic genealogy, Luke's past eventually caught up with him. The investigators realized they needed to be very confident before making an arrest, since they had a suspect in their sights. Luke Griffin's DNA had to be compared to the crime scene profile. In order to find their main suspect, Luke Griffin, who had relocated to the city of Racine, the police set out on an exciting quest in September 2020. In an effort to find evidence against Griffin, the Green Bay detectives teamed up with the FBI, DCI, and Racine County officials to place him under surveillance. Luke was being pursued, and the authorities had no intention of letting him escape their grasp. They followed him to another Wisconsin town, keeping tabs on everything he did. They were observing him on September 18, 2020, when they noticed him sloppily throwing a cigarette butt on the ground and throwing some beer cans in a dumpster. He had no idea that these seemingly unimportant deeds would ultimately bring him to ruin. The cops swiftly gathered the abandoned objects and returned them to the lab for additional DNA testing. On September 29, 2020, the results were released, and the officials were overjoyed. The DNA matched exactly with that recovered from the crime scene more than 30 years ago. The sound of handcuffs snapping into place was heard as Luke was led from his house on October 28, 2020, at approximately 6 in the morning. As the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail, neighbors whispered to each other and peered out from behind their curtains. Luke sat stonily in the interrogation room, denying any role in the killing. Luke eventually admitted to having a sexual contact with the victim as the intensity of the questioning increased, but he said that his recall of the night was vague at best, blaming his confusion on his drug and alcohol use. As the crime's specifics emerged, it became evident that Luke's drunkenness had impairing his memory, making it impossible for him to remember what had happened before Lisa died. The once elusive culprit has been apprehended. His trial was scheduled for 2021. As Luke Griffin entered the courtroom with guards at his sides, it was crowded with reporters, the victim's family, and interested bystanders. When he sat down at the defendant's table, all eyes were on him. As the trial got underway and the prosecution presented their case, Luke's future was in jeopardy. The jurors paid close attention, taking in every nuance of the evidence. Speaking to the jury about what transpired that fateful night in 1986, Luke explained that he had just stopped at McDonald's and then traveled a route that just so happened to pass by the location where Lisa's body was subsequently found. However, the weight of the crime he had committed seemed to press more heavily on his shoulders with each syllable. The evidence against him grew stronger during the trial, until at last the jury was forced to render a verdict. After a protracted and taxing legal struggle, Luke was detained on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million, 0 cents. Luke took the shocking choice to enter a no-contest plea to the allegation of homicide by reckless conduct on January 27, 2023. As the judge read the decision, the courtroom was once again heated. Luke's lawyer, Peter Hain, pushed for a lighter term, pointing to Luke's bad health and the 2 years he had previously served in prison. Hain's plea, however, was rejected by Judge Timothy Hinkfuss, who claimed that Luke's negligence and refusal to accept responsibility had only served to further harm Holstead's family. Hinkfuss continued by explaining that the maximum term he could impose was constrained by the statutes in effect at the time of the crime, and that homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony, is currently punishable by up to 40 years in Wisconsin. When Luke was convicted of the murder and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, the crowd gasped collectively. For the prosecutors, who had devoted their lives to bringing justice to the victim's family, it was a bittersweet victory. Luke Griffin, 67, received a sentence of 10 years in jail on March 27, 2023, which was the maximum punishment permitted by the 1986 sentencing statute. After completing 2/3 of his term, Luke is eligible for release. Additionally, 2.5 years of time served were granted to him, meaning that he is eligible for parole in less than 6 months, and might be released in 4.5 years. Judge Timothy Hinkfuss of the Brown County Circuit Court stated that the case's legal battle had been fiercely contested since 2020. Although Judge Hinkfuss accepted that the maximum penalty was grossly insufficient, she also acknowledged that Lisa Holstead's murder was a horrible and vile conduct that was limited by the laws in force at the time of the incident. David Lassie, the district attorney for Brown County, urged its imposition, pointing to the seriousness of the offense and its effect on the victim's family. For 34 years, he evaded justice and refused to accept responsibility. According to Lassie, that has had a major effect on the family. The hearing demonstrated the family members' emotional effect, and they made it plain that no penalty could bring back their beloved Lisa. When 5 members of Holstead's family stood before the bench to give their witness testimonies, the courtroom was a hive of emotion. As they described the suffering and trauma they had experienced for more than 30 years, their voices faltered with sorrow and rage. Speaking with passion, a sister, brother, niece, son, and granddaughter described the effects the long cold case had on their family. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the maximum penalty possible and talked about the vacuum left by their mother, grandma, and beloved sibling. When Lisa's brother Stephen Holstead spoke to the man who had hurt his family so much, his voice was full of emotion. He looked directly at Luke as he said, "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you." They depicted Lisa as a kind and caring mother to her small kid, saying, "Many tears. I've thought about Lisa all these years. Every day spend 13,377 days since you murdered her." The family talked of Lisa's trustworthy and gregarious personality, as well as her creative energy and love of music and art. Although they admitted that they didn't have many pictures or videos of Lisa, one family member brought a framed photo of her to the stage, and another played a clip of her singing when she was younger. The Lisa Holstead case serves as a monument to both the strength of tenacity and the astounding advancements in forensic science in recent years. Even though it may have appeared like an intractable enigma for decades, justice was eventually served thanks to the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the application of state-of-the-art forensic procedures. What punishment do you believe Luke should receive for his offense? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911 after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search, and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report, and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard, and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, the drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once, in a message to his friend. But was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisenberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kid. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy, even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,1,0,0 nanograms per milliliter. Diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alford. "She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is," Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. "Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there, Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed, she said. So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor? According to her, I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer. Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had two options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. While investigating the crime scene on April 29, 1998, Delaware police noticed a car in the distance. However, the car suddenly stopped, turned around, and started back without even approaching within 100 meters. Although they were aware of the driver's actions, detectives paid little attention to them. Why would they do so, after all? They had no idea, though, that this story might have turned out very differently if they had followed the enigmatic driver. When Debbie was 21 and Nino Pitts was 24, they first met. At a party, Nino asked their mutual friend, Bill Sharp, if he knew of any attractive girls he could introduce to his mother. This led to their introduction. Debbie was introduced to Nino by Bill, who said she was a wonderful girl. After dating for a while, Debbie and Nino were married in 1973. For 25 years, their lives were just like those of millions of other couples in the modern world. Both of their twins, Michael and Melissa, had grown up and were enrolled in college. The couple was getting ready to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary in a low-key way when all of a sudden, things changed. On a lovely sunny day in Delaware on April 29, 1998, Debbie made the decision to plant rose bushes in front of their home. She had never been a gardener, so Nino was shocked to see her doing this when he got home, but he was happy to see that she was obviously enjoying it. Debbie was expecting a call from work, so she asked him to give her a call at about 4 p.m. With a nod, Nino entered. When Debbie had a gut feeling that it had been over 4 hours, she kept caring for the flowers. She assumed Nino had just forgotten her request, so she didn't give it much thought. The woman rose and entered the house, but she was struck in the head and fell to the ground before she could reach the kitchen. Debbie was in shock and couldn't comprehend what was going on. She could hardly see because her glasses had fallen, but she could make out a stranger's silhouette standing over her. "Where did you keep your money?" he demanded. Debbie became aware that the house had been broken into. As the man searched through her possessions, she lay on the ground. She still felt that Nino ought to have saved her already, but she was worried that he might suffer harm if he did. In the meantime, the intruder threw her face down on the concrete floor. tied her wrists and ankles, and dragged her downstairs to the basement. She was violated by the man. Debbie was shocked by what was happening and writhed in agony. She had been caring for her roses in her cherished garden only 20 minutes prior, and now she was facing this humiliation on her own house's floor. The attacker pulled up his sweatpants and walked away when it was all over. The brute reappeared and pulled Debbie back up the stairs, this time from the basement, just when Debbie thought the horror was over. He kept a knife to her throat, covered her with a blanket, and carried her to a car parked near the front door, placing her in the trunk. Debbie didn't even realize she had just been abducted because she was in such a state of shock. However, the man started the car, so she didn't have time for that. Debbie was trying to break free already. She wanted to break the bonds so she could begin kicking, biting, screaming, or doing anything else to get away or draw attention when the criminal opened the trunk again. But when he opened the trunk, her plan fell through. Debbie was horrified to see that no one was willing to assist her and that she was already in the garage. She was brought back inside the house by the kidnapper. It took him only one look to realize that Debbie had attempted to loosen the ropes after she was flung onto the room's bed. Furious, he violated her once more and punished her harshly. She sobbed and pleaded for forgiveness, but the more she pleaded, the more vicious he became. He chuckled and obviously enjoyed her suffering. Debbie saw that he probably had some illegal substances in his system. He bound her hands and feet to satiate his desire, then tied the ropes around her ankles and wrists to render her immobile. The attacker left her, closing her eyes and mouth. She thought she was saved when she heard 2 loud shots shortly after, assuming it was the police rescuing her. Debbie's absence was immediately noticed at work. As a hospice nurse, her dependability and timeliness were always undeniable. Therefore, a co-worker went to her home at 6:30 p.m. when she was unreachable. When Debbie's co-worker noticed the Pitts family's neighbor, she introduced herself and inquired as to whether he had seen her. She had been planting roses in the garden, he retorted, adding that the house's side door was always open if she wasn't answering. The woman came inside. There was silence. She summoned Debbie. Her glasses were on the floor, and her possessions, including her wedding ring, were on the kitchen table. The woman kept phoning Nino and Debbie. She discovered Nino in the bedroom, but Debbie was nowhere to be seen. He had been shot in the head, and it was clear that he was no longer able to be helped. Only the following day did Debbie see the kidnapper. He described how he saw the headlights pointed at his windows and assumed the police had found him. Concerned that the neighbors might have heard or seen something, he fired 2 shots from the window. Then he loudly turned up the TV or the radio. Debbie was horrified to learn that Anthony Pitts, Nino, had been shot in his own house when the news program began. The police suspected her of killing her husband and made her a fugitive. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Nino had suffered any harm until that point. She felt that everything had happened so fast. She had gone inside, she had been attacked by a stranger, and her husband had no idea where she was. Debbie found it hard to believe that Nino had been hurt by her kidnapper. The woman was shaken when the man abruptly apologized for having to kill her husband and just walked out of the room. She had just learned something that was really hard for her to understand. She understood that she would be her attacker's next victim because he was not only a thief and a violator but also a murderer. She also realized that she couldn't grieve for her husband because doing so would only make him angry. All Debbie could think about was her kids. They were adults, of course, but they had to cope with 2 horrific shocks: the death of their father and the disappearance of their mother, who was suspected of killing him. Detectives spoke with friends and family in the interim, but they were unable to determine Nino's killer. The 2 had a great relationship according to everyone's testimony. The neighbors never heard any screams and they never got into a fight. Furthermore, Debbie couldn't see anything without her glasses, so she would never leave the house without them. The fact that their primary suspect was fighting for her life only 5 miles away was unthinkable to the police. In a follow-up interview, the neighbor recalled seeing a car parked directly in front of the family's home, despite the fact that he had not heard any screams. A man had driven off after placing a blanket in the trunk. In fact, tire marks were discovered by detectives on the lawn directly outside the house, which was extremely unusual for such a wealthy neighborhood. The police determined they were dealing with a kidnapping after finding Debbie's glasses on the kitchen floor, which prevented her from seeing anything. 52 hours later, the kidnapper showed a new side of himself. He untied his victim and addressed her normally. He had hardly spoken to her more than a few words at a time before, so this was very unusual. The man acknowledged that he was thinking of letting her go, but was worried that she would tell the police about his house. Debbie took these words to heart. She had to persuade him to actually let her go if he was thinking about it. Since she could hardly see without her glasses, she assured him that she would not tell anyone about him. She addressed him respectfully as Sir. He'd brought her in the trunk, so she didn't know where the house was either. But as soon as the hope for Debbie began to grow, it was dashed when he said he couldn't let her go. Then, as though he were thinking out loud, he said that he would only be sentenced to 10 years in prison if he removed all illegal substances from the house. Debbie became aware that the person she was interacting with was not very smart. Could he have been so gullible as to believe that assault, kidnapping, and murder only resulted in 10 years? She made the decision to use her cunning to help him see her as a person rather than a victim. She spoke to him calmly, and this strategy worked. He let her sleep in his bed that night after taking the shackles off her eyes and mouth. The kidnapper informed Debbie that she needed to shower on the morning of the third day. She was denied access to the restroom by the man, even though it was necessary, but Debbie didn't feel strong enough to stand under the water after being confined for so long. He gave in to her request for a bath. The least of her concerns was that taking a bath and undressing in front of a stranger made her uncomfortable. The man asked if she planned to wash her hair after noticing that she was done. She responded that she couldn't do it right now because her wrists and hands were so painful and swollen that she couldn't even lift them. He therefore gave her hair a wash himself. Debbie felt uncomfortable allowing her husband's killer to touch her hair because it felt like another act of violence. However, she controlled her emotions. The man raped her once more after forcing her to put on his clothes after the bath. The kidnapper didn't realize that Debbie needed to eat until the fourth day. She asked him to buy a newspaper when he went out to eat. Ironically, he did as he was told. They read the newspaper and ate together. Although she didn't express it, it stated that the police had no suspects and that Debbie had previously been brought up by her family, which deeply distressed her. The kidnapper, however, seemed extremely happy and even proud of himself. Since no one suspected him and no one knew where she was, he thought he had committed the ideal crime. The kidnapper told Debbie he was going to work on April 24, the fifth day she was held captive. Even though he came back within 20 minutes, presumably to see how she was doing, he had stated this several times previously. Still, Debbie made the decision that today was the day. She had to do something if she was going to get away. She complained of the terrible pain in her wrists and told him that he had to think of something else if he wanted to keep her alive. The man complained that Debbie was becoming too costly for him and consented to replace the ropes around her wrists and ankles with handcuffs. They cost $5 each, he said when asked what he meant. Stated differently, he only gave her one meal, spent $10 on handcuffs, and most likely wouldn't spend much more. She had to leave immediately. He fastened the handcuffs to her wrists and ankles with a rope, said aloud that he was going to work, and shut the door. She was unable to move her hands because of the rope, but she was able to move her wrists thanks to the handcuffs. Debbie, on the other hand, took her time and was correct. An hour or so later, she heard the front door softly open and close. Debbie became aware that the test was successful. She began to move her hands, releasing the rope that held the two handcuffs together. Then she walked warily to the door and froze in terror. What if he remained behind the door and became furious upon realizing that his victim had set herself free? When Debbie heard her husband say, "Hold on, dear," she tried to calm herself. Gathering her courage, she opened the door, ready to either die in that house or escape. Nobody was in the back of it. Debbie felt her way to the living room in the dark and saw the telephone. She managed to reach for it with her restrained hands and dialed 911. Sadly, the operator didn't recognize Debbie's name when she gave it to him. She went on to say that she had been abducted and that her husband had been killed. When the operator inquired about the perpetrator's current location, she said that he was at work, but could come back before the police showed up. Thankfully, the police arrived in less than 6 minutes after tracking down the call. She was reassured and told that the police were on their way by the operator, who stayed on the line the entire time. All of the feelings Debbie had been suppressing for nearly a week erupted when the police finally broke in. Her husband's death, the kidnapping, the violence, and the surprise rescue all blended into one. After being transported to the hospital, Debbie finally got to see her kids and other family members who had traveled from across the nation to show their support for Michael and Melissa. It was an odd mixture of emotions. Although Nino's murder consumed everyone's attention, they were also relieved to see Debbie still alive. The owner of the home where Debbie was being held was easily identified by the police. Donald Flagg was a factory worker who spent his free time robbing and attacking women. Donald gave in without protest and admitted to everything. Additionally, he provided clarification on a few points that the police were unaware of. He was just strolling past the Pitts family's home that day when he noticed Debbie caring for the roses. He went inside and waited in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on her. Because of the nearby construction and the lawnmowers in operation, Debbie was unable to hear the shot. He became acutely aware that he had not taken anything from the house after the attacker abducted Debbie. He went back to the victim's home, missing a great chance to make money. But the police officers at the crime scene had already surrounded it. Investigators had no reason to pursue the driver when they noticed a car stop suddenly and turn around. They didn't know it was their suspect until much later. The man's attorney persuaded him to enter an insanity plea in spite of his confession. Debbie was forced to testify in court as a result. Luckily, she was well prepared by her psychologist. In order to get used to the attacker's face and avoid displaying too many emotions, he asked Debbie to call him by name and look at his picture more frequently. This performed flawlessly in court. Not only did she maintain her composure, but she even turned to face her tormentor, making him turn away. Donald Flagg was convicted in spite of the lawyer's best efforts. He was given 8 consecutive life sentences, plus an extra 166 years in prison by the judge. Additionally, he will spend 10 years in solitary confinement from April 20 to April 24, the same period that Debbie was held captive. Even Debbie is relieved that he won't hurt anyone else. She later expressed regret for not going to violence victim groups. She had to speak up, but her family didn't want to talk to her about what had happened because they found it too painful. Helping other assault victims helped Debbie find healing. She gave lectures, wrote a book about her experience that was required reading at some American universities, and even assisted the Delaware Rescue Service in changing its operations to find the caller much more quickly. Debbie even mustered the courage to confront Donald in prison and ask him the question that had been bothering her for so long. Was he going to murder her? Yes, he replied. He didn't intend to let her die. Bill Sharp, the same Bill who had first introduced her to Nino, got in touch with her after learning of Debbie's fate. During Debbie's challenging trial process, they had a face-to-face meeting and spoke. More specifically, Bill listened to Debbie and let her speak. He started going to therapy sessions with her, and the psychologist saw them together and realized right away that his help was actually helping her get better. Bill, who became Debbie's husband in September 2000, was a true comfort and support system. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The tragic death of Barbara Faye Villarreal occurred in Garland, Texas, on November 7, 1986. A large kitchen knife was found embedded in her body after she was brutally stabbed and murdered in her own home. There were bloodstains all over the crime scene, which was horrifying and gory. Despite detectives' efforts, the case remained unsolved for almost 40 years. The killer had been hiding in plain sight, leaving a trail of unsolved questions until 2023, when advances in DNA technology revealed the truth. What sinister motives drove Barbara's horrific fate, and who was the mastermind behind it? You'll be amazed at the response. Let's examine the specifics. Garland is a city with a tale of resiliency and hope located in the center of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. The city was named in honor of Attorney General Augustus H. Garland and was established in 1887 as a result of the merger of Duck Creek and Embry. Garland eventually became Dallas County's third most populated city. However, there were difficulties along the way. The city, which is in Tornado Alley, had one of its worst days in May 1927, when a terrible tornado ripped through the streets, killing 17 people and leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Even though the city was brought to its knees, its spirit was unwavering. A feeling of solidarity and resilience surfaced as the residents of Garland rebuilt their homes and lives. They banded together and helped one another through the difficult times. One family's joy and love served as an example for others. They were so cherished and admired by everyone that nobody could have predicted the heartache that would soon ensue. Everyone was delighted by Barbara's radiant smile. Her family's love was evident and strong, and her presence brightened the space. However, life had other ideas, and this family would soon experience a tragedy that would upend their entire way of life. On December 23, 1958, Barbara Faye Villarreal was born in Peru, Indiana. She was the youngest of her mother's first marriage's 4 children. Barbara suffered a terrible loss when her father died when she was a little child. The family circle grew after her mother remarried and had 2 more children. 12 Mile, a tiny community a few miles north of Peru, Indiana, was where Barbara grew up. She was surrounded by warmth and love there, which helped to mold her into the kind and sympathetic person she is today. Her early years were characterized by adventure, laughter, and a strong sense of familial values. She loved the little things, like swimming in the local lake and riding her bike to her grandparents' corner store to buy candy. Her extended family, which included many cousins with whom she enjoyed sharing recipes and making memories, was always present on Sundays and holidays. At home, Barbara loved spending time with Kami, her faithful Pomeranian friend. As she matured into a young woman, her compassion, warmth, and understanding nature became increasingly apparent. Her heart was always willing to lend a helping hand to others, and her radiant smile could light up any space. Barbara married Domingo Diaz Villarreal on February 25, 1979, and the two of them created a life full of promise, love, and laughter. Barbara had made a name for herself in the accounting division of DeGolyer and McNaughton in Dallas, Texas, by the time she turned 27. She and Domingo settled in Garland, where they were surrounded by friends and neighbors in the 3600 block of Colbath Street. One of them was Barbara's best friend, Lisa Nugent, who loved her for being a kind, considerate, sweet, and wonderful person in general. A feeling of unease descended upon the tiny New Mexico town of Lovington on the evening of November 7, 1986. In stark contrast to the horror taking place inside the Villarreal residence, the sky was a serene shade of pink and orange. Domingo Villarreal was standing at a neighbor's door at 8:52 p.m., his hands shaking, his eyes wide, and his voice trembling. Slightly lucid from shock, he begged for assistance. "There's a problem with Barbara," he managed to say. After the neighbor promptly dialed 911, emergency personnel reached the location in a matter of minutes. The house was illuminated by the flashing lights of the police cars and ambulances that occupied the street. Officers entered and were greeted by a sight that chilled them to the bone. Barbara was brutally stabbed several times, and a large kitchen knife was still embedded in her body as she lay lifeless on the floor. As a brutal reminder of the evil that had killed her, the knife appeared to mock the scene. In his first statement, Domingo claimed that 2 men had broken into their house, bound him, and pulled Barbara into a different room. He stated that when Barbara's screams shattered the night air, he was in the backyard. She was being held captive by 2 armed men when he hurried inside. Barbara was led to a different room by 1 man, and Domingo was able to flee after the other man made him perform a sexual act at gunpoint. The police listened carefully, but every second that went by made them more skeptical. Domingo's face looked emotionless and his story sounded scripted. Fueled by doubts and questions, the investigation got underway. What actually took place that fateful evening? Did Domingo commit the crime, or was he a victim? Although paramedics responded quickly, Barbara's injuries were obviously serious. Although it was later discovered that she had been dead for more than an hour prior to their arrival, she was declared dead at 9:50 p.m. The full scope of the horror was disclosed in the medical examiner's report. She had numerous stab wounds all over her body, each of which was a testament to the attacker's violence and rage. An investigation into a homicide was started. For the Garland Police Department, the initial investigation into Barbara Villarreal's murder was a difficult and complicated procedure. It was evident as soon as they got to the crime scene that this case would call for painstaking attention to detail and unwavering resolve. With furniture overturned and personal belongings strewn all over the floor, the house was in a state of chaos that suggested a violent struggle. Several areas had bloodstains, indicating Barbara had put up a valiant fight against her assailant. To record the scene, investigators collected blood samples, removed fingerprints from different surfaces, and took a ton of pictures. A big kitchen knife that was thought to have been used in the murder was sealed as evidence and sent for forensic analysis. Nevertheless, the technology available at the time made it difficult to draw firm conclusions from the evidence. It simply wasn't adding up. Something was missing. Police interviewed a large number of neighbors, friends, and family members in the days after the murder. Barbara was described by close friends and family as a loving, kind person who had no known enemies. Nonetheless, some claimed she had been involved in a few family conflicts, which made police wonder if there might have been a personal motivation for the crime. As investigators continued their investigation, they discovered startling information about the family. Although many saw Barbara and Domingo as a happy couple, others witnessed them fighting regularly and dealing with serious problems. Their relationship was viewed differently by those who knew them. At first, the police thought Domingo might be a murderer. He was exonerated following a rigorous interrogation, but the investigation came to a standstill because Domingo was no longer a suspect. They had no additional suspects, no evidence, and no fresh leads. The investigation stalled, and the police had no idea what to do next. A faint blood trail discovered outside the house was the only hint, but it didn't belong to Barbara or Domingo. Detectives were left wondering who could have committed such a horrible crime, because this enigmatic blood was the only indication that a killer was present. The loss devastated Domingo and Barbara's family. They struggled to find peace, as the graphic picture of her death tormented them. Fearing that anyone could be the victim of such a horrible crime, the community was also rocked. The suffering and uncertainty were exacerbated by the lack of answers. It took a pivotal discovery to reveal the truth about her untimely death, so the case remained a mystery. It was challenging for investigators to make meaningful progress because of the dearth of eyewitnesses and hard evidence. Blood samples provided no useful information, and fingerprints taken from the crime scene did not match anyone in databases that were currently in use. The police were left with a number of unsolved questions and dead ends. The case started to lose steam as the weeks stretched into months. The investigation's initial enthusiasm faded, and it encountered many difficulties. Despite their continued cooperation with the police and their intense desire for answers, Barbara's family's optimism for a speedy resolution started to fade. The case was never entirely dropped, even though there was no progress. Regular reviews were carried out by the Garland Police Department, which went over the evidence again and spoke with important witnesses again. The case was still unresolved, though, and there were no fresh leads or discoveries. 2 years later, in 1988, Domingo lost his life in a shootout in Mexico, bringing tragedy once more. Detectives learned a startling fact after his death. Domingo Villarreal had been using a stolen identity. Fingerprint analysis revealed that his true identity was Jesus Canales. Barbara's parents told police in 1994 that weeks after the murder, Jesus Canales had called them from Mexico and said he had killed one of the victims and was pursuing the other, Liborio Canales of Rodeo, Mexico. Domingo was charged with orchestrating Barbara's murder with the assistance of 2 family members, but because there was insufficient evidence, police were unable to draw any firm conclusions. Detectives also spoke with a neighbor who claimed to have discovered Domingo in her kitchen a month prior to the murder. Later, she realized her kitchen knife was gone. She verified that the missing knife was the same one when detectives showed her a picture of the murder weapon. The Villarreal case became one of many unsolved murders as the years went by. The police department, however, was adamant about solving the case and refused to give up. Public assistance was requested through media appeals. The investigation was given a much-needed boost when a cold case team was brought in to offer new insights and creative expertise. Every tip, no matter how small, was followed by the police department, which worked tirelessly. Over the years, Garland police detectives and the FBI followed up on a number of leads in Mexico and the United States, officials said. However, no noteworthy discoveries were made until 2022. A major development in 2022 was brought about by advances in DNA technology. Detectives were able to re-examine the evidence with new eyes thanks to this creative tool. which gave the investigation new life. Investigators were able to use extensive public genetic databases to find possible relatives of the suspect through investigative genetic genealogy, which blends DNA testing with conventional genealogical research. Detectives could gradually identify the criminal by comparing DNA samples taken from the crime scene with these databases. The potential reward was huge, but the process was time-consuming. Barbara's family and everyone else who had suffered the loss of a loved one to violence had hope because this potent tool had already solved a number of cold cases across the country. Police reopened the Villarreal case in 2022. The case was about to take a drastic turn, and the possibilities seemed endless with the development of DNA technology. Now, investigators could examine small samples, make connections between disparate pieces, and find buried clues. The Garland Police Department used cutting-edge DNA technology to solve the long-standing mystery in 2023, a year filled with revelation. Surprisingly, a DNA sample from the crime scene was matched to Liborio Canales after police retested every sample. Investigative genetic genealogy, which followed Canales' family tree and helped identify him as the suspect, made this discovery possible. An incredible twist came to light after more research. Domingo Villarreal had a brother named Liborio Canales. Even more startling was the fact that Jesus, Domingo had never told Barbara or the police that he had a brother. Liborio Canales was taken into custody by the Lovington Police Department on Tuesday, July 18, 2023, without any opposition. On a federal murder warrant, he was arrested and checked into the Lea County Detention Center. It was found by the police that he had left the country 2 days after killing his sister-in-law, Barbara. He had come to the United States from Mexico to celebrate his birthday with his family, not realizing that he was being pursued by police, which is why his arrest was successful. Authorities in New Mexico and the Garland Police Department worked together to make the arrest. Investigators had been following Canales around, and they quickly caught him when he crossed the border. Canales was taken into custody without incident and did not resist arrest. After that, he was taken for additional interrogation and processing. Liborio Canales eventually broke under the strain of interrogation and admitted to the horrible crime that had remained unsolved for almost 40 years. He came clean about the shocking reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day, because the weight of his secrets had become too much to bear. Canales claims that a family argument that had gotten out of hand was the driving force behind Barbara's heinous murder. Even though the specifics of the conflict are still unknown, it is clear that tension had been rising for a while before a tragic altercation. Authorities were able to assemble the evidence and create a compelling case against Canales thanks to his confession. Later, he was accused of killing Barbara. The legal proceedings proceeded swiftly because of his advanced age and the overwhelming evidence against him. Canales would ultimately be held accountable for his deeds, providing Barbara's family with closure and the community with justice. Given the seriousness of the accusations, the judge set Canales' bond at $1 million. After being deported to Texas, Canales was subjected to additional legal proceedings. An important first step toward taking responsibility for his actions was his booking into the Dallas County Jail on August 18. Canales received a 20-year prison sentence after his extradition and booking. This sentence probably means he will be incarcerated for the rest of his life because of his advanced age. After waiting for justice for almost 40 years, Barbara's family felt a sense of closure after the sentencing. The case demonstrated how crucial cold case units are, and how DNA technology can be used to solve even the most difficult cases. It also gave families of other unsolved crimes hope. According to Barbara's mother, the way the Villarreal case was resolved had a big influence on how investigations were conducted. The Barbara Villarreal case serves as an example of the effectiveness of tenacity and creativity in criminal investigations. Through the unwavering efforts of law enforcement and the revolutionary potential of DNA technology, a cold case that appeared destined to go unsolved was turned into a tale of justice. The knowledge gained from this case will continue to direct and motivate those committed to cracking cold cases and providing closure to families as we move forward. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a calm street in the Grapevine Hollow neighborhood early on January 2012, the joyous mood gave way to fear and terror. Ashley Fallis, a young mother who had been shot in the head, was being transported in an ambulance to the hospital, her life in shambles. When her parents returned from a brief absence, they were shocked to see paramedics and police encircling the house. Only a few hours before, there had been a lot of happiness and celebration in the house. What had transpired on this particular New Year's Eve? Her husband Tom, who was present in the room when the tragedy occurred, was the only person who could know the answer. However, his account of what happened left more questions than it resolved. Although Ashley's family was certain they knew the truth, investigators had to deal with a lot of inconsistencies and odd information. Nobody could have predicted the depth of the mystery that existed behind those houses' doors. Ashley Fallis, then 28 years old, was shot in the head and taken to the hospital early on January 2012. Ashley's family thought they knew what had happened right away. It was clear to them that her husband Tom was the only possible culprit. When the gunshot was fired, he and Ashley were in the room. Tom was Ashley's family's main suspect because of his short fuse and domineer. For the police, though, the story was less straightforward. A detailed investigation was necessary because contradicting evidence was discovered at the scene. Ashley's past turned out to be as complicated as her present, and witness accounts continued to change. It would be years before fresh information surfaced that would provide a new perspective on what happened that night. The festive evening that started on December 31, 2011, was intended to be peaceful and centered around the family. At their Zinfandel Street residence, Tom and Ashley Fallis threw a New Year's celebration. They celebrated, danced, and drank. Ashley and Tom appeared to be a contented couple. To the delight of their guests, they had been dancing together and gazing affectionately at each other just an hour before. However, as midnight drew near, Ashley made the announcement that she was going outside with her family, which infuriated Tom. Ashley's family was the last group of guests left at the house when the argument broke out. Ashley and her family attempted to defend her, but Tom started shouting at them. Tom demanded that the relatives leave after their attempts at mediation failed. Tom withdrew to the bedroom and slammed the door. The couple was left alone when Ashley's parents also made the decision to move out. Tragic events occurred several hours later. Ashley's family's intrusion into their private lives irritated Tom. Ashley and her parents had been drinking all evening, so he thought it was inappropriate for them to go outside. He insisted Ashley's parents get out. Tension between the couple only increased after they left. The argument resurfaced in the bedroom after the guests had left, leaving Tom and Ashley alone. According to Tom, their argument stemmed from old grievances, but Ashley was adamant that she would live her life as she saw fit, regardless of what he thought. Tom claimed that her family had an influence on her. Tom claimed to have heard Ashley handling the gun stored beneath the mattress while he was getting into his pajamas and standing by the closet. Tom started to ask her what she was doing, but the shot went off before he could finish. On January 2012, early in the morning, emergency personnel arrived on the scene. After Ashley's family made accusations, the police enlisted the help of Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigators. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, blamed Tom for the incident right away, pointing to his hostility and rage earlier that night. Ashley appeared to have committed suicide based on the evidence found at the scene, but investigators found information that cast doubt on the situation. Items strewn all over the floor and crooked picture frames on the walls suggested a potential struggle prior to the gunshot. Unsigned divorce documents discovered on a dresser appeared to support rumors of marital discord. An online dating site had brought Ashley and Tom together in the spring of 2007. Ashley was gregarious and energetic, and Tom fell in love with her right away. Their relationship progressed swiftly, and Ashley already had 2 daughters from a prior marriage. The couple married 2 weeks after the birth of their son, who was born a year after they first met. Ashley's daughters were adopted by Tom in 2010, and the family moved in together. But the family was becoming more tense by the end of 2011. Ashley's youngest son had just turned 3, and their 2 older daughters were 6 and 9 years old. The boy needed multiple surgeries after being diagnosed with hydrocephalus. Ashley, who was finding it difficult to manage her duties as a mother and the challenges in her marriage to Tom, was severely impacted by the stress of his illness. The tragic events of that New Year's Eve were predicated on the tense atmosphere created by these difficulties. Ashley Follis was let go from her job at North Colorado Medical Center in 2010. Aggressive behavior was cited as the official reason, which was insubordination. Despite winning a settlement in her wrongful termination lawsuit, the legal victory did little to address her other issues. She had a brief affair with a high school sweetheart the following year, which made her already shaky marriage to Tom even more strained. At the same time, Ashley went to a psychiatrist for assistance. Since she was having up to 4 or 5 panic attacks a week, she was prescribed medication to lower her anxiety and stabilize her mood. Her relationship with Tom was severely strained as a result of these difficulties. Even though Tom knew about her affair, he decided against filing for divorce. Ashley herself created the divorce documents that investigators later discovered in their bedroom in 2009 when the couple was thinking about divorcing because of their divergent work schedules. But in the end, they made the decision to remain together and improve their relationship. According to Tom, their relationship had begun to improve in the months preceding the tragedy. He had found a stable job as a corrections officer with the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Ashley, meanwhile, discovered her own method of handling life's challenges. She started giving talks at conferences, offering support to other parents facing similar challenges, and sharing her experiences of raising a child with hydrocephalus. Ashley tested positive for pregnancy at home a few weeks prior to New Year's Eve. This was unexpected because she had been sterilized to avoid getting pregnant again after the birth of their youngest child. Ashley thought she might be pregnant in spite of the odds. She stopped taking her mood-stabilizing and anxiety medications to protect the unborn child. However, Ashley started her menstrual cycle just hours before guests arrived on December 31, 2011, the day of the party. She and Tom were devastated when a second pregnancy test revealed a negative result. A conversation about the possibility of trying to conceive another child and undoing the sterilization process had started that day. Years before, Ashley's mother had proposed the procedure, but now they had complete control over the choices. Tom and Ashley both stated that they would like to have another child, so the abrupt change in circumstances caused a great deal of emotional strain. All of this served as the background for what happened that night. Even though the day was emotionally taxing, the party at Ashley and Tom Fallis's house was exciting. Ashley tried her hardest to look happy. She danced, drank, and gave her loved ones hugs. Ashley appeared content and resilient, as she always did, according to her parents Joe and Jenna. It was difficult for them to accept that she would have voluntarily abandoned her family. However, Tom asserted that Ashley's family was unaware of the intense emotional struggles that were concealed behind her apparent composure. Tom's account of what happened that evening was carefully considered by investigators. He started his interview by narrating the events of the day, including how Ashley's decision to go outside with her family members escalated a minor argument and how the negative pregnancy test result had set the tone. Ashley's propensity to follow her mother's advice too frequently became the topic of the argument. Tom stated that he just wanted things to calm down and didn't want to argue anymore. Investigators observed scratches on Tom's neck and chest during his police interview. Given that they might have been signs of a struggle, these marks sparked suspicions. Tom clarified that the red marks were caused by him scratching his skin because he was itching after shaving his chest for the first time. He claimed that stress might have been the cause of the scratches on his neck. As the interview went on, the level of questioning increased. Tom insisted on his innocence because he believed he was being accused of a crime. He insisted that he wasn't in the room when the gun went off, and that he didn't shoot Ashley. Investigators were inspecting the house and interviewing neighbors in the meantime. Chelsea Arriga, a neighbor, claimed to have heard Ashley yell, "Get off me," just prior to the gunshot. This story ran counter to what Tom had said. Tom denied that he ever made Ashley do anything against her will when investigators questioned him about the yelling. He clarified that he only requested that she cease following her mother's advice because it was straining their marriage. Investigators pressed him further, pointing out that Ashley was unlikely to have shot herself because of the wound on the back of her head. To prove his innocence, Tom insisted on having his hands tested for gunpowder residue. In order to ascertain whether Ashley was capable of firing the gun, he also demanded that her hands be examined. Because of the peculiar circumstances and contradicting evidence, investigators remained doubtful despite his explanations. Ashley Fawless was in the hospital, where medical professionals battled to save her life, while Tom was at the station. Unfortunately, they declared her dead a few hours after she was admitted. Tom was devastated to hear of her passing. After the incident, he said, he saw her breathing and thought she might have a chance to live when he held her in his arms. Despite not getting a confession from Tom after 3 hours of interrogation, investigators were unable to rule him out as a suspect. Tom grew more and more upset, insisting on his innocence and saying over and over that he could never hurt his wife. Ashley's death was declared a voluntary act 4 days after the incident. The medical examiner came to the conclusion that she killed herself, even though lab tests were not yet finished. Ashley's family was shocked and incredulous when the case was closed. They felt that the investigation was hurried and that Tom's employment in the county's correctional system had given him preferential treatment, which they felt affected the investigation's conclusion. It was challenging to demonstrate that Tom had any ties to the detectives working on the case, though, because of his employment with a different law enforcement organization that was unrelated to the investigation. Almost immediately, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was called in to guarantee impartiality. However, errors were made. In contrast to standard procedure, Tom was not kept apart from possible witnesses at the scene. Furthermore, he did not cover his hands to protect any gunpowder residue that might have been important evidence. Tom's interrogation was handled poorly, according to Ashley's family, who felt that 3 hours was not enough time for the main person of interest in a case involving a suspicious death. They felt that until Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, pressed for it, investigators did not take Tom seriously as a suspect. Detectives changed their strategy only in response to their adamant demands. Even so, the investigation was only cursory. In the end, Tom was free to go. In order to be nearer to his sister, Tom relocated to Indiana after the tragedy, taking the kids with him. He seemed to be attempting to start over when he enrolled in college to obtain a bachelor's degree. Ashley's parents, Joe and Jenna, on the other hand, were uncompromising. They made a plea for justice to the media. They stressed that Ashley loved life and would never have voluntarily ended it, and they talked about Tom's short fuse in interviews. Nick Glover, a 17-year-old neighbor of the Fawless family, was a crucial new witness who was discovered by reporter Justin Joseph. Nick disclosed that he witnessed emergency vehicles pull up to the Fawless residence on January 1, 2012, while he was at home with friends. Additionally, Nick stated that he told Detective Michael Yates in an interview that he had heard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." However, the police reports did not include a record of his statement. New accusations against law enforcement were sparked by the lack of documentation, which suggested potential corruption and a cover-up. Detective Yates was suspected of purposefully ignoring this crucial testimony in order to keep Tom safe. The Evans Police Department reopened the case in April 2014, over 2 years after Ashley's passing. According to new accusations, Yates had changed a witness's testimony and left out important evidence to bolster the story that Ashley had committed suicide. The investigation was carried out fairly, according to law enforcement officials, who denied any favoritism. Tom Fawless was taken into custody close to his Indiana home on November 18, 2014. He insisted on his innocence even after being accused of second-degree manslaughter. Many questions remained about the case, which had received a lot of public attention because of Justin Joseph's investigation. Ashley's leg bruises, for instance, raised questions about a flashlight that was discovered at the scene and possibly used during a fight. It was eventually discovered, however, that the flashlight was not connected to the crime and had belonged to an officer who had tried to administer first aid. According to the prosecution, Ashley kept a Taurus 9mm handgun under the mattress, which Tom took during a confrontation, put to her head, and then fired. After that, he called emergency services and lowered her body to the ground. Jenna Fox, Ashley's mother, testified during the trial that Tom had used harsh language and behaved aggressively during the New Year's Eve party, resulting in a fight. Tom refuted these claims. Jenna revealed later in the trial that there was a family history of mental health problems. Both Ashley's uncle and grandmother had committed suicide. This evidence was used by the prosecution to bolster their hypothesis that Ashley might have taken her own life voluntarily. Ashley's psychiatrist, however, stated in her testimony that she did not exhibit any symptoms of depression as of December 2011. Ashley was receiving overlapping prescriptions as a result of seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist concurrently, according to information later presented by the defense. Testimonies from forensic experts regarding the crime scene were inconsistent. Tom couldn't have shot his wife, according to Dan Gilliam, who had devoted hundreds of hours to examining the evidence. People who fire weapons in a fit of rage seldom stop after a single shot, Gilliam said. Gilliam was called as a witness by the prosecution, despite his findings. Jonathan Priest, another expert, visited the crime scene and went over the case materials. He deduced that Ashley had been in close proximity to Tom at the time of the shot. There would have been more blood all over the room, Priest thought, if Tom had been farther away. The chronology of when Tom arrived at Ashley and started helping, as recorded by the first responders, served as the basis for his analysis. This argument was used by the prosecution to refute the defense's assertions. Ashley's failed attempts to conceive, according to the prosecution, added to her emotional problems. Although she was not pregnant at the time of her death, an autopsy showed that she might have become pregnant following a tubal ligation. Ashley's emotional distress was exacerbated by reports that she thought she was pregnant 3 times in the 9 months before she passed away. The trial's psychiatrists emphasized how these conditions could have had a substantial effect on her mental health. A key component of the prosecution's case, particularly after Nick's friend Chelsea Arrigo provided her own account, was Nick Glover's testimony that he overheard Tom tell his parents, "I shot my wife," the night Ashley Fallis died. Chelsea also reportedly heard Ashley yelling, "Get off me!" according to Nick's mother, Kathy. However, Chelsea said during the trial that she was too drunk to remember the argument distinctly. Nick, however, emphasized that such a confession was unforgettable and insisted that he remembered everything that happened that night. Investigators took notice of his claims, and Detective Michael Yates, who had spoken with Nick the day Ashley died, was subject to internal review for neglecting to record this purported confession. Yates insisted that Nick had never said such a thing to him, but the investigation revealed no wrongdoing on his part. Defense lawyers pointed out various contradictions in Nick Glover's testimony during his cross-examination. They noted that Nick kept up a cordial relationship with Tom following his purported confession, taking part in family events like Christmas celebrations and camping excursions. Nick gave the same response more than 90 times when asked why he behaved in this manner. "I don't remember." Chris Graves, a former deputy for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, later came forward and said he had heard Tom confess. The defense cited contradictions in Graves's story, claiming that when he arrived at the scene he heard Tom yelling, "I can't believe I shot her, I can't believe she's dead," despite the fact that the crime scene was packed with neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers. Nobody else claimed to have heard Tom's alleged outburst. Additionally, Graves did not arrest Tom on the spot, stating that it was outside of his authority. The defense also pointed out that for 3 years after the incident, Chris Graves had not submitted any reports regarding his statements. His credibility was further damaged when he was later fired for dishonesty from the sheriff's office. These elements call into question the prosecution's story. The prosecution's theory was also not supported by a large number of tangible pieces of evidence. Tests for gunshot residue on Ashley's 2 hands revealed residue, but tests on Tom's hands revealed no traces. Neither nail scrapings from Ashley nor scratches on Tom's chest, which could have been signs of a struggle, contained any evidence of Ashley's DNA. The idea that the couple had a physical altercation prior to the shot being fired was seriously called into question by these findings. In his own defense, Tom Fallis declined to testify. Over 40 witnesses were called to testify during the trial, which lasted for several weeks. Ashley's mental health and the major obstacles she had encountered in the months before her death, repeated pregnancy tests, her son's illness, prescription drugs, losing her job, and having an affair, were the main topics of the defense's closing arguments. The defense argues that these elements may have played a role in the tragedy. Ashley's purported farewell letters were introduced during the trial, which was a startling development. She wrote that she could no longer live, called herself a failure, and apologized to Tom in these letters. Since they were only made aware of these letters years after Ashley's passing, her family questioned their veracity. According to her family, they thought the letters were fake. and had never seen any indication that Ashley might have written them. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including an hour for lunch, before rendering its decision. Tom Fallis was acquitted of all charges, including second-degree manslaughter. Ashley's family was devastated by the decision. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, were adamant about Tom's guilt and sued the Evans Police Department, alleging that investigators had fabricated or hidden evidence. They contended that other officers who may have heard Tom's purported confession stayed silent, and that Nick Glover's 2012 testimony had been disregarded. In the end, their cases were dropped. Ashley's family remained adamant about Tom's guilt and insisted on accepting the acquittal. Nevertheless, they were able to keep up a relationship with the kids and obtain visitation rights that let them continue to be active in their lives. As he works to rebuild his life and further his education, Tom Fallis is still struggling financially as a result of legal fees. Tom continued to look after the children after the tragedy. To start over and be nearer to his sister, he relocated them to a different state. He informed them that their mother had died in an accident, but he would like to give them more information when they are older. The case is still cloaked in mystery despite every attempt to find the truth. Doubt seems to grow with each response, and questions persist. Ashley Fallis's story is one of those instances where it becomes difficult to distinguish between truth and deceit, leaving only suspicion and unsolved mysteries in its wake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. No case, no body. There is no body in our story, but there is a case on a November morning in 2011, which was mentioned in English law following the captain's miracle. 3 years after returning home to her leased apartment on Ubarovicha Street in Vladivostok, Galina Kolyadzinskaya vanished. Her parents still think Galina is alive and are waiting for her return in April 2024. Her boyfriend Victor Cohen was found guilty of her murder, although no tangible proof of her purported death was shown at the trial. Following Victor Cohen's release from jail, the matter gathered traction and split the public in two directions. Some people think Victor's sentence for murder was too light, while others think he was sentenced for a crime that never happened. Together, let's learn how a well-known criminal case involving the death and disappearance of an unproven man spread across the nation, sparking debate among onlookers and leading to the formation of organizations to look for Galina. Viktor Polov was born in Vladivostok on July 9, 1988. He adopted Cohen as his last name. When the youngster was very little, his parents split in 2012, leaving his mother and grandma to raise him entirely on their own. He graduated from Far Eastern State University's high school gymnasium in 2005. He enrolled in the PR department at the same university's Institute of Mass Communications, but left after 6 months in 2007. Ilona, who had COVID, presented her sister Galina, who was 3.5 years older than Victor, to her classmate. Galina Kolyadzinskaya was born in Rostov-on April 22, 1985. Her parents relocated to Vladivostok when she was 13 years old. The girl stood out, had a theatricalized way of dress, and was characterized by her brightness. She was slim, intelligent, and highly creative. After completing her education, she attended an art school before enrolling in the Far Eastern Federal University's Faculty of Design. She captured Victor's heart, and he fell deeply in love for the first time. They left their hometown of Vladivostok for Moscow, and Victor abandoned school because they both wanted to enroll at the Theater Institute. Vitya did not fail the entrance examinations, but Galina did. However, he made the decision to go back home in support of his beloved girl, and the two of them moved back to Vladivostok and began living together. Victor found out of his grandfather's passing and the inheritance he had inherited upon his return. The couple decided to use the remaining funds to invest in a successful business after renting an apartment in the heart of the city and purchasing a car each. The young couple was depressed as a result of their unsuccessful attempts to set up a shop for the fabrication of automobile tires, start a chain of donut shops, and even resell church kila. As time went on, the young people's relationship started to fall apart due to conflicts. The furious argument between the couple did not end there. Galina's pals once saw Victor grab his fiancée by the neck during a fight between them. But sometimes Galina did the same. She might break the furniture in their leased apartment or strike her partner. Galina eventually began attending nightclubs more frequently, and Victor developed an interest in other women as a way to escape the issues in his present life. After another trip to the club, Galina was on her way home early on the morning of November 14, 2011. Galina was incensed that Victor was not home, so at 6:43 a.m., she called him and insisted that he come right away. Victor arrived at their leased apartment 15 minutes later. The young folks decided to eventually part ways after a fight broke out between them. Galina sought 300,000 rubles from Victor in exchange for the previously gifted car, after which she would go and stop bothering him. She left the flat, as it turned out, forever after Victor gave her the money. Galina's parents became concerned and began phoning her the following day, but she had turned off her phone. Victor also did not return their calls. He didn't call the girl's mother to inform her of the argument until the second day following Galina's departure. After extorting a substantial amount of money from him, she packed up her belongings and departed. "I'll never be seen by you again. Don't try to find me. Inform my mother that I'm doing well." Victor also told Galina's mother that he repeated what Galina had said in her final words. Galina's parents and friends were not shocked by her abrupt absence, because she was known for her flighty behavior and might go absent for days. He called her after she left, but the girl did not return his calls either, because the phone was initially only switched off. However, 3 days later, the police started looking for Galina Kolyadzinskaya when her father informed them of his daughter's abduction. The matter was enthusiastically taken up by specialists, and Victor was initially called to the station for a discussion. Since he saw Galina last, he was able to address a number of questions throughout the interrogation. Victor said that he had another woman and frequently argued with his girlfriend, whom he had become distant from. Victor claimed that he was tired of his scandalous lover, who could throw her hand at him or slather his car with yogurt when she was envious. Galina once declared while intoxicated that if her opponent kept dating her, she would rip his hair out. "Galina wasn't killed by me. We did argue with her. After packing her belongings and taking all of our money, 300,000 rubles, she departed. Her whereabouts are unknown to me," Victor demanded. The investigating team also looked at both of the young people's automobiles and the apartment where they shared housing, but they were unable to find any evidence of Galina's murder or blood traces. During the questioning, Victor was even put through a lie detector test. Although the young man's evidence was muddled, it was not shown that he was responsible for Galina's disappearance. After questioning Galina's neighbors and acquaintances, the police declined to file a criminal complaint because they could not find any evidence of corpus delicti. But Galina had never been anywhere but Vladivostok. Her passport was not from another country. Victor moved in with his new girlfriend, Tatiana, and began a new life after gathering Galina's possessions and giving them to her parents. Young people's affections were so intense that they made the decision to get married in 2012. Victor finally shed his father's last name, which had burdened him since he was a young boy. His future wife, who heard the lovely last name in one of the films, suggested the Cohen option, which he found appealing. The vanished Galina Kolyadzinskaya was forgotten. For a number of years, a young married couple has been married for 3 years. Cohen flew with great joy. They had a calm and collected life, visited the mountains, and traveled frequently. However, once Galina vanished for 3 years and the case was reclassified as a murder investigation, everything changed. At first, Elena Kolyadzinskaya, Galina's mother, was not overly concerned. She was aware that her creative and erratic daughter could go far based solely on her mood. The fact that no one demanded in June 2014, based on the materials of the inspection of the fact of Galina Kolyadzinskaya's unknown disappearance, that a criminal case under the article of murder be started, may help to explain why the case did not become a criminal case for nearly 3 years. Employees of the Crime Investigation Department started to piece together different explanations for Galina's disappearance after she was placed on the wanted list as missing. These included murder and traveling overseas to work as a model. The police became aware of Kolyadzinskaya's ex-boyfriend as they were figuring out the latter version. As it happened, Cohen and Galina were frequently at odds. His relationship with another lady caused him to feel jealous of the girl. Additionally, it was said that when Galina was younger, she was organizing a trip to Korea. She had previously worked as a model in China and planned to stay in this line of employment. Since he was the last person to see Galina alive, ex-boyfriend Victor Cohen was named as the primary suspect. There was further reason to suspect Victor of being engaged in the crime because of the testimony he and the witnesses had previously provided at different points during the case regarding the circumstances surrounding Galina's disappearance. After being called in for interrogation on July 23, 2014, Victor was arrested and brought to the investigation unit. He admitted there that he had strangled Galina following another argument on the morning of November 14, 2011, then dismembered the body in the restroom, placed the remains in 3 plastic buckets, and transported them to a wooded area close to the Variag factory. There, he built a fire with tires, burned the body, and scattered the ashes in various locations. Throughout the interrogation, Victor Cohen acted with assurance. He cursed a lot and didn't use appropriate language when he spoke to the investigator about you. He related the story of his life, from infancy to the present, in an open and friendly manner. When he sat in front of the police officers with his feet on the ground and grinned, he remembered how he had burned and dismembered his ex-lover Galina. Experienced cops were astounded by his cynicism and calm. He felt untouchable. Victor complained to the investigator that his initial plan was to ground the body in a meat grinder, cook it in a steamer, and then flush it down the toilet. However, he soon gave up on this strategy out of concern that he may be identified and the sewer system would get blocked. He said during the same interrogation that Galina was interfering with his new relationship, so he strangled her. Victor remembered his ex-girlfriend as a unique individual who was an attention seeker. Her fierce temper might produce a huge scandal at home, and she frequently vanished in nightclubs. Galina frequently stated in chats that she would want a lovely life as an escort model, but she also refused to accept the claims that such job is impossible without the supply of intimate services. Up to a certain point, Victor tolerated all of his friend's strange behavior and kept thinking of her as a nice and fascinating individual. I was annoyed during Victor Cohen's grilling. I stood close to the coffee maker. As I stood there, I drank some coffee. I felt something change. There was only this one individual. I went home, went to where she was sleeping, apologized and began strangling her. She opened her eyes and began to struggle. After choking her for a while, I sobbed and left the house. Fear wasn't the reason, it was loss and frustration. Even though I was aware of what I had done, I remained composed since I am a reasonable person. In November 2011, following the interrogation, the agents brought Victor to his residence with Galina Kolyatsinskaya. That night, Victor showed how he strangled Galina on a folding sofa for an investigation experiment in the flat. He claims that because she was intoxicated and slept off when he was certain she was dead, she did not protest. He hurried out of the apartment and headed to his car, where he devised a heartless scheme to dispose of the body. In India, the bodies of the deceased are burned, and vehicle tires are frequently used in this process to achieve the proper burning temperature. Victor learned about this elaborate method of disposing of the body from a documentary on the country. Victor informed the agents that killing and disposing of the body was considerably simpler than he had anticipated. Victor was brought to the empty lot where he reportedly dumped Galina's body late at night. Cohen had to identify the precise spot on the girl's body where he had set fire to it, in complete darkness. Human rights advocates claim that he was brought to an area devoid of CCTV cameras and traffic, making it impossible to establish his innocence. Important information were also missing from the case. As Victor himself frequently noted, it was unclear how and what he used to carve up the body, because a regular kitchen knife could not be utilized any further. It was unclear how he was able to place Galina's remains in 3 buckets, how he transported them out of the door where everyone could see them, and why no one noticed. The Bygalovs, who rented the apartment to Galina and Victor, were then questioned by the inquiry. When they found out that the cops were in the apartment, they acknowledged that they couldn't get in touch with Victor. They discovered the apartment was empty when they got there to inspect their accommodations. The ceiling was free of occupants and their possessions. They discovered black streaks on the wallpaper, which were probably caused by storing automobile tires, and brown splatters that the couple believed were from coffee or tea. However, Victor Cohen, the captive, was unaware that a video camera was recording his interrogations. He later withdrew his testimony after realizing he had said too much on camera. He claimed that during his interrogation at the Karbasheva Street Operative Investigation Unit, they used illegal interrogation techniques to coerce confessions from him and that Victor was threatened with harm if his wife Tatiana visited the same station. He went on to say that the operative cops had made up the tale he told during the hour-long interrogation, and that his phone billing from that evening was used to pinpoint the location where the bodies were burned. However, does the CCTV footage from the investigation unit actually show torture? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Tatiana Cohen drove up to the building. She was not permitted inside, so she remained outside. Around 6:30 p.m., Tatiana also entered the facility, and 20 minutes later, Victor was taken in for interrogation. At 6:38 p.m., the questioning began to be recorded. After 8 minutes of torture, he quickly produced a confession and conjured up a vivid, gory tale in great detail. Following the initial court hearing on August 11, 2015, Victor Cohen was found guilty of Galina Kolyatsinskaya's murder. According to the court's August 11, 2015 verdict, he was given a sentence of 9 years and 10 months in prison, which he was to serve in a strict regime penal colony. Tatiana, Victor Cohen's wife, became his most devoted defense attorney after he was accused of murder because she believed he was innocent. Every inhabitant of Vladivostok kept up with the news and even attended Victor Cohen rallies. People separated into accusers and defense. Even after hearing the heartbreaking news that her husband would have to serve nearly 10 years in prison, Victor's wife remained steadfast in her defense and refused to back down. During the court session, the revealing footage that was retained in the criminal case was revealed. Victor claimed that interrogators used torture and threats to get confessions out of him during court procedures, which led to the case becoming well known. Victor was discharged from the hospital with a diagnosis of ear barotrauma and concussion. His lover had been burned, dismembered, and strangled in cold blood by a young, attractive man with large brown eyes. Nobody was able to accept it. A man with charisma could pursue a career in acting. In fact, he was admitted to the Theater Institute of Moscow. Victor refused to study, as we already know, and he was characterized favorably by friends, classmates, and even casual acquaintances. Attorneys based their case on the fact that no human DNA was detected at the location where he burnt the body, or in the flat where the crime was allegedly committed, according to the inquiry. Witnesses even claimed to have seen Galina in the city after she vanished. The public was stoked by Elena Kolyatsinskaya, Galina's mother, who genuinely thought her daughter was still alive. She stated in every interview that Victor was innocent and that Galina would return shortly to explain her disappearance and where she had gone for so long. Victor Cohen argued that the circumstances surrounding the murder that were submitted to the investigators were wholly made up after the guilty verdict. Ultimately, no biological evidence was discovered at the purported location where the victim's remains were burned. Additionally, the forensic analysis of Cohen's residence and vehicle produced unconvincing findings. Additionally, the defendant supported Galina's parents, who believed their daughter was still alive. Ivan Mikolev, the defendant's attorney at the time, claimed that there was no objective evidence in the investigation. Nothing was found when the earth at the clearing where his client is said to have burned the body was examined. There were no biological traces found during the examination. Some of the case materials were later discovered to be missing as well. The lie detector data, camera footage, and inspection reports of the apartment and automobile that were acquired back in 2011 led Cohen's defense team and family to assume that the case had been reclassified to absolve him of guilt for the unsolved homicide. It was never discovered that Galina disagreed with the court's decision. Victor filed an appeal and started arguing that he was not a party to the incriminating crime and that the police had coerced him into making the confession. Tatiana Cohen started a massive campaign to defend her husband. She actively maintained social networks, participated in protests, and made appearances on a variety of talk shows and programs. In exchange for posting false information, she actively raised money for a lawyer. The case was sent to the Court of First Instance for a second trial in a separate court after the Court of Appeals rejected the verdict on December 7, 2015, citing violations of the Code of Criminal Procedure. Victor Cohen was also found guilty of Helena Kolyatsinskaya's murder following the Court of First Instance's retrial. As a result of the June 21, 2016 judgment, he was given a sentence of 9 years and 9 months in jail, with the option to do his time in a severe regime colony. Victor Cohen served his term after the Court of Appellate Instance upheld it on November 28, 2016, despite the fact that the conviction had been challenged once more. Following the appeal, Tatiana remarried, divorced Victor, and stopped having any affairs. It came out that her position as a wife was a well-planned game, since Tatiana started seeing someone else right after Victor was arrested. This was not what everyone had anticipated. Tatiana declined to respond. The court decided even though Helena Kolyazinskaya's body was not located. Victor Cohen was duped based on circumstantial evidence, and there was a lot of it. First, Victor's confession, in which he states that he chose to grind the body in a meat grinder in order to dispose of it after the murder. In 2015, he went to the Maxim shopping complex and actually purchased a meat grinder and a pressure cooker at the Technica Dome store. Records from the store's database pertaining to meat grinder purchases made on November 14, 2011, were seized as part of the investigation, and among them was the last name Polavavi. The time on the invoice and the receipt from the store's database match. Additionally, the store administrator attested in court that the database was not altered with the intent to fabricate information. Furthermore, the verdict was significantly influenced by Victor Cohen's cell phone bills. Victor remained in the apartment from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. on November 14, 2011, probably dismembering the body and transporting it in buckets to the woods close to the Varyag facility at night. Victor kept saying that after Galina departed, he contacted her, but her phone was unreachable. Victor last spoke with Tatiana on the phone at 11:51 p.m., right outside the Varyag facility. Victor's phone bill, however, indicated that he did not call Galina between 10 a.m. and night. Furthermore, it's clear from listening to the court proceedings when Galina Kolyazinskaya and Victor's billing is disclosed that, following Galina's disappearance, she received calls from friends, family, and even Victor's mother, but not from Victor. If it were Victor, someone would at least convey a message to his missing friend, especially because everyone is searching for Galina and Victor is suspected. Victor, however, didn't. He knew, of course, that there would be no response. Sales receipts for 320-liter plastic buckets with locks and lids that were purchased on the same day as the meat grinder were also included in the case. Sadly, the receipts don't include a last name, so it can't be confirmed that Victor Cohen purchased them. However, how could Galina fit into buckets that held 320 liters? The enamel found in the bathroom was another piece of circumstantial evidence. Galina was dismembered in the bathtub by Victor, who then used a metal brush to scrub the tub so hard that he obliterated the enamel after covering everything with foil to conceal the bloodstains. Victor claimed in the confession video that Galina had damaged the bathtub's enamel by frequently using acidic or alkaline cleaning solutions. Following her disappearance, witnesses who said they saw Galina at Sheremetyevo Airport in Moscow and at a shop in Vladivostok were later proven to be untrue. CCTV footage from the airport shows that no such girl was discovered. One of the witnesses was the subject of a criminal case under the article on giving false testimony. My only and primary concern when researching this case was why no additional clues were discovered. Even the slightest details are impossible to foresee and conceal. After all, there must be some evidence left if Victor killed Galina. The response was straightforward. Victor refused to allow the police to enter his apartment over the first few days. He moved in with Tatiana right away, and the apartment's owners were unaware of the situation. It wasn't until December 8 that he finally took his possessions. When the policemen arrived to see how he was doing, nobody opened the door. It took 12 days for the cops to enter the residence. Instead of using luminol, they just made things right. The apartment's owners began remodeling on December 10. Only on December 27th were the two vehicles examined. Remind yourself that on November 14, Galina vanished. Victor thus had a month and a half to clean the car's interior and roughly 3 weeks to clean the flat and hide his tracks. Therefore, why were neither Galina's remains nor DNA traces discovered? Experts have concluded that, under artisanal conditions, it is still conceivable to completely burn the person, which is precisely what occurred in this instance. Wild animals may have scattered the black fragments Victor claimed to have scattered in the forest close to the burning site, depriving the inquiry of the final piece of evidence. Galina was dismembered and placed on tires, where Victor set the fire at the proper temperature to burn the bones. Black pieces of burnt bone were all that remained of her. Citing the length of time that had passed, he did not mention the precise site of the campfire. He had simply forgotten. We would need to use a sieve to sort through a sizable portion of the forest in order to locate the body's remains. However, why? Nothing is known about Helena Kolyatchinskaya if the murderer is not apprehended for almost 13 years. The statements of the man found guilty of her murder recount the final day of her life. Where may Galina have gone if Victor Cohen hadn't killed her in the first place? It is nearly impossible to become lost in today's environment unless you are a professional in the intelligence service, according to seasoned, retired investigators who spoke casually with journalists. Galina had to be located in 13 years. She could not avoid leaving traces, even if she lived abroad under a phony identity. She would have been identified as she would have needed to be fingerprinted, even to replace her documents. Victor Cohen claims to have been tortured and married someone else, but he never once says that Galina will return, that he is waiting for her, or that she will prove his innocence. He is fully aware that the primary witness is not present and cannot be. Victor never once claimed that he was innocently imprisoned, that 10 years of his life had been taken from him, or that his cherished wife, Tatiana, had left him because she didn't want to wait for him there. He has no resentment of the system, no desire to defend his honor, and no intention of suing to establish his innocence. He is aware that no one will ever find the body. He destroyed it with fire. No proof exists. He acts as though he has done time for his crime, and this allows him to fabricate all these tales of the disappearance. He's clean now. What are the possible claims? He served time after being found guilty. Everything has been redeemed by him. Even in such detail, an innocent individual would not be so heartless as to implicate himself. Many people nationwide are still in shock at what transpired. Even though the case has now been concluded, they are continuing searching independently for Galina. Because Galina's parents are still hoping for daughter to return home, they utilize forums to advertise and occasionally share pictures of girls who look a lot like her. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.